हेलो व्हाट इज अप? कैसे हो सब लोग? How's everybody guys? How's everybody? Good morning. क्या चल रही है भाई? क्या चल रही है भाई? कुछ तो बात
Largely, I think 2G is still a great player. I don't think it's going to make a huge
कुछ
difference
तो
to how the
बात
game plays
हो
out. It might change things a little bit on the internal in terms of their calls and so on, but from our point of view, it doesn't really change the game that much.
Well, it looks like everything that we've prepared for this match, we should be prepared to throw out. So it should be an interesting one.
क्या बोला?
Thank you so much, Ben. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you very much.
All right. I'm sorry, I'll have to take the penguin. Sorry. We'll find you a home soon, okay? I'm sure a lot of people out.
Looking handsome भाई. अब भी उठा मस्त नया. 1 बजे उठा नया वाया मस्त. समझ रहे हो? नया वाया मस्त और आ गया. एक लेकिन टेंशन है क्योंकि अभी उठा और चाय पी रहा था. हो सकता है मिड गेम मेरे को भागना पड़ेगा किधर. समझ रहे हो? अभी डिपेंड करता है सब मेरे साइंस पे. बट गाइस क्या लग रहा है आज वाइब क्या है? आज कैसा माहौल, कैसा चैट में? जी फाइटिंग वाला माहौल है. Who will win? जी फाइटिंग. माहौल क्या है? माहौल क्या है? माहौल को रीड किया जाए. पानी साफ था आज. पानी साफ था यार, लेकिन लंबा नहा नहीं पाया मैं सोचा था आधा घंटा नहा लूं. 10 मिनट नहाए. जी फाइटिंग ठीक. आज है जी. अरे मत करो. एस्टेक से जीता नहीं. ये बीकेल जब पढ़ाई करने बैठता हूँ तब स्ट्रीम करता है. वी लूज आई थिंक सो भाई. 2 गेम जीतने गए. 3 मैच से PRX से हम जीत नहीं सकते. अभी यो बचा है. यो समझ रहे हो? यो बचा है. ये यो हमको जीतना पड़ेगा. DFM और RR के यो बचा है. आज अगर हारा देन आई थिंक द चांस इज ओवर. बाजी इज प्लेइंग टुडे. Yeah. आज बंगाई का सपोर्ट कॉल जाएगा इस मैच. कोच बोला है. तो इतने टाइम से कौन कॉल दे रहा था? सिर्फ रुस. वो नहीं था फिल्टर. क्या बोलते हो? गाना तो अच्छा है. अनडिफिटेड. आहा आहा आहा.
Undefeated, locked and loaded, we about to blow. Caught him with that left, I'll leave him tapped out on the floor.
Could this be GE's first win, or will RRQ further cement themselves as one of the powerhouses in Pacific? That is the big question that this series is going to answer. As we heard from earlier, a lot of changes coming in for both teams. Changes of different types here.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see how
By
these
zero
actually
कर दिया रे
play
उसने.
out with so much pressure on this match again. You know, GE desperately needs a win just to even have a hope of maybe even getting to playoffs. But letting them know, Blaze King, let's go.
एक तो वाइप कर
I mean,
रहा है.
also
एक
then
तो
of
वाइप
course
कर
on
रहा है.
RQ, because your group is so dominant that you're in, you need this win just as badly. So this is going to be a really awesome battle between two good teams, two great coaches. Yeah, there's just so many big things happening right now. Heads as well.
G fighting.
It's going to be interesting to see how the calls right now will be coming in from Russ and Ellie Moore now that we heard as well from Spin that they're trying to get Kai more involved in this GE roster. So is that really going to help them ultimately here into the series?
But in
so
native always be like native only na.
Being adjusted by both teams in different ways, and it's going to have to culminate here right
मेरा
now.
तेरे को बढ़ाना
And you
पड़ेगा.
just gotta love Blaze King, you know, going over with the friendly trash talk, right?
Anybody else joining us,
Indonesians on
mates?
the other side, of course, Blaze King as well knows these players so well.
Where is
Even the
Anna?
T1, right? They use the Indonesian to defeat
Anna
the Indonesians.
is
Could that
chilling.
be the same here for the side of GE?
I mean, we've been kind of waiting for one of those like classic
एक
Blaze
stream तो
King
पूरी
games. I
देखने
mean,
दे.
he's so
सीनन
dominant
अभी
that
मैप
for so long.
जीता ही
He's
थी,
been
फिर से आ गया.
okay so far here in Pacific, but he hasn't had like that statement game, that game where he shows up and starts getting aces and taking over rounds. So I definitely have my eyes onto him to see if he can step it up a little bit. Maybe that's part
Bad
of the
vibe
move as
लग
well.
रहा है, आज लग रहा है।
आज तो जीतनी चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से।
With the calls.
आज आ रहा
Let's
था
see
बाहर है।
indeed how this series go. It is
मेरे को
map
भी लगा।
number 1. Let's toss it on over to Quack and William.
Thank you very much, Mika,
We don't
Pinkton,
support
and
G this time.
Asarai. Yes,
Support
that is
नहीं रे,
right. This is going
support
to be
रे।
global esports versus RRQ.
Support
Some familiar
नहीं।
faces, but at the same time, very critical moments, right? We're third
Absolutely.
week.
Yeah, I mean, GE, obviously they just talked about it ad nauseum, but GE just desperately need a win, right? You don't want to go out in stage 1 as the team that didn't ever get a win, let alone now on RRQ. They thought they might have it locked in, but everyone on Omega is starting to look better and better. You know, even DFM thought they were going to try to challenge a little bit
Omega
after
के
taking out
वजह से
T1.
scene हुआ है।
Things are
समझ रहे
absolutely
हो?
in flux, so especially with this kind of creative format with the cross-group round robin, this is an absolutely do or die for
Last
both
time
sides.
बोला है
And
2-0
RRQ
इसके
has
बाद
always
ना
been
होए।
improving.
by
Sometimes,
2-0
just not quite narrowly
People,
making
it's
out to
time
a
to
win. You know,
tweet,
they did
brother.
beat teams like Bleed last week against
Yeah.
T1 was a little bit rough, but today the map picks do seem to favor them a little bit more.
Let's
You know, I like to think that
Abdi?
I've done my job
It's time to
last year
tweet,
as
bro.
RRQ
It's time to
Blazer, because
tweet.
now people are saying like,
नहीं,
oh,
Abdi
they're
नहीं।
like one of the powerhouses. I'm
एक map
thinking
होने
like,
दो।
I don't know,
उसके
they
बाद।
might need some more time.
Safe
It
खेलने
feels
का
like they
Binks
might need
भाई।
to cook a bit more.
Safe।
But obviously today, with 2GE coming in, we'll see how that changes things. We are going to see, of course, 2GE highlighted as it's its first match here in 2024 for RRQ. But we'll be picking up that Omen. Even Coach Spin saying it shouldn't make too big of a difference. Obviously, I think you still expect the same exact compositions.
I mean, he's still very much involved with the team, and he's always been that good. We don't always get to see him play, but you know he's always around. Meanwhile, if we're just taking a look at the compositions across the board, William, it's practically the same, right? And we've seen how both teams have performed so far, but RRQ has always been the one that's looking a little bit more impressive with some of their setups.
कर दिया bro,
and
कर
this
दिया bro।
Lotus match, actually, I think the first two matches are going to be very interesting because they have very
चलो।
differing tendencies and styles
आज
that
ही-
could
कर
counteract
दिया,
each other.
done
Right?
scene
ओ भाई
है।
लोटस है
Kind of what their
क्या
POV is on that prep. So
इसकी
RRQ,
pick क्या
one
मैंने
of the
देखा
things that
नहीं।
really caught them off
मैंने
guard when
नहीं
they were going up against T1 was that
जी
they
का
were
था क्या?
a little bit
थोड़ा
too aggressive,
late
especially
हो
when they
गया
were on the
सारा,
attack
थोड़ा
side
late हो
on
गया।
that 1-4 setup. And
इस
then
बार
on the
ऐसे
defense
बहुत
as well,
गलत था।
they were kind of waiting to see the
2G
util and then trying to
मतलब
react
2G
to it, etc. Whereas Global
जितने
Esports
एक
also
है,
maybe realized
ये भी
too much
बहुत
on their
गलत
own util to
क्या
try to
बात
make
भी
an
आज
attack.
बाजू
as
में
well.
बारह
आएगा।
क्यों पिके bro?
ये
A
हो
lot
सकता
of
है, ये
it
हो
falls onto
भाई मामा ने वाला था
players
कहाँ
like
कौन बना रहा
Holy,
है?
for example, especially when they are attacking. And that's exactly what we're going to
Language.
have once we kick off the map.
Sorry.
Global Esports on the attack, RRQ
Pangado.
defending.
So GE, Global
Why are
Esports,
these
what I
so
would love to see
pretty?
today, win or
This one
lose,
है बे,
is
2G?
being a bit more proactive with the timer. What we
Huh?
saw
Is
in
he
the
gonna throw?
previous matches, both against Talon and DRX,
अरे
was that
नहीं
they
रे,
would
वो
kind of
पानी गिर गया
rely
था
on
जब
holding
बच्चे
on to
को
B
ऊपर।
main, see if there's rebel control from the opponents, and then
हाँ, नींद में
slowly
गया
start
था
to
मैं।
retake control past the 1 minute mark. But at
Second
that
गिरा
point, you're starting to run out of time and options. So I'd love for them to, maybe take some contact plays as well, sprinkle that in a couple rounds to
चलो,
see if they can take
भाई,
advantage of the tempo they
3-1-1
have on a
default,
3-site map.
एक साथ
as the
ए
attacking
जाएंगे
team.
गाफ
I
मारेंगे
see what
ये
you
है
mean.
कौन
I definitely want to
Let's go.
see them, especially a
Barabar.
team with such
Intro
strong
song,
duelists and
change किया, अरे नहीं
fraggers to
कर
go
सकते
in for some of
उसका
these
rights मेरे
duels,
पास
and if
नहीं
they
है
can actually soften up some of the defenses,
बार नहीं
they
बदलूंगा
might be able to
उसको।
do a bit more.
Rusbai,
For
love
now,
you, thank you
we're
for the
starting things
5.
off slow.
I mean, it is the pistol, but I like this from RQ as well. Not investing anything to take rubble control, right? They understand that GE, they're not going to all in too early onto that rubble fight. So they'll just hold. You have that forward alarm bot. That always gets so much
Nice,
value no matter
nice.
which team's playing it. So GE, like these are the rounds where
Nice.
push in, tag that
भाई,
bot.
वो
All right,
लोग
that's
rotate
already
भी नहीं कर
value
रहे।
gained right before the 1 minute mark. You know,
Wow.
still a little bit slow at the beginning.
देख
but
देख
it's
देख
value
सेकंड
gained.
में 22 बॉक्स है
Alt Orb gathered as well.
गोलू
But just as soon
बोलते
as it comes out, you've got the dark cover just to block
अबे
off a
ये
little
क्या
bit. And
angle
I
है?
love how expressive they're around this. Oh, but unfortunately not quite landing the shot.
गए बे।
This gives Global
T-Bone आज
Esports a lot
feel आ
more
रहा है।
space into the C site.
भाई
Nice try.
अभी
Sarah,
नहीं
good
अभी नहीं
read.
Feel आ रहा है,
Might
T-Bone।
be just a cut of audio.
T-Bone feel आ रहा है।
That net.
Should be able to still
Wait, that
finish
net killed
it.
it?
Oh, the C's a little
Whoa.
bit late.
T-Bone feel आ रहा है bro
And he gets eaten
मेरे को
by
तो
the
first
heat
map के
shells
बाद
as
feel आएगा
well.
क्योंकि
So Bobby
Icebox
fights
हमारा
right
बहुत
back,
strong
and now
है।
RQ gonna have to retake this without any advantages. They've been smoked off as well, so just waiting for it to dissipate. Maybe 2G can toss in a paranoia. But the positioning from Global Esports
भाई,
seem a
2G
little bit
अपने
too
side पे
strong
तो
right
64
now. The
हुआ ना?
snake bite will get tossed down just to kind of weaken them a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. 2G tries to rush right in, gets
नहीं लग रहा,
a
वो लोग
little
का
bit
नहीं
of
लग
a
रहा,
right
जीत गए
click,
बे।
but it's not still enough. 3 targets left.
Colby,
And flips us down to 10
bye.
HP. Swings,
Feel
but
me,
Colby
bye.
just tags
Feel
him
me,
down.
feel
A
me.
quad for this guy in the pistol round,
Huh?
and very close to a
Russian
showstopper.
techniques, क्या
Yeah, it
बोला
might not be the
Russian?
flashiest round, but I think if you're a GE
Binks
fan,
by
that's a
AMD,
round
but
that makes you
Congo
feel
for
good
Trinity,
about the
love
team
you,
already.
Russian.
You know, we don't want to write
भाई
things off
जल्दी
too
आरती
early.
करेंगे यार.
Obviously, just one round.
miss you, मेरी
But
जान के
sure, a
toads.
bit slow, but they're still able to push in, try to clear
Love
out
you,
the alarm
Russian,
bot
love
early.
you.
Then they decide to
Thank
cut
you so
audio
much.
instead of having to use all their util to
अपना
get
sound
in. And then they
increase
position
करे,
the post mine to
5%
make sure
कम
that they have a crossfire at all times, no matter where the paranoia comes through. Blaze King always had vision, and once the paranoia
sound
clears,
नहीं बढ़ा सकता, मेरा sound
Colby
नहीं
is able to get a
maximum
4 kill. I mean,
तो
this
5%
is
कम है.
everything you wanted
हाँ,
from
बोले?
this team for that pistol round, and Colby's already getting hyped up.
That's exactly what you want from Global Esports. RQ not backing down without a fight, though. This is their pistol now, and they are looking to get whatever they can retrieve. So both alt orbs on A and C. They've
भाई
been
आज
moving
मेरे को
out
लग रहा है
front.
आरआरक्यू को
Yeah,
लगने
going
वाला
for the
क्या हुआ
Viper's
हमारे
pit
साथ करके.
over the lockdown. Bit interesting, obviously.
क्या
Flips
बोलते
already
check?
had an extra point as well, but being on defense, can't fault him too much. Prowler to check as well. You already saw that there were 2 members. GE, they're reading things very well. I mean, we'll have to keep tabs, but you know, maybe that extra comms coming in might be able to clear
कर
things
रहे
up
ना
for
अच्छा
GE.
कर रहे बे.
Taking a lot of tactical fights as well.
होने दो
I
4
mean,
5
whether or
राउंड
not it's just
ऐसे
Russ
तो ये
going
जीत गए
in
तो
with
अगले
this,
वाले जीत गए
separate
सिंपल
नहीं जीत
C-site
गए.
squad.
2-0
He's calling out for that
जीत
paranoia.
गए,
They're going
जीत
in
गए
for these
तो नहीं,
kills,
जीत
and they're
गए.
making sure that they're going to keep every single weapon as they go.
1-1,
into the next
वरना
round. That's what
1-1.
you want to
Love
see
this.
from them.
Yeah, 40 seconds.
Last
Still
one's
has so much
accent.
time, and during all of that, Blaze King creeps through. He realizes
इसको देखो,
no setup
किधर है,
on
इसको
A,
देखो.
no reactions either.
gonna
Now
get
he
the
is going
timing on
pretty deep, but he's got the Spectre. He's not in a bad position because you're still able to isolate fights 1v1. And now they have to clear him, right? I mean, if they clear him, sure, you get a weapon, but they have to wait and try to fight this out. He's able to reset the aim as well. An excellent round played out on the anti-eco by Global Esports.
Okay, only more tries with the classic, but unfortunately it's going to be Benkai with
Bro,
the ghost that
feel आ
takes
रहा है.
him out instead.
अभी वो होने
And
वाला
it's
है.
just a little bit of fun, you know.
good
the
bonus.
best thing is that Global Esports
3-0
does make it a
start.
flawless
देखने,
round.
ये round
But
बहुत
for
matter
Blaze King, you know,
ये
the
round
fact
क्यों matter
that
करता है?
these are some of his
Headphone,
Indonesian
Headphone,
brethren
Headphone.
on the other side. He's it's a little bit of a friendly
I
match
mean,
as well.
just imagine the storyline if the only teams RQ loses to are teams with Indonesians on their squad. I mean, listen, we might be onto something here, okay? T1 might have been onto something when they brought out the obscured IGL last week. Might have cracked the code.
That's the trick. Maybe Fleet's gonna have to pick up an Indonesian player next. But for now, Dark
Reveal
covers a
नहीं
lot
हुआ
of
ना, ये
level
भी
control. Global
Oh, ये
Esports gonna
reveal
have to
हुआ था.
respect this.
Yeah, this is now with the weaponry, with the defaults coming in, Global Esports. Usually when this happens, they just wait, they wait to see, and then they have to go for util
भाई
dump on
सी
to
पे
see.
कोई
That's what
सेटअप
they're
नहीं,
doing.
घुसना
टीमोन
difficult है भाई.
जीत गए.
Do they go, especially since it's a bonus round,
घुसना
for a bit more
difficult है
contact play on
बोले
C?
पास कुछ है ही
फूक दिया
नहीं.
उसका
So far, they've
और
been
नेट इधर है क्या
given a lot of
Ah.
room around this spot, so why not? If anything, I'm wondering how come RQ isn't really making any moves around the rotating
अरे
door.
सी जाओ, कॉल करो
Instead,
मैं
this
गोलू
time
को.
just double stacking it up on C, a
Basecamp
2-1-2
fix करो.
default setup. Pillars getting checked, but nothing found.
Yeah, and since you see no re-aggression onto Rubble, you're going to switch over Jemkin towards a link. And this map kind of favors RQ even with 2G slotting in, because generally the Omen can solo hold on Rubble for a long time, right? So it's not too important to have been scrimming a lot with the team. You're still able to go
Okay.
through the motions quite well.
That's taking a little bit of time though, so he's going to back up. Instead, now holding her up around tree. Tosses out a bit of a dark cover just to
GG.
block off any potential
GG.
excess routes from Global Esports. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad actually starts to push in through C.
Shot.
Flips takes the
Colby.
first line of contact. Colby with a showstopper
अरे
now.
थोड़ा
but nobody's
बोल
उसने
going
रहा
spot
था.
किया कि नहीं किया
quite connect. And
Spot
Xero's
क्या?
looking for more targets to hit.
जल्दी
There's
मारो.
10 seconds left on the timer now, and Lightning
भाई
fast.
ये प्लान
Flying
क्यों
around the
करते हैं भाई
stairs.
सारे
Oh,
टीम
with
को
the
समझ में नहीं
wall
आता
bang.
और किधर
That
करना है
is
प्लान?
the time.
नहीं,
All
करना
of a sudden,
किधर है
it's a
प्लान?
little bit more
समझ में नहीं
tricky
ये
for
प्लान
Russ and
क्यों
Colby
करते
to
हैं?
stick
करना
this
किधर
fight.
होता है और?
Colby tries, but no, it's just too hot. The landing
Bro,
zone, he's gonna have
wall
to
के
back
तो
off.
नहीं बे
Yeah,
कहीं नहीं
Obi
कर
more with the jump peak forces him to stop the plant right there. Eventually cleans up the kills as well. So what started off a little messy, I mean, Global Esports even go for the revolving door on A. I like
वो
what I saw. It's a
spike
good
किसी और को देखा,
evolution
पोलवी को
out
आगे
of
लेके
the more
घूमना था, time buy
simplistic
करना था,
tendencies
plant
they
में.
had in previous
भाई ये
matches.
map थोड़ी
But
changes
RQ's
होगी
ready with
क्योंकि
it
कहीं
with
से
the
भी तो
weaponry,
spam
but
तो
of course
लगेगी
they will have to
spike
buy up a
plant के
couple.
बाद.
So you know,
अरे
this
तो
is one of those
waterfall
classic
control
round
ले
fours
सकते हैं,
where
city
you
control
really
ले
want to
सकते
win this
हैं,
from both
जब भी
sides to
time
make
ज़्यादा
sure you can
रहता है.
build
ओ
up the
हाँ ना
cracks.
बे
A little bit more so for Global
सिटी में
Esports.
सिटी वाला वो
But I
बेटर
mean, the
रहेगा
way that works out is the fact
Plant
that it's
अच्छा
a
है,
wall
उसको
bang, something
alt
that you
करके वो
don't
करता
quite
था.
expect that often. You know it's coming. but you
जॉर्ज
don't really
जॉर्ज
expect it to hit. This time though, just all
भाई, heavy
out
reveal
in
हुआ।
towards a rubble.
ये
The
Yelmi
entire
मोर मरा।
squad of Global Esports, and Polvi finds the first pick.
Yelmi
continues
मोर
to
को
stay
ढूंढे।
tucked away behind a lot of these smokes, and he might just be able to catch a sneaky one up against Global
This is
Esports. As soon as this
Maha-
smoke dissipates,
bullet.
they're
Jord
marking him though.
be,
Blaze
Jord.
very aware.
They know. They know, man. Xfera and Omimore, they both love to play that spot, and they always peek out
both
right as the smoke
flawless.
drops, whether it's on screen, whether it's a dark cover. GE
Uska
is
naam
not prepared,
dekho,
and that's
2GE.
always been true in all of
Flawless
their
हो
matches.
गए।
As 2GE last alive.
ए इसको
tries
भगा रे,
to-
इसको भगा आ गया।
GE has always had good ideas. The first 30 seconds of
कैसा
every
है,
round
मामे?
they played has always looked pretty decent.
भाई,
So
thank you
far
for
in
the
stage one, it's
1000.
just the
भाई, अभी
execution
फिलहाल तो जीत
wasn't
रहे
ever
हैं।
quite there. They could
वैसे
not
लास्ट
ever
टाइम जब
quite
आप
put the
आए थे
exclamation mark
तभी
at
अब
the
जीत
end.
रहे थे तो
But today, things are
gotta be
starting
a
to come to
mama
fruition.
balls.
Yeah, they've gotten the
bro.
spike down
Always.
now. They're
यार
marking
मैं
all the
एकदम बढ़िया यार
exits.
तुम बताओ
You even
कैसे
have
अबे भी सो के उठा तुम।
Russ looking for the final player, and that's going to be 2GE
रात को
down in
जागा
the
होगा
dirt.
यार
Flawless round
Please
for
bye.
Global Esports now.
Love
and it's
you.
gonna be a
Thank you
little
for
bit
the
trickier
1000
for
मेरी
RQ to
जान
come
के
back from
टोट।
it.
Yeah, I imagine if you go down on the Rubble fight again, we might see a timeout. Because what GE does here, so Polvi doesn't go on to the left side. He doesn't go past Rubble. He actually dives right through the middle. Why? Because RQ has always only sent Jemkin in. They always hide behind the toxic screen for the haunt. Jemkin's job is to clear it. So
But
you know
अच्छी
that you're in a
feel हो रही है,
1v1 where
अच्छी
he has to
feel हो
turn
रही है।
around for the haunt. It's very well played despite the C's catching Polvi off guard.
मेरे को लग रहा है बे इनके कोच ने दिया है
Just a
कुछ तो
little
बूम
bit
बाप। मेरे को आउटलो दिख
Too
नहीं रहा है।
chaotic to
that.
find
बोलने
your
वाला था ये,
picks,
बोलने
but
वाला
still
था
now.
मेरे को लग रहा है
Wall
बे।
of smokes, Global Esports goes for the
हो
same
जाए,
game
हो जाए।
plan. Not a lot of contact, so they actually get a lot more space to push up front. Elmimore only has a Sheriff, so they are very aware that they're going up against a slightly weaker buy.
And during all of this, you're still seeing if there's a push out from C-bound from Benkai.
RRQ
Right? So
का वो
while
नहीं
I
हो
would
रहा
love
बे,
to see if
rotations नहीं हो
Benkai
रहा है
maybe
शायद।
at least goes for a little bit of a jump peak contact, something like that, that could give them a bit more time. But what you're really waiting to see is, now that we've got contact on A, is
ना,
there a
RRQ
bigger
passive
force on
खेल रहा
C?
है।
They only quite checked one, maybe two players, depending on the gun sounds, over on the A side. So G's not quite sure, is this a stack or not? They're waiting for a reaction.
Let's see what they can fish up. RQ's not quite biting the bait though, Will.
Yeah,
So
but
it's a
Benkai,
Ben-
yeah, he's
is-
on the move. Now, all of the Killjoy setup on C is very deep into the site, so Benkai's not going to find as much value as he would have liked, but what he is telling his
भाई
teammates is,
prowler
okay,
ने
it's not
clear
a
कर दे
forward
रहे हैं
setup,
पर आ गया इधर।
still nothing at the entrance, so he might think that this site is relatively clear. This could be a rude awakening. There you go, but Blaze King with an important kill on the A
Oh,
side.
there it is. Good kill, but at the same time, the Nightfall. Now it's just a bit of a fake as they head on over to the B site. It's completely open except for Heaven. But they have those exits marked as well. 2G goes down to a bit of a
Jord
trade.
trade
Now
पे,
Jenkin wants to
trade.
push up front to deny the spike plant,
आराम
but
से,
he's being
आराम
blocked
से।
off by lightning fast. Look at the cover from
आराम
Global
से।
Esports. They are doing such a good job with the cover and fire movements. Polvi on the off angle now. Xfero comes in to check. Ooh, that's the head gone.
Oh,
Flips
man.
with the Stinger actually does a bit of damage. Benkai, though, has the
Let's
from
Jord,
the
baby.
back, and it's gonna be
Jord,
Blaze
baby.
King on the
Opa
side of
बनता है।
Baby Door to clear out
हो
the
जाए
rest. Global
domination,
Esports,
हो
not
जाए।
too shabby at
बिन
all.
भाई
You
अब
know,
हमें
this
qualify होने के
always
लिए
gets
दो
a lot
game
of
जीतना
teams
पड़ेगा ना
when
बस।
it comes to that B
दो
side.
game
When you
minimum.
see the clock
Actual
ticking
में
down,
तीनों
you
game
think
जीतने
you have
का
a
है,
better
minimum
shot
है।
of denying that plan. But the fact of the matter is
तो
B
minimum।
side
मैच
is
करना पड़ेगा भाई।
primed for
भाई
retakes, right?
जीतने
दो
Even
game
if they
जीतने के
take
बाद
over
हाँ,
A
match
lane,
वाला scene।
you can
तो
still
इसके
create some
बाद
pressure.
DFM
Sure,
के
it's a
against ना।
3v4, but you have to wonder if Jemkin hadn't
इसके
taken
बाद
that early
नहीं,
damage,
इसके
would
बाद
this have gone a little differently?
हारने वाले।
Maybe it would have gone down
उसके
to a
बाद
1v1,
जीतने
but I
वाले।
do want to give props to Global
मतलब-
Esports on making
DFM
sure that
के
they
against
still
ना
had
लगे।
Crossfire
नहीं।
set up. The post plants look a lot cleaner,
The
and they seem to be a lot more
daddy
aware
of
of their
Pacific region
options, right? You
against
go for Blaze King getting contact after
Next
Ben
PRX
starts
है?
pushing into the
हाँ।
C site because you see no Killjoy util. That tells me that Global Esports kept in mind
मजा
that,
आएगा,
okay,
मजा
there
आएगा।
still might be something on C, right? Just because the Killjoy util isn't
PRX के
outside
बिना
of
ना
that
मेरे को
entrance
high
doesn't mean
fever
that
है,
it's
तो
entirely
मैं नहीं
empty.
करने
They're
वाला।
not making any assumptions yet, and this is a much-needed timeout from RRQ.
Definitely. I mean, this is like great, steep improvements for Global Esports compared to
भाई
the
किधर
previous
देखा हुआ लग रहा है
weeks.
कि?
The fact that this is RRQ's map pick says a lot. Because RRQ, they played pretty darn well against Bleed on this one.
मुझे तो need shot
Then
जैसा
now
लग रहा है उसका
struggling against T1, back into it. They haven't quite made a lot of adjustments,
daddy of the
especially against a
Pacific
team like Global
हाँ
Esports,
बे।
where maybe they don't have that much experience with. I mean,
अभी
this
तो
new
भाई
squad
जिंग
now,
भी
this
है
new
बे।
roster, you got Russ making the calls.
पूरा
And his
unbeatable जाने
nightfall
वाला।
from that previous run into the C side, I think, was one of the things that really confused RQ.
Yeah, I mean, the kill on A plus a nightfall on C, that creates pressure, but then they even tag too, so they say, let's go B, that's the weaker spot right now. Overall, really good calls. I mean, Russ has absolutely been impressing me. I mean, sure, you know, he has a decent reputation, but he's one of those players where I didn't expect much, right? Plus or minus is kind of a non-factor for me when the roster was announced. But I stand corrected. I mean, he's been fragging, he's been calling, he's been getting the reads. And now, if that's new structure that they're working on with Benkai, be even more assistance, could be a huge change.
Really could, but you know what's even better? It's going to be Elmi Moore with the Sheriff. Pops out, takes the shot against Russ. Just a little bit of a trade from Polvi. Esports have to regroup.
Okay, Benkai being spotted, that alone already draws a lot of the attention away from A. I mean, this is big news for the rest of Global Esports. They could come to B, they could go to A. I mean, these jump peaks, it's getting nerd. Oh my God, being broken at the same time. I mean, this is just a different looking Global Esports. The timings are so much better.
Just everyone making moves all across the board. RRQ, they're very lost and confused. We saw it. Jemkin turned around because he heard the door. He thought that it was clear to move back. And Ben is just that GE now, trying to take what he can get.
What are the reviews on
this? Who retrieved a bit of a weapon. Might be opting to save that instead.
Yeah,
at least to wrap around the back for exits.
Yeah, go for an exit or two, but if not, take away a free vandal. That's the most you can hope for RRQ. It's looking rough, because here's the thing, RRQ, their default hasn't changed too much. Granted, you know, defensive defaults, they are fairly tuned in today. And they look pretty good against Talon at the beginning as well. Let's not forget that, right? Let's not write it off. That was a match a lot of people felt Global Esports should have won. So whatever they're doing, whatever that mental coaching is doing for this team, it is working out.
I mean, it's everything. The mental coaching. The fact that the team has stuck together through thick and thin. I believe, Will, that like you don't really win a fight without being tested. And this team has been tested. They are going through it.
I mean, Gen G last year got tested and then they fell apart. So listen,
that's why they didn't win last year.
Yes, there's a little bit of a different limit testing going on.
That's what I'm talking about. Global Esports looking so much better in this opening map for today. Polvi with the showstopper now, wanting to clear out so much space around the C site. RQ are afraid. They have no choice but to turn back.
Yeah, Xfero spots him coming deep as well, so you have to know that he's here. He's actually in a spot too, so you have to be ready for it.
Focus on the aim, says Coach Spin, and he does exactly that. Elmi Moore, though, will be able to push up front for Waterfall. Not quite marked. Russ will be able to come back in to find that a little bit of a trade. Xfero still marking the angles with an operator.
Bro, we won.
Moves up front now. Benkai watching out from Waterfall. Just eliminating a couple more angles, and it's a little bit more doable for RRQ in this moment, but Flip's not quite being able to land the shot. Xfero swapped over onto the Vandal. Will be able to play off his teammate's death, and that's going to be the defuse. Second win for RRQ.
I mean, Flips being wary of that flank from Benkai was everything, because otherwise that was a 3v2, the pinch was coming in, and it was going to be a tough timing for RRQ. So props to them, but lightning fast, sure, it's not as explosive as a map so far than maybe some of his previous games, but what a shot to pick off the showstopper. Really helps delay this region and force it all the way down to the wire. Meanwhile, I mean, RRQ, this was an important round to get that confidence back going, right? Know that you can fight these 2v3s. Know that you also can have the good crossfires, the good double.
That was off of the timeout as well. So looking a little bit better now. We need more rounds just like that one. They have 3 ultimates to work with, a lot of tools at their disposal. Xfero the operator, like you mentioned. But what is this? A shot through the toxic screen from Russ. Unfortunate for Jemkin.
It's so clear that Global Esports has studied a lot of the chamber the tendencies to actually hide behind the enemy toxic screens, things like that. Make sure there's always a crossfire. Because paranoia is good, sets up Elmi More.
And Flip's coming to help out as well, but look at the repeats. B and B, Benkai and Blaze King coming to eliminate the It's going to be down to Xfero, but even the operator gets removed from his arms.
Listen, I don't even know about this season of Pacific anymore, man. Like everyone's been saying, global esports, where's the firepower? Where's the firepower? I've echoed that same sentiment. The reads are good, the execution isn't there. Well, apparently the firepower is there. They just needed a bit more mental coaching. I mean, I don't know. But quite frankly, if you're RQ, did you expect to lose this crossfire with only more bouncing off of Flip's Sander like that? No, normally they win that. But GE's just ready for it this time. They have much more focus. It's not about the flicks. It's not about any like crazy reflexes. It's just about having a better understanding of your opponent's tendencies.
That's exactly what it is. I mean, sometimes it's not really just about pure mechanical skill, but being mentally ready and prepared for it. Xfero now starting to focus in. Picks off one with the Sheriff and then falls back.
Oh, but G reads this, right? Since the previous round, they had that op on Xfero. That's when the really heavy 1-4 starts to come out for RQ. Now, with Xfero solo pushing out a mound, they recognize, okay, that's the weak site. We can pressure that for now. You do this way before the 1 minute mark. You still have more than half of the round to work with.
10 months of free members, by the way, combo for 300k. Love you, Pixel.
Gonna have to be careful because you never quite know what RQ is capable of. They are working around a lot of these smokes still. Nightfall being sent out by Russ. Lightning Fast forced to run back because of a little bit of fire from some of these frenzies. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad of Global Esports have made a lot of headroom into A site. Look at Lightning Fast.
Yeah,
the
only thing is the spike. Yeah, the spike isn't quite there just yet. And Xfero, gun's not out. Would have been a close one either case.
They don't really know that he's there. That could be a bit of a problem, Will.
Yeah, especially with the rifle picked up. And, I mean, you've got some other ultimates as well. RQ just has to hold on to time. The paint shells came in as well.
Oh, all right. Lightning Fast.
I love the pit.
Manages to evade it. The pit comes up, gives them a little bit more space to sneak around. Flip's able to pick up just the one. Still not quite enough.
Do you have the internal spreader for the flank?
Lockdown now. Unfortunately, though, Polvi able to swing back. This is now Global Esports very aware of every movement from RQ, even though Flip has the Viper he's trying to sneak around you. Picks up the Vandal, but unfortunately it's a bit of a crossfire and two players staring right down your barrel.
I love that they're aware of this. One of the things that might have given it away is the timing of the pit. The pit comes out, but where surely the lockdown's coming from somewhere. So at that point, you don't see the killjoy anywhere. You see people starting to flood in. You're thinking something's not right. As soon as you hear the lockdown, Polvi turns around. He's ready for the shot. GE is just focused in, and maybe that's all they were missing this entire time.
Excellent point, Will. I mean, just the awareness from not just Polvi, I guess. I mean, he might have been the one to turn around, but I have to imagine there are a lot of communications going on throughout the entire team. They can keep this up, make this map a quick one. It's going to be very troublesome for RQ next. Lightning Fast starts things out, holding the angle around pillars.
See, now that you've done a couple higher tempo rounds, now going for that slow default. Yeah, see if the push comes out. Why? Because Rubble hasn't worked out for RQ. Mount hasn't worked out for RQ. So there's a good chance. And even if they don't come out, you know, you only spend 20 seconds, you're still able to work the rest of the round. So Global Esports, the attacking looks a lot more convincing. Obviously, still a long way to go here. Holy!
So might not quite have worked out at the start of the round. Xfero still sharp as ever. Posted up with the operator. Falls back now just to relay. The rest of Global Esports knowing probably don't want to head back into the A site, right, Will?
Yeah, I mean, usually that op is solo, but now with this timing, you're expecting there's at least going to be some backup coming forward. So I like digging into the B site. That's usually going to be the weakest. You'll worry about the post plan afterwards. You're going to push them out with the lockdown. Now, how far deeper do they go? And is there alert from Lightning Fast?
Just stick around, play around Baby Door. Let that lockdown cook a little.
Hey, do we have like some lineups?
RQ wants to retake, but they're only taking it from Waterfall and Heaven area. Link. The Prowler goes in to check. They start to swing out. Xfero fires off the shot. 2GE now chiming in. But Global Esports still managing to hold. Lightning Fast trying to lurk and peek out. Xfero, but gets burned by the Nano Swarm. 2G finds his own up against Benkai as well, and that's going to be the round for RQ.
Yeah, Flips, not really even going deep into the fight, just tying someone up at B main, keeping them tied to that revolving door. That was huge. That allows the rest of the team to really focus on just peeking one at a time, bouncing that aggro back and forth to make sure they can clear each corner of that B site. Overall, that also ruined Lightning Fast's option to go for a
उसने।
deeper lurk or not because he had to refill the
नहीं,
site
actually
immediately.
ऊपर जा रहा
And they're
था।
ready for it. They're aware of that possibility.
Very strong fundamentals.
By-
I mean, that's what the desk was talking about. That's what we're
by
all talking about.
by
RQ,
Vandal
they've
Phantom
always
मेरे
been
भाई,
building up on
आज
this. They've
जीतने
always
से
been
कोई नहीं
working
रोक
on this.
सकता।
We don't want to go too crazy, but as long as we have clean protocols and how we want to retake, peeking off of one another, checking to make sure that there's no sneaky lurk coming out from lightning fast, they'll be able to do much better. 3-7 right now. If they can make it a 5-7, that would not be too bad.
Oh, they know. They saw the door was broken. They're ready for this. Xferro, if you repeat this, it's going to spell a little bit of danger, in my opinion. But the timing!
Oh my, yes,
Just a little bit of movement and accuracy comes back in for the repeat, but Blaze
That
King
costed
is
him, yo.
ready. At the same time, look at Benkai, Will.
मैं मिस नहीं करता
Now, RQ has a read on this, though, right? They realize, okay, it's a slow creep up. Now that baby door's already broken, a high chance
अपनी
of
team
that
full
pinch on to
rotate
be.
कर रही है बे।
So
अपनी
Jemkin's
team
just going to hold on to
2.0
this. You
गई
can
लग
tell
रहा है।
RQ, they've already ditched C-side. If it goes there, it's going to be a retake.
चलो 3-1
Oh, just gonna have to be very careful though. Don't want to lose your hit too early. Setting up for that retake now. Paint shells, trying to hold that back. The team trying to push back up front. But
दरवाजा
at the same
खोलो
time, Blaze King on this big lurk.
दरवाजा खोलो
Very, very troublesome. RRQ trying to be aware of every little trap, every little trick in Global Esports' book. Oh,
Yeah.
now he's been spotted.
Now he's been spotted, but now
Oh.
you recognize that
इससे
there's two
बुरा
people
लगा।
who can't get out.
दिल से
चलेगा
बुरा
ट्रेड
लगा।
हुआ
Had
ट्रेड
a
हुआ
drive,
ट्रेड
though,
हुआ
so a bit of a trade from Lightning Fast. Now Elmi Moore trying to hold the off
Oh,
angle.
that's sad,
Managing to
bro.
get the spray
Very
down.
sick.
That
Bit of a
is
double.
sad.
क्या
Lightning Fast
That
fights
is
back
sad.
with a classic.
ये क्या था
2-on-2, but 10 seconds remaining. They've got to go in fast. Spike now getting planted.
impossible बे
Jemkin
Oh.
right up on top. Spots the
Shot,
angles,
shot,
catches
shot.
Lightning Fast on the swing. Benkai has to do it all.
It's a 2v1. You just go for the
There's the
simple double
footsteps.
peek. Jemkin
Anti,
gets the
anti.
last kill.
भाई, वहाँ
And you
से
know what?
दो-
RQ looks like
वहाँ
they
से
want to
दो
stabilize in
कैसे
this
मारे
first half. A
उसने?
5-7 scoreline, not bad at all on
हाँ
that
ना वो भी
defensive
3
side.
स्पैम लग रही है पावर
हाँ।
Great way to kick things off.
Huh?
2G retrieving the operator as
I
well
mean-
for Xferro. Jemkin now 1 point away from the showstopper. I mean, RRQ being very aware of it.
रूम
Just
आ रहा है
some
दूसरा
good shots coming out from Elmi Moore.
Yeah, honestly, he was actually, I think, going for the spray down against Lightning
seven
Fast. He saw the
five
Omen
नहीं यार, 8-4
close,
चाहिए।
but does get the stabilization on that spray. Gets the spray
दो
control,
main
gets the
ulti है,
long-range
Paul ult,
headshot through the box.
वाइपर अल्ट
They're
जीत
still able
गया
to keep
राउंड
that operator. Still no armor on Xferro.
Viper
But
ult
you know
का
what?
उनके पास
He's
एक
living life
combo
on the
है।
edge. He says one shot is
Traded.
all it takes.
वो है काउंटर
By all means, though, I mean, Global Esports had the right ideas again. They were very aware of his positioning. So coming back into it, just needing to try to perhaps play around the map a little. We're just investing the showstopper really early on, though.
Yeah, a bit of a miss on that blast pack. Slows it down, and there's the From
Oh.
the Shadows backup as well. I mean,
Wow.
this side is all flooded, and it's defended by Elmimore and crew.
They're just watching everything. Now
that's
swinging up
right,
against
not bad
Benkai, who's
rules,
completely overwhelmed. The showstopper as well. RRQ claims their 5th win. It is a 5-7 first half.
So RQ, they don't challenge Rubble much at all in that last round of the half.
Heaven का
Then they
smoke
go for the
किधर है?
double push out of C, but they can do that because the Omen still has From the Shadows. So then originally they're thinking, okay, if we
मेरे
get
को
no
लगा
contact,
double
we
satchel
plant the
करके
operator
घुस
far
जाएगा जब भी
forward, and
trick
then From the
खोलेगा।
Shadows is still available. But you hear the showstopper, immediately you
ये
launch it,
थोड़ा
and then
cute था।
Povey
एक
not
round
able to
चलता
get
है, एक round
the
चलता है।
second blast pack right away really slows things down.
ये एक round
Everyone
चलता
on the
है।
side of RQ,
एक
their
round चलता है।
crosshairs just have to be trained forward.
एक
And they're
round
able
चलता
to get to a scoreline that they don't mind after that
P1
rough
by
5-1
देखो
scoreline
सिंपल
start.
है
Very,
पिस्तौल
very much
जीतेंगे हम
favorable.
बराबर
SRQ now swaps
9-5
on over
पिस्तौल
to
वही,
the
वही,
attack, where they perhaps
वही
might be able
अगर
to
9 होता
take
तो
pace a
बढ़िया
little bit
रहता
better.
ब्रो
वो
10
छोड़ो
आ गया 11 आ गया भाई 2 और राउंड लेट्स
Some
गो
more
अभी
active
हम
moments
पिस्तौल
on their
जीतेंगे
team
9-5
होएगा।
side. Because what we've seen
उसके
so
बाद
far, RQ just
bonus
very
भी
much so
जीतेंगे,
reacting to it, but then
11-5
towards the
score।
end, they started to get some
नहीं।
good reads onto how Global Esports
नहीं
moves.
9 वाला स्कोर तो बता रहा है ना
नहीं,
I
अभी
would love to
अभी
see
अब
Global
7 का
Esports
सिनेरियो
get
बता
just as
7 वाले।
proactive, if not more,
8 जीत
on
गए,
this defensive
bonus
side
जीत
as
गए,
well.
9
Sparrow's oftentimes
bonus
left on
भी
an
जीते तो 10
island
होगा।
for that lurk, for that
8 और
information
9
in between
जीतेगा
B
पिस्तौल
and A
जीतने के
main.
बाद
So if you're able to target him, if you're
बराबर।
able to take him out fast, or
फिर
at least push
बोनस
him out of
में
his
हम
comfort
2
zone,
एंट्री लेंगे
that's
वो
going to
लोग
be good
सेव
news.
करेंगे
But let's say, an
मुझे
operator
एक्चुअली
comes
लग रहा
out,
है
an
इसमें
outlaw
अभी
comes out,
सारे
something
राउंड
like that.
जीतेंगे
We've
अभी
seen Xferro shots.
भाई
Hopefully
ऑल
they'll
द
be
गेट वाला
able to
सीन
the
है
scoreboard real
कैसे लग
quick.
रहा है
आ,
पॉसिबिलिटी है
नहीं
So
possibility
still
नहीं।
both teams needing to find these rounds, and it
सीधी
all
बात।
starts once
मेरे
again
हिसाब से
with the pistol.
13-7 for G
Oh, okay. So toxic screen for
क्या
B
बोलते हो?
and C. Just ditching rubble control
once that
entirely.
again?
You're just looking to fight this from the
नहीं.
get-go. You want to flood it, you want to fill it, and just hold on to it. That's the plan from Global Esports.
You got the C's, you got the paint shells. Why not? Russ tossing in for info. Instantly spotted out though, so now they're gonna have to be very cautious. But look at the movements. Actually, RRQ coming in to take down Pillar.
Just going to be that quick clear. Doesn't get tagged, so they might think that this is empty, but surely they're just vying for information on the util.
Wait, triple peek?
But flips, he hears the footsteps, he's looking for one. Oh no!
Bhai,
He gets distracted by
खाली वाली
too
कर
much
रहे,
noise.
बे,
And
खाली
now you
वाली
know
कर
that
रहे
there's
वो
multiple
लोग.
people. You have to go see, but
Blanco.
there's, I mean, everything's set up here. Killjoy and Viper.
Really quick. Benkai, very aware of this, just backs up completely. They know they have the numbers advantage, so trying to set up for the retake perhaps instead. Dark cover just to block out the exits.
भाई नेट
waiting
सीज
for the
है,
spike
नेट
plant.
सीज है.
They're waiting for that lurk as well. They know that the only thing that
Yeah.
all they can do is go for that lurk.
Nice!
God, Binks.
The exits, he picks up a quick
Wow.
double. 2G now tries to take him down. Russ goes back in for the trade.
भाई
And Sparrow
पिस्तूल
now.
तो है
The
भाई.
lurk taking a little bit far too long. The whole trio.
Clean,
of
clean,
Esports
clean.
Binks
ओ
out.
ओ क्या दूं तेरे मुंह में
Yeah,
दूं
I mean,
मैं?
it's a
ओ
rough
ओ.
spot for
But
RRQ,
Binks
right?
तो
You try to
है.
rush
Clean
to
था.
see. You realize everything's set up there, and you
चलो
know
मतलब
that
ये
you
जीत गए,
have
नहीं
to
जीत गए,
go
let's
for
go.
lurk. But since you know you can't wait, you're trying to push even deeper, trying to pinch
second,
them
मैं
into
eyedrops लेके
waterfall.
मेरा आग dry हो रहा है.
Overall, I mean, listen, you're making do with what you got, but they just
ज़्यादा
don't
rush करेंगे तो
clear
ऐसे
this
ही होता है.
quarter fast enough, and Benkai is able to get a crucial double kill. And after that, it's like, oh yeah, remember we were still waiting for Xfero? That lurk comes in
भाई
just in time.
आज मेरे हिसाब
Fantastic.
से
And this is a global esports that has now won
fundamentally
both
तो अच्छा खेल
pistols on this map.
Nature's healing.
Tremendous improvement. Exactly.
GE's winning
Sound
pistols
नहीं आया
again.
करके वो लोग ने
DRX is
A
back
वापस
on
clear
top.
किया.
I mean, APAC is healing. Pacific is healing.
All it took was just a bit of time off, I suppose, from kickoffs.
All it took was Benji Fishy yelling at Monyet, and then everything corrected itself. Okay.
And also just a lot of talking to coaches and paper thin inside of lifts. But anyway, Poison
भाई
Cloud back up on top now, and Global
सीधा
Esports
देख
firing
के
some
भी मार
blank
रहे हम
shots,
लोग.
able to take down 2G.
Snake bites being drawn out. Still one in the chamber, though.
It's just tough. RQ
Guys,
just
bunker है
wanted
ना,
to
Aijel?
continue to dive through this.
भाई
but
अगला वाला जीत
Timmy
जाए
the turn
मजे
gets a
मजे
little
पर.
kill.
अगला वाला मेरे हिसाब
Yeah.
से हार
I mean,
जाएंगे.
yeah, it's an eco.
For a
You
special
knew that you
shout
had
out
already
to me.
kind of hedged your
69
bets
होएगी
here
मेरे
after
हिसाब
you saw that first snake bite come in, so they're just trying to use the turret as a shield to cross in, cause some chaos since you didn't see the early, stack on Killjoy utility. But you'll have to let that round go. Now with the half armors, what can they do? Thankfully, no outlaw on the other side of Global Esports.
बंकाई को ही आईजीएल करने
Haven't
दो बे
seen that come
मारता
out just
है.
yet on this map.
Not quite.
अलग आईजीएल है.
They do have a Guardian though.
करेक्ट से भी किल लिया.
The main thing so far is just the fact that Global Esports have been making these rounds pretty darn flawless. RQ without any clear plans as to how they might be able to take advantage of the little rounds they get. There's a pretty big round deficit right now.
Yeah, look at the setup from Global Esports on the C side, right? If you are to
ये
go
बोल
in
मैं
there
जैसे
without the
all
pink
chat में
shells,
हम
I mean,
game जीतने के
you're
बाद
going to
easy
be
लिखते
taking
हैं.
a lot
आज
of damage,
Twitter पे
and
लिखे.
also you're going to be wasting a lot of time.
Oh,
Big clear.
actually going through the door. Benkai tries to peek out, but has to be careful. He does not have the range with the Spectre.
अगर गलती से
Okay, so
PRX
you
को हरा
just
दिया
got a
तो
kill on to B. You've told them that you're trying to pressure the middle of the map. I would love to see
बाकी
RQ try
सब
to get a
team
reaction
को
out of the A side
हराएगा,
as well.
चलेगा
Just something else to see what the reaction
यार,
was
there it is.
from Global Esports.
too
Blitz
strong.
is trying to watch for that angle.
Something है.
Baited out a
second
bit of
है.
a smoke from lightning
Jing
fast.
भी है.
Yeah, but I love that they push into this because
ये
you know that
तीन
Omen
जब
was
front line
far out,
करेंगे
right?
तो
He wasn't by rubble, he was
बाकी
already
दो
on
तो
his way
just chilling
backing
करते
out.
हो
So
आप.
you got to imagine that this one way is just to buy time. It's a good clear with the
Okay.
Prowler as well.
What RQ has to watch out for now, though, is
Paranoia.
also the little door.
Yeah, it's a setup here. It could be a trap setup for Blazing,
तीन
and they don't
round
like what they're
तीन गन
sniffing.
गिराना है
They're
बस.
just drawing attention. They know what they've done to Global Esports. They know they've put the pressure down. But really,
Rotations.
yeah, the nanoswarms, that's my big concern.
Nah.
Yeah, I mean, you have your paint shells. RQ, they generally have thrown it far in whenever they've
There
needed
it
to.
is.
But it goes a little too far deep. He lands
Fire.
right onto the
Every
first
guy
set.
on it.
15 seconds left.
That's going to take a little bit off the clock. Benkai
Oh.
trying to stall as long as he possibly can, but unfortunately not
ऊपर का
quite
सामने
enough.
आएगा
Big kill
उसको.
from 2GE. As soon as you hear that turn,
this bad man.
doesn't want to stop the plan.
Great TP up on top.
भाई
Couple of wall banks
Vandal
trying to
में
go
चला
through, but
इसमें
unfortunately.
What? He hit the earlier
भाई
one.
नेट वेट सब है
Bro, Vandal में
Yeah,
चला
he
गया उस पैर
doesn't know
नहीं
he hit the first one, but
मतलब
he did,
उतना
and he
नहीं
lands the
लगेगा।
second as well. That's the
ये
Guardian
कोने
for
से
you.
मार
That's
सकते हैं
how
जो
he
एज है
checks.
ना वो वॉल का
Okay.
वो
RQ though
कोने से
still
मार सकते
relatively healthy. They've got 4 guns in this fight. Dark cover sets up.
हैं। भाई हेवी
2G
नीड
stays
मारा है शायद
completely shrouded and high and back. Blaze King continuing to try to fire
That's
through,
right.
but
Sub
unfortunately
la
the
le,
timer
sub.
is ticking and he's running out of time. It's
हो
gonna be
जाए, हो जाए
RQ
defuse, हो
walking
जाए।
away. Pros don't look at the explosions. We've got this round.
Yeah, everyone gets out safely as
Sab
well, like you
lalte
said.
yaar.
Blaze King just gonna die to the spike without too much weaponry in his
Ryan
hand.
Manfred hold the team together
Going to get that third round of the second half, their first buy round, and not too much damage in terms of weaponry. Obviously, everyone losing their armor, etc. It's still
This
going to
is
be
check
some
on the
threats that
side.
they'll have to reinvest.
69 बोलते love you यार
But that's it. I mean, this is a
Love
really
you.
tricky round that I think, like you mentioned at the start of this matchup, right? RQ
भाई
taking
आज
quite a bit
जो
of
वॉच
time
पार्टी
just to
में
clear
गए
out
वहाँ पे
everything sometimes.
जी
and
के
It comes down to the
भाई
last
जी
30
का आज वॉच पार्टी
seconds. We
बैंगलोर
were
में हो रहा है
very
ना
worried that those nanoswarms might not allow them to get the spike down.
जी का
Yeah, I mean, the paint shell's clearing at least the
Watch
deeper
party
one.
हो रहा है,
That
आज
was
नहीं,
a
27.
deal breaker, in my opinion.
आज नहीं हो रहा वॉच पार्टी
Now seeing if there's an
आज कहीं
adjustment
और
from
हो।
GE. See if there's a
किधर
trap set up on C. They're going for the fast push and look
आज
at the map
जिधर हो
and
रहा है,
Sparrow and
पैसा
Flips
वसूल।
are waiting for the counter push out. If GE has been stunning the
क्या
tape,
बोलता है?
surely a stack push comes
तूने-
out and Flips is ready for it. As long as he lives,
मेरा बेटा गया रहेगा क्या
RQ, their plan is working. I think he's been heard though in B main as well by Pillars.
क्या पैसा वसूल फ्री में ही है ना
Not too bad. So even though he has made his position known,
So here's the unfortunate part, right? If during that chaos, RQ was able to actually check for the forward alarm bot, this would be the perfect round setup for them. But since they haven't quite cleared that, Global Esports is able to reset their default. You can
But
see on the
heavy
minimap,
round
you see
diff से
Russ
हराना पड़ेगा ना?
rejoining towards the A side. They still haven't pushed the alarm bot. They're nowhere near
अगर
C
सिर्फ
right
दो
now.
जीते तो क्या सीन है
RQ, oh, they're just going in for a bit of a gamble now into the A site because of that fact, Will. Still, though, winning out in some of these firefights
The B is
because
clear.
रेड तो है
30 seconds
Lightning
left.
Fast doesn't have the paranoia any longer. So B
इधर
is
मारना
clear.
था।
They will be able to transition
ये
over,
मारना
get
था।
the
इधर भी
spike
मारना
down.
था,
Xfero with the
इधर भी
timing will be
मारना
able to
था।
catch a lot of these players. Ben Kai, the first to fall. Next is
ये
going to
तो
be
ठीक है।
Russ.
उधर और
I mean,
इधर
big round
मारना
from
था
RQ. Sure, they
मस्त
don't
दो
spam the
solo
bots or anything
1v1
like that,
fight
but
दे
they're
रहे
very
हैं।
evident
लिया,
enough to make
मतलब
sure that a trade
वही है,
happens.
दूसरा
And off
मिला
of
तो
that
अलग
kill,
बात होती है,
during all
लेकिन
of that, they
गोलू
still leave their
मारता,
options
हाँ।
open. Whenever you watch Lotus, the teams that are able to get enough of the rounds in attack are always going to be the ones that always leave one more chance open, right? It's, can you make one more rotation? You know, if we're going to A in the last 40 seconds, do we have B cleared when it comes to the 20-second mark? Things like that. Or do you have the C revolving door cleared by the 20-second mark? GE was doing a decent amount of that as well in the first half, but RQ answering back right in form.
That's another thing.
शॉट बेबी
Sometimes
शॉट
Nice shot, dude.
Getting
Nice
the
shot.
right calls, right ideas, right
Face your
reads.
fear.
This time, just marking out some of these spots. Ben Kai will be able to start things off with a Marshall shot. Now smoked off, though. Gonna have to run back around. His team
One's
arriving
covering the spike.
from
कोई
door.
कवर ही नहीं कर रहा था रे
Jeez, I mean, no one was covering, but Elmi Moore, he'll cover himself.
Spike planted.
They have all rifles, and they
भाई
feeling
वो लोग
pretty
भी क्या
okay.
खेल रहे हैं
At the
लोग
same time, you got Xfair on a bit of alert just in case someone does decide to pull a sneaky rotate through the doors. This time it's not quite happening just yet. Jemkin
यहाँ पर
bumping
जीतना
stairs.
पड़ेगा भाई ये वाला नहीं
A
होता
bit of a
reset
skewer
वाला
for 2
को
headshots,
kills दे
and
देने का
RQ
है
looking to tie things up.
अल्टी के
And that's
नजदीक
huge.
आ
That's
गया
a huge
अभी
double
किल
kill
जो है
because
रे
that
सब
catches
लोग
Jemkin right up on the ult cycle as well. So lockdown
ये round
and
crucial है, ये
Showstopper
round
both
crucial
2
है।
points away, which makes that Nightfall investment against
cancel
the
था क्या
opponent's
sound?
weak ground quite worth it.
नहीं मेरे को क्लियर सुनाई दे रहा है
Just fast reactions from Elmi Moore. Seems like RQ also perhaps needing a little bit of that warm-up coming in.
तेरे का साउंड
Now
बराबर नहीं सुनाई
firing
दे रहा है
back,
कौन सा
and that's
हेडफोन
going
है
to
वो
draw out that timeout from GE. They've been feeling okay so far.
GP, yeah.
I like this timing. They still have the lead, but now you're starting to
याद
see that
रखना क्या बोला
RQ
है।
has the
ठीक है?
entire initiative, right?
ने पढ़ा
They
नहीं
go
ना
for it very
पीडीएफ
slowly,
पढ़ा नहीं ना
previously, they
ठीक
go
है
for the final rotates, and now they just go for that rush with the Nightfall all the way through A, regardless of weaponry on the other
गाइस
side.
8500 लोग हैं टाइम आउट लिया है लाइक कर दो जल्दी से
On this attacking
पॉजिटिविटी
side of the
टिटीज
map.
चाहिए अपने को
We'll see what the adjustment is here from GE.
Like karo.
Now, if
Gulabi,
you're RRQ, I think you maybe check for a trap play on C again, right? Is it a fast push out of C, or could it be
Rushma, thank you for the
the trap from
5
the
gifted.
revolving
मैंने
door
देखा
with
नहीं
the
था शायद.
paranoia?
Love you.
That's something that we still haven't
जिसको
seen.
भी
Trap
gifted
play
मिला था,
or
गाफ
push
मारी
out from
उसकी.
C. Neither has really
10
happened
months
from
of free
GE.
membership, by the way.
So if you're
Combo for
imagining a
Pink.
big
Love you,
change,
Pixel Blaze.
That's something that RRQ has to be ready for.
Not quite sure if it's going to be a trap play.
Like
exactly
karo,
just
like
yet.
karo,
It's
like
the
karo,
op.
जल्दी
The op
जल्दी
on
like karo.
Polvi.
Yeah, it's not.
Ek
They're
ka
not going
baad
to send the
ek ka
showstopper,
like
but I think
karo.
RRQ probably waiting for the showstopper. Yeah, looking at their positions, they're waiting for a crossfire. They're not going to quite see it just yet.
Giveaway,
Oh, and
giveaway
Blaze King
within
with
2
the Odin
days.
as well. Trying to play off of a little bit of time.
By
RQ at the
23rd,
very
कल या
least
परसों.
pretty darn aware of it, tossing out the heart just to check.
And
Don't
this
worry,
fast
don't
push
worry.
into rubble. This
ये
is
round
important for
crucial है
RRQ
बे,
because you're
क्योंकि
wondering,
next round है
why
ना.
are you trying to deny us
Next
so much
round
from
के लेना
the
पड़ेगा
Odin,
इसके लिए.
right?
RRQ के
Why
पास
this
बहुत
round?
अल्टा
Why
था
wouldn't we see that someone clears the on right away and he just
ओ
lifted
एक और
up
बकरा मिल जाता
Flips?
उधर.
बकरा मतलब क्या?
Just walked into.
Good,
I
good.
think Flips heard the reload, so he thought he had time to creep all the way around, but Blaze King just fires right back.
At that exact spot. Very unlucky timing.
Yeah,
Just
the fake on the
micro
reload.
timing.
सिर्फ यही होल्ड करना है उसको.
Finishes it off, 100 rounds still to go.
It's the last belt as well, so now he's gonna be a
Oh,
little bit more
oh.
careful of it. Oh, makes use of right
Crazy भाई.
response.
उसको
Goes
लो
in
किया
for
ना.
the clear
हाँ,
wallbang shot.
एक का है.
ये लो किया
Missed.
बे.
It's gonna be
ये
done to Xfero. 5 HP. His team's completely gone.
अच्छा लगा ऐसे ही खेलो ऐसे ही खेलो
And so
बस
is
ये
Xfero.
round
I
crucial
mean,
था.
a clean round.
Crucial लिया उसने.
प्रॉब्लम क्या है
Crucial.
मालूम
I
है?
mean, this all falls apart
ये
when
वाले
Flips
round
dies,
से भी
right?
problem है
And,
कि वो
you
लोग के
can't
पास
blame
बहुत
him, but
अल्ट
you can
आते
absolutely give
रहेंगे
credit
अभी.
to Blaze King.
अभी किलजॉय
Whenever
अल्ट
you
है,
see,
रेज
listen,
अल्ट
people say
आएगी,
that the Odins
फिर
get
वाइपर
lucky, but
अल्ट
the
आएगी,
real Odin
उसके
users,
next round फेड
they
अल्ट
really
आएगी.
play with your
तो
mind,
इनको
right?
करने
They
ही
make you
counter.
think that they're done spamming. They make you think that you're only spamming one angle.
And then he swapped to another angle.
Yeah, they keep it going.
Reveal
They have
youth
their
का
own
है,
system,
reveal youth
man.
का.
It's a
Reveal
play
the
of positioning is what it is.
रिवील यूथ का.
And I think, you know, it's not just the Odin as well.
हाँ, ये सब भी
हाँ,
कर रहे
वो कर
हैं.
रहे हैं.
Ceremony. We haven't seen that. Okay, I like it.
भाई
It's
आज
also the fact that
आज
you
healing
know, there
good
was
से
that
हाँ.
threat of the showstopper. There was a little bit of movement, the smoke out from lightning fast, a bit of pressure just to funnel RQ into that A site. So game plan starting to work out a little bit for GE.
Ribbon bye.
GE, do they read this? They do. They recognize that the smoke's a little too deep on B, and they think that it might be a trap onto C mount. It's a good reaction. And the op is
जोर ये
good.
चाहिए था अपने को.
हो जाएगा.
Great opener, the Dragon
चाहिए
Roar.
था. भाई ऑफ मतलब
RQ's
पूरा
gonna have
टाइम
to
थोड़ी नहीं करेगा.
recalibrate
कभी ना
their
कभी चाहिए
strategies.
रहता है यार.
Elmore continuing to go in by himself though, and he's got the spike. I'm a little bit nervous, Will.
हैशटैग ओपी. हैशटैग ओपी बे. अभी जेमकिन भाई और लेके अल्ट मारते थे ना राउंड लेफ्ट राइट होता था.
No one
उसको ही
quite in
मार.
range to hear that drop just
सीन
yet.
होने वाला है. सीन.
More.
वो
His barrel shows and he
Arindika.
has no idea. Oh,
Slight whiff with the flick, but not too
Bro उसको
bad.
साउंड आया क्या?
But because of all of
नहीं
this,
गन का बैरल दिखा.
Elmore calls that the side is cleared.
Oh.
Spike goes down.
and the lockdown at the ready as well.
भाई
Now
deep
Showstopper
lockdown
on the
है.
other side, so RQ, they have to still stop this.
Oh, भाई, ये
Literally-
कैसे?
Whoa,
ये
oh my gosh, right as the
कैसे?
paranoia hits. It's a good reaction.
Goes back in for a little bit more, just a little bit of greed, and it's not too
Oh,
good.
bro, how,
Showstopper
bro?
comes out from Polvi and
देखा था
Shut
उसने.
down after the alarm bot from 2GE.
so quick.
Perched up on top of that box once again, so Blaze King, he's wary of it. They're trying to clear him out, but they're all hiding right around that smoke and the pillar.
He's got to be very careful with his movements. Does it
Oh.
not have the mobility with that Odin?
Up
Swaps
and up
over
pass.
onto the Vandal now, so being able to push in along with the squad, but he
Jot,
doesn't need it.
भाई
Russ
लाइनअप
tries
है.
to stick the defuse.
भाई,
Timer
defuse
is
तो
still
नहीं
ticking
चाहिए.
away.
Nice.
Blitz is trying to play
अबे.
along with the time. The
अबे
stick
यार.
by lands. So even though Blaze King drops, Global Esports, it's going to be RQ with the clutch round.
Man, I'm actually surprised. I want to give a lot of credit to Global Esports there because by popping the Nano Swarm early while the smoke was still up, RQ was trying to fake out that they were all outside on Mound, right? It's a Mound plant. Hey, we've already left it empty after we got that kill on the Showstopper. Don't worry about the
हो
site.
जाए
It was
एक
kind of
नौ
a trap
तेरा
play
देश
setup.
मेरा. Let's
And
go.
Blaze King still checks for it. After he gets the first kill into 2G, they're still wary of Xfero. I mean, really, really heads up. But
Assist
at the end of the day, the
support
post-plant
तो
utility, I
पूरे
mean, the
server में
timing, the
अपना
lockdown
assist
have
ज़्यादा
been
है.
used
समझ
as
रहे हो?
well. So RQ able to catch up one round
सिंपल
again.
है. assist मतलब
And
help
what a crucial
करना.
kill from 2GE
इसका
as well.
मतलब
I mean,
ये
this guy
है
just
कि
gets subbed in, does
हम
not
सबका
miss
हेल्प
a
करते
beat.
कोई हमारा नहीं करता.
We heard Coach Ewok talk about it during
Love
the
you.
timeout
Usko target
episode.
kar rahe ho, Goli bhai.
You know, 2GE's always there, you know, waiting for the chance. He knows how hard it can be to be that sixth man.
And he always stays ready as well. So
Aram se,
very,
aram se
very
Ben
comfortable
ka, aram
adjustments
se.
from RRQ. They are still keeping this match relatively competitive. Benkai now this time the one with the Odin. The Nightfall getting sent out. Still catching
जा रहा है Benkai.
RRQ. They have not been able to make it past the A site.
वही अच्छा
This had to
था.
have been a mini-map read, though, as well, right? From that Nightfall, somehow is able to get the absolute
भाई
shots
बिना
through.
देखे पड़ती जा रही है उनको किधर
There
किधर
was a
से
ping on
तो.
the map for him as well. So now back into the same spot. Paranoia just to flush him back. Hops over just in time. Blaze King holding Baby Door at the ready.
भाई
So
heavy.
many angles being marked and covered by Global Esports. I don't know how RQ can make it through this.
I mean, they have to purely do it through
Heavy.
frags, right? And it can only be B-side, and Global Esports is fairly aware of this because of the
Jard,
control they
Jard.
have across the entire map. I mean, look at Povi's position. He hasn't moved an inch. Mound is absolutely
Nice,
shut
crucial
off.
round जीत गए.
8-3 is
अभी
absolutely
tension नहीं,
shut
अभी
off.
सीधा end है.
You know that they're still trapped in
Next round
between B and
जीतेंगे.
A.
12-9 फिर पैसा नहीं
This
है
is
13
truly
खत्म.
just the domain expansion of Global
बिना देखे
Esports
मार
right
रहे
now. They are trapping them inside their realm. RRQ do not have any routes. Slowly finding back in that lead. And this is all after Coach Spin's timeout in round 18 as well.
Yeah, it's just a cold hard save, right? Doesn't matter about the creds or not. The chances just too far against us. RQ making the choice to give 11 to GE.
Let's go,
now,
let's
yes,
go.
again, it looked very unlikely to pick up that round after the first 2 kills. But they're going to have to figure
भाई
out
उसका
something else
on
here.
point है utils आज.
This Odin,
Okay,
they've got to find,
Ruska?
yeah, they've got to find an answer for this Odin.
क्या बोलते chat?
Because creeping in,
रूस का
yeah, I mean,
आज
it can work. Sure,
util
you can
usage on
consider and
point है.
say, I
Siege,
misread the timing.
reveal.
But the thing is, if you're going to creep in, either, you know, just holding rubble or making sure that there's some other utility to draw it out, maybe opening the door first to
Bolo,
make
buddy.
sure that he has
Yeah.
to shoot the
Bhai,
switch,
main
something
kar
like
gaya,
that. And then just checking. That
Bhai,
also is checked.
मैं
Is
उधर
the Odin
मस्त
still
एकदम
there?
पर्सनल बातें कर रहा
Creeping
हूँ टेबल
in
पे बैठ के
does
दोस्तों
feel
के
a
साथ
little bit
भाई
too
चार बंदा
risky
आके
for
सब
my
बातें
liking
बता
right
रहा है
now,
भाई
Will.
I mean, what else are you going to do,
बैठा था
though?
उधर
Right?
उसको
I mean,
मुझे पता नहीं था उसको
utility.
सुनना था इधर
Like, into
वो खोल रहा
tree?
है।
You can't clear that
Yeah,
with
किसके
the
बारे में?
Odin spamming the entire time.
किले गया था तब क्या
If you have to get up to the switch first, and if
बंदूक
they're
तो
going to be
है नहीं।
constantly
गंदी
checking,
काम
you
किया
got to do something else.
बता दे हम
You
दोनों
gotta do
स्ट्रीम
something
नहीं
else.
कर
I mean, yeah, if you get to the switch,
Uh-huh.
sure, I'm all for it, right?
मैंने
The
कर
rubble
रहा,
and things like that. But if they're expending utility first to get into
Binks stream
rubble,
कर रहे हैं
right,
क्या?
नहीं
it's
रे,
just
ना,
this
ना, ना.
chicken and the egg question, a
मैं off
catch
stream
22, so to
record
speak,
कर
for RQ.
हाँ साले
Sometimes contact is the answer, but right now it's going to be a heavier push. They want to basically draw out a little bit of attention
हाँ
elsewhere
क्या हो गया?
to see if they can then pressure
क्या हो
onto
गया सब
A
ठीक
side.
है?
We'll see if it is possible, but for now, it's
Oh,
really,
निकला.
really tough. We've got Polvi, Russ,
अरे वो थोड़ा
lightning
सा
fast
reason
back
है।
in for C Mount. Sets up the turret, but it instantly gets dismissed.
गोलू का नाम इतना बड़ा है.
Definitely hear that
ऑब्जर्वर
Odin
उस पे
as
क्लिक
well.
करता है एचटी दिखता ही नहीं
So
है.
you're hearing the Odin.
लाइटिंग
fast
कहाँ
hit.
दिखता है?
Oh, and
Straight
Jemkin
into
gets
B.
Oh,
मारा बेजमकिन.
that's a huge kill.
Jemkin with the big dive.
Elmimore as well. I mean, they're ready for this door opening as well. And this shuts down a lot of
Love
the
you
options
यार.
that GE had.
है क्या वो एकदम दूर.
Unbelievable. Great adjustments coming in from RQ right now, and they already have the site. Nightfall even invested.
वैसे
just to
try तो कर सकते हैं.
further hold Global Esports back.
ये किधर का
Benkai
स्पैम
now
है?
slowly rethinking his options.
I
Do
mean,
I really want to approach Heaven?
No, I think you save if you're GE,
नहीं,
right?
उधर.
Because here's the thing. I
अब
mean, the
के ऊपर.
chances right now,
Yeah,
no matter
Polvi's-
no matter how easy B side is to retake, with the op and the Odin as well, and the positions you've already given over with the Nightfall,
लेना
the
जरूरी
chances
थी.
are too slim. And you don't want to potentially give, let's say, Xfer a
Ob भी है ना,
triple
Polvi
kill,
को
let him
बोला
maybe
था
get
मैंने
close
भाई।
back
Polvi
to his
भाई.
lockdown and
Yeah.
anything like that before the
That's
half
it.
ends.
कोई सी नहीं. लीड है.
So
लीड है
while
तो
you have the
प्रॉब्लम नहीं
lead,
है.
you know, you
Lead
got
है.
kind of a gimme in that previous round after the
Lead
initial
है.
kills. You give one back to RQ, you reset.
चलो अभी अपना एक टाइम
Question
आउट
is,
हो
how
जाए.
will Global Esports come back into this next round now?
हो जाए. दूसरा टाइम आउट भी ले लो.
Showing some
Let's go.
slightly weaker spots. For the longest time now, Blaze King has set up his toxic screen from B to A, sometimes B to C. Is he going to have some more reinforcements on the side this time?
We'll have to see as Jem
डिफेंस पे लेना
that
सही
was a
डिफेंस
sick
पे लेना
shot.
सही
So was
है
Elmimor
और
as well, but
लीड पे है तो
flying
सही
in and
है
getting that pick onto Heaven.
तो अभी तक प्रॉब्लम
Definitely
हुई
a bit of a
है
prediction.
थोड़ा सा है लेकिन उतना नहीं है
Guess just leaving Russ in for B and then maybe setting up for a bit
एटलीस्ट
of
ओनली ऑफ चैलेंज नहीं हो रही
I
समझ
mean,
रहे
I thought, you know, maybe
वो
it was going to be a
positive है।
heavier stack onto B and C, go for a full retake onto A, but this time it's forward positioning on the Killjoy util. And this is a lot of setup for Blaze King, right? You're thinking, okay,
Yes.
Odin's here again, you know, no biggie, the door
I
is
don't
open.
know, though.
Oh,
This is a spot that Elmimor is very comfortable with, so he flushes him out. The Prowler.
nice.
The shot from Polly and Russ to fire back,
देखा
though.
बोला ना ऑफ है
multi-layered. It's not just one guy, GE. They don't play simple.
टाइमिंग
Sidestep to the
Arre,
Prowler.
pura
Now
lag.
switch.
Huge
God.
movement.
Oh,
एक्सपेरो ने
Xfero
विफ
can't
किया
quite catch
लव
up.
यू
Down to the last two.
Oh, and you saw one as well.
ये
on C
ये
map.
क्या
Very
एंगल है
potentially
रूस
map
भाई
point for global esports now. 2GE wanting to take
ये
matters
क्या
into his
angle था
own
रूस
hands,
भाई?
but dropping
चलो
the
भाई,
Polly.
12
It's
हो गया।
all down to the IGL flips.
Yeah, and while you have the
रूस
pit,
भाई का ये एंगल
oh,
थोड़ा
you've got
casual
that
था
lockdown, you got an Odin on the other side. It's a tough choice to make.
Bro,
But at the
lockdown
end of the
अगले
day, I
round
mean,
में का
do
ही
you
कहा,
really want to
let's
give
go.
up that map point?
जा रहा है तू बैठ बस
Got no choice.
I mean, I'm not going to blame him if he sends it, right? It looks nigh impossible either way.
30
But
seconds
if
left.
you have some mind games with it,
नहीं कर सकता
Best thing that you can do, right? I mean, plant the spike, maybe play around
अल्ट मारा तो
tree,
बेन का
but
ये
then
ही
you're grounded,
राउंड
you gotta
कमिट
be
Ult
कर
मारा तो
prepared
बिन का
for
ult
this
मारेगा?
entire
हाँ,
squad. I
मारेगा।
don't think you want to invest
I mean,
Viper's Pit yet, but maybe now.
Yeah, lockdown's gone. Odin's gone.
Oh.
Sure, Odin gets picked
देखो,
up,
अंतरिकांड में
but
आजकल
no
लैंड है।
lockdown.
Welcome
ये-
to my world. Benkai.
would be like, "अरे,
Oh,
I
no,
am
he's
not
confused.
जॉर्ज बे जॉर्ज
I mean, this is just well played by
God.
GE, right? So he thinks the Odin spamming this angle. I can do a
Like-
quick
Bye.
shoulder
God.
Thank
peek.
God ult है।
भाई
I like
आज
the idea
हमारा
because what
पहला
you're thinking is with the
विकेट
Odin
होगा
spamming,
हाउ
the other
डज
guy's
इट
probably going to try to
फील
hold the defuse. So
भाई, ये
Flips,
जीतो
that's
और
his
उसका
process of
DSM वाला
elimination.
जीतो, हो
But
गया भाई?
GE's one step ahead.
भाई, नहीं,
हाउ
नहीं,
डज
नहीं,
इट
I'll
फील
spam it.
टिमोन
You
भाई
can
एक और क्या,
because he
तीन
can't hold this
जीतना है?
close angle if I'm spamming.
उसका भाई,
नहीं,
इसके
दो-
बिना
Like, damned if
दो
you do, damned
जीता
if you
अरे
don't.
बाबा
तो-
मैं ओवरऑल
It's
बता
just-
रहा
I
हूँ।
can feel the
दो जीता तो मैच
frustration.
से तीन जीता तो
From
क्वालिफाई
Flip's side now. So unfortunately, even with all
तू
his
ये
best
बोल रहा
efforts,
है?
the Viper's Pit
अब
does
ये
an
जीते
incredible
ठीक है
shot up the heaven.
हमें PRX की गेम पे जीतना पड़ेगा
It's going to be map
नहीं
point for global
DRX
esports.
हमने
Yeah, look
जीतना
at
ही
the way he was
पड़ेगा
holding that too. I think Flips
और
kind of
दो
misread
जीता
that
तो
angle. I thought he
कैलकुलेशन
thought
वाला है
maybe he
किसका
was
राउंड
shooting
डिफ है
straight
क्या बाकी लोग
into
टीम जीता
tree,
क्या
but Kobe was already holding it
ऐसा
and
मैच वाला
putting that
सीन है भाई
corner.
इसको
So
हारना
all in
पड़ेगा
all,
इतने राउंड से
well
जीतना
played by
पड़ेगा वो वाला
GE.
सीन
A little bit of panic from Flips as well.
Good effort though, but nonetheless, this
हो गया
is
जिन।
now an opportunity
सब लोग मेरा ट्विटर
for
को
global
रीट्वीट करो
esports
सबसे पहले
to
जाओ
steal this map
जाओ।
win away.
10,000
This
रीट्वीट चाहिए
was
मेरे को
RRQ's map pick.
प्रेडिक्शन किंग
They
ऐसे
don't
नहीं
do
बुलाते
well on
मेरे
this.
को
We're going
समझ रहे
next
हो
to global esports comfort pick on Icebox.
Yeah, and we can talk about Icebox when we get there, but compositionally,
किधर
I
jinx
think
किया?
you have to favor GE just a slight bit. So we'll see if RRQ can take this to OT. They've never held the lead in this map.
Full set play into C. Just sending it down, lightning
God
fast, able to do a
bolte.
bit of damage. Elmimor trades right back.
Jemkin's
Jemkin's
in.
already inside. Bit of shroud step from 2GE,
Bye.
but he's
Bruce
done it
bye,
once too
love
many
you.
times. Russ is aware. Jemkin
मस्त निकल के
trying
मारा
to
पैर
Binks
से
get
T1
the
कुछ
timing
नहीं
on
जीता
the
क्या अभी
swing,
तक?
waiting for his teammates
T1
to arrive
जीता
at the
ना?
same time. But Blaze King now sets up the Viper's Pit. He can no longer push up front.
लीड जीता
Russ peeks
T1
out at the
जीता
right time as Jenkins tries to fall back. That's going to be the third kill for Russ.
भाई जीत
LG
गए
more
भाई
now.
टीमोन
Let's go, let's go.
Against the
Icebox
world,
हमारा
and
ही
he's
है,
gonna
let's go.
find his way
जीत
out
गए
of this
टीमोन
entire squad.
I mean, you got 5
Swings
seconds
down
now.
through
GG.
the crowd. Russ with the quad kill to close out the map.
भाई मैं तो
Global
बोला
esports,
तेल लगा देगा
what an
सेकंड मैप
improvement.
सब स्टेज पे
I
जाके
mean, listen, they've
नाचो
taken
बे
maps before, and they've looked better and better each
Well,
time they've taken a map.
Icebox तो
But
हमारे
the
ही
fact
है।
that they shored up a lot of the weaknesses that they showed in
Sexy
the
था,
previous
बहुत
2
कम
times they
mistakes
played Lotus
किए।
against
बहुत
DRX
वाला
and
music है।
Talon, I think that's
बाप
a
खेला।
lot of hope here for GE. You
बाप
know,
खेला।
Blaze King had some pop-off moments.
बाप खेला
Benkai has been having
Bruce भी
much
बाप
more
खेला।
impact. He's been very quiet so far in stage 1.
हाँ?
So overall, it's been a good map.
मैं
I
पेट
think
से
you
बोला था
can't
उसको
talk
रूस।
about this unless you talk about the whole team. So
Bye.
let's let our analyst desk tell us exactly
था।
how they won.
सेक्सी खेला हाँ
सब
सही
लोग
खेला
एकदम
नॉट गोना
properly
लाई भाई अच्छा
Well,
खेला
Spin did tease it earlier. It
Hardly
looks as
दो
though
या
GE
तीन एकदम
indeed,
minute
this
वाले mistake थे,
restructure is doing
लेकिन
wonders for them. They
overall
look so much
fundamental
better. They look
sexy
so
था,
much more
aim
well
भी sexy
coordinated,
था,
and I feel like this is
हाँ,
a
बराबर
teamwork
एक
भी
का
था,
synergy
foundation
वाला
they can
scene
build
था।
on
synergy
going
वाला था।
forward.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, I think this was a much better affair in terms of
क्या
playing off
किया
each other,
रे?
playing
हाँ,
for
लगना
trades.
सिंगल
No
से
one
बड़ा
was
नहीं। बैंकॉक
rarely
का
getting
क्या है
caught out
लोग?
of position
should
too
have-
much. I
this
felt
should have
like
learned from. Let me
Benkai
see.
was doing a really good job being that lurker,
Follow
kind of
driving,
getting in some cheeky
follow
positions,
up,
finding
बड़ा
some
मत
value
करना। ये
kills.
गया बे, yes गया।
And
एक
the
दिन
biggest
end
part of
होने
this
वाला
is,
है
we
ये।
talked about him before, the player we wanted
Yes,
to see step
एक
up,
दिन
have a big
100%
pop-off
end
game. It
होने
was
वाला है,
Blaze King, and he
100%।
did.
मैं
He
yes
was
को
huge
नहीं
for them. He was
जानता।
all over the map,
ठीक है?
doing a good job,
100 रुपए दिया
isolating
thank you,
some
मैं
kills
नहीं
by
जानता
himself,
इसको।
setting
याद
up with
रखना।
some utility, just being a
याद
really
रखना।
difficult Viper
जितना
to
भी
play around.
पल्लवी
You know, we
जी
saw
है,
a
अगर
lot
यश
of
का एड्रेस चाहिए मैं
threats
निकाल
from
के
the
दूंगा
Odin
नंबर
from
के साथ।
teams like
ये
maybe
क्या है
get
बे?
possessed, right? GE not really one of those teams where you kind of expect it to
The
happen. Sure, they've kind of
license
used it in the past, but you know, it's a kind of
Chat.
lukewarm reception. But this
Like
time,
करो।
Blaze King, Benkai having kills
By
through
Benkai
on
OP.
tree with the Odin spams. Very, very strong output here from Global Esports.
Well, you know, I think it has something
ऐसा
to
क्यों
do
किया
with
पता है?
Blaze King being all
क्यों
too
किया?
familiar with the guys on the other side as well.
किया?
I mean, let's not forget,
देखते आज
Blaze
तेरा
King was
दिमाग
up against his
कितना
former
process
team.
मैंने
क्या?
बैंक का ओपी करके ऐसा क्यों किया?
क्यों?
जल्दी बोलो।
क्यों?
क्यों किया?
Killjoy.
बात बात। भाई 69
विशाल भाई
ग्लोबल
ने कुछ
एस्पोर्ट्स
तो बोला
क्या बोला?
भाभी के बारे में।
किसके बारे में?
अब तेरी भाभी का रूम का लॉक खोल। अरे
हैं?
क्यों?
डिस्टर्ब कर रही थी भाभी जी। भाभी जी को एक गेम दिखाए। भाई ब्लेज किंग भी आ गया भाई, ब्लेज किंग भी फॉर्म में आ गया।
लॉक
हाँ?
कर दिया था भाभी को अंदर रूम में।
तो डिस्टर्ब कर रहेगा ना, जी के मैच में डिस्टर्ब करेगा तो मैं भी लॉक कर दूं। जी फ्राइडे, लेट्स गो। चैट
Was winning a lot of those duels
But
against him as well,
say
so
but
it really made things difficult for
But
RQ
say
to
baby.
get any momentum.
Yeah, again, it's
जिस
just
जिसने जिंक्स बोला है सबसे
Global
पहले
Esports
सॉरी
finding
सॉरी
that
चाहिए।
nice little tune or
Sorry
sync
चाहिए।
as they try to create these
They
plays.
call
There
him
was a
Jinx
lot of
for a
points where
reason.
we saw, I
कार्तिक
think,
भाई
RQ
सॉरी बोलो,
trying to go
चलो।
for those heroics. One of the
पार्थ
biggest,
भाई सॉरी बोलो।
takeaway players here has got to be
रिजल्ट
Elliot
भी
Ward,
ऑल
who
नो
was
डम
putting
भाई
himself
आपका
on the
नाम
line
वैसा
just
है,
to get
सॉरी
this
बोलो,
goal
चलो
together. Sure, some
पेंचू।
rounds where it wouldn't work, but when it does, you see
अनिर
RQ
बंस गया,
getting, trying to get back on that, on that horse. And
अनिर
it's
बन
shifted
गया,
for
अनिर
somewhat.
बन
They
है,
were very
अनिर
close here
बन
with
गया
Global
बे।
Esports up until
उसने
the
क्या
last
लिखा
couple of
बे?
rounds.
But I think there was a few issues
तिबुन
in
भाई,
Baltimore when he got some of those multi-kills
एक
where he
बंदे ने
really
लिखा है
didn't
मेरे
overpeak on
ट्वीट
some
में
angles that he didn't need
कि
to.
if
Like,
G
he picked
wins,
that 2K, on the
I
defender
will
side on
soak
Lotus,
my
on
own
C
dupe.
side, and then
समझ
swung
रहा है?
corner,
ये
भाई
क्या है?
पॉसिबल है क्या?
भाई-
पॉसिबल है क्या? पॉसिबल है
भाई
क्या?
आज उसका
भाई
पेट
सूप
टूटने
में
वाला
क्या?
है।
He gets that
I
confidence.
soak
but
my
is-
dupe.
is that even possible?
There wasn't
नहीं,
any
आज उसका
backup
कमर
there
गया
for him,
बे।
and that was a big problem in general.
आज
felt
कमर
like
गया।
they were
Soak
trying
my
to make
dupe.
hero plays and there wasn't any backup behind it. It's okay if you
सूप
get a double
पिएगा।
tap and you feel like you've got a chance for the third. He had the tether on his opponent, but he didn't have anybody else there to support
सक
him.
माई डिक बोल रहा है क्या?
बहुत सड़ी के शर्म कर ले लौड़े, शर्म कर थोड़ा,
सिलेबस आई।
थोड़ा शर्म कर गांडू। पागल हूँ मैं सुख में डुक बोलने।
अरे मुझे नहीं पता था
छी
के उधर।
भाई छी
भाई
आई एम सॉरी बाबू।
मैं भाभी जी को भेज रहा था, क्या बोला ऑन स्ट्रीम क्या क्या इन्फ्लुएंस कर रहा है ये बंदा।
सॉरी यार मुझे नहीं पता।
क्या बंदा है यार टीबोन,
Sorry, we were just talking
क्या
about
बंदा है यार।
it could be putting them in a spell how differently Global Esports approached the start of this series. And
रुको मैं एक मिनट, चैट जल्दी जल्दी 5 के लाइक्स करो, जल्दी जल्दी अंडी मंडी।
इमेजिन करो
ए तीज देर नो
बोलो बड़े।
कि वो पॉसिबल होता
वेट नो
That one flick.
okay, that was just
That
one
was
play.
pretty nasty.
क्या
No,
चीज?
no,
जो बंक्स भाई की
मैंने
ट्वीट में लिखा
पानी
है
और जूस
सुख मैं डुक वाला।
पॉसिबल है।
क्या बात कर रहे
That opens up one
But-
part of the map and then we're
टीबोन
going.
भाई
I
आपने
feel
कोशिश
like, you know,
करी है?
this is a new energy that GE has been showing.
मुझे लग रहा था ये जाएगा।
You know, this
आगे
is
जाएगा मुझे लग रहा था।
बिस्तर वोन गेमिंग अभी अभी होगा अभी।
साला 12 बजे भी नहीं हुआ अभी तो।
जिम्मे बोलता है।
भाई क्या ठीक है ना भाई, संडे को तो कभी भी हो सकता है ना।
क्या लिखे है?
But GE, this form,
मैं तो
Hey, do you know how to drive a car,
they have
Mister?
an
Yes.
Icebox. I don't
सच्ची
know.
में?
Yeah, good luck.
हाँ,
I mean,
of course
it
भाई,
looked
गाड़ी
like
चलाने में
he
क्या है,
was
तेरे को नहीं आता है?
this map and,
Exactly.
still Blaze King and, you
साला
know,
विन
you're
डीजल
doing
को
well to
पूछ रहे
get
हैं।
it. I mean, that's
क्या आप फास्ट एंड फ्यूरियस में काम किया है?
Yeah, RQ, they look solid.
Your bike came to
वैसे
declare
type
I have
सवाल।
no connection with the
He's pretty
YouTuber
good
named
on
Tifon.
this map, even though he's kind of more known for his
झूठ
race,
बोलो
but
लगी इतना तो मत
this
बोलो।
is still gonna be tough. This has to be now.
क्या तुझे लग रहा है मैं गाड़ी चलाना नहीं आता मेरे को?
Playing so far today, going into their
घंटा
best
नहीं
map.
आता।
साले
Dig deep for RQ.
Yeah, and again, one
जब
of the
गाड़ी
biggest
मैन्युफैक्चर
Global
किया था ना वो
Esports
कौन है?
players,
is RRQ.
कौन है guys गाड़ी मैन्युफैक्चर किया था, मतलब पहला इन्वेंशन?
They face against Team Secret. He was the one that I think it was
Albert Einstein क्या?
bailed him out a couple of rounds, especially on, once they were in overtime.
हाँ हाँ हाँ
Yeah,
हाँ।
well,
और कुछ
speaking
है?
of closing questions, we have
Oppenheimer?
one for you guys.
किसने किया था?
Obviously, we
गाड़ी
do
invention.
have our guess and gain
yeah.
segment
Tom Wright?
now, and I do believe we have some
Electricity?
updates by the
सीधे
way,
बोलेगा
Best
अभी
of
ओपन एवर बोलेगा ये गांडू।
on our board over
न्यूटन?
here. The first
थॉमस
big
अल्वा
update
एडिसन,
that we
हाँ,
have
जब वो
ओह,
चालू
तो
किया था
ग्रेविटी
ना।
किसने किया था फिर?
over here in a
ग्रेविटी
brand new
इन्वेंट हुआ था,
न्यूटन
डिस्कवर हुआ था।
न्यूटन
from the
ग्रेविटी।
Korean broadcast, and
वो
we
मुझे
have
पता
to
है।
be ranked according
गाड़ी का
to
थोड़ा-
be fair.
मैं थोड़ा गलत स्कूल
I
गई थी
was,
लगता है मेरे को।
you know, talking with him yesterday.
अबे बताओ ना किसने
बाबी,
इन्वेंट किया
ये
गाड़ी?
क्या-
And he says,
गाड़ी कौन
no,
था?
they
गाड़ी का
carried
भी मेरे
over
को
my,
नहीं
मतलब
my guessing game, like,
गाड़ी-
down the goal. Really?
फोर्ड?
I was
विन
like,
You're
क्या
way too
आइशो
happy.
स्पीड
I
कहाँ
know,
से
I
है?
know.
आइशो स्पीड नहीं बोला रे लो।
अरे भाई क्या बोल?
We're just chill over here in bronze. This is what
आइशो
we call
स्पीड
the
कहाँ से है?
acceptance stage.
चैट में बोला है।
बताओ ना, कार्ल बेंच ने इन्वेंट किया था। जब कार्ल बेंच ने इन्वेंट किया था ना,
The more
हाँ,
pistol
बराबर।
kills
उसकी
we have,
क्लासमेट था,
more
जो
pistol
मेरी
kills,
आइडिया
by the way,
उसने
so
चुरा
this means
किया
that it's
था।
not just the pistol rounds.
अरे मुझे
Let's,
पूछ रहा है
get
गाड़ी
out
चलाना
our boards
आता
here.
है।
I will promise to
Just the
write
team, right?
ये बोला मैं
my
घोड़ा
hands a little bigger.
राइड करना आता है क्या?
न्यूटन न्यूटन बोला वो।
हाँ,
You-
बिल्कुल आता है भाई।
इसको चूतिया बना रहा है टीमोन, तेरे को घोड़ा ना मिले, कोई घोड़े वाला बोलेगा भाई इस पे मत बैठो, बैठ जाएगा वो बेचारा।
क्यों भाई,
I
घोड़ा तो
copy the
चलाते हैं।
answer over here of our audio, but well, no, I am prepared to defend this.
बस है टीमन कुछ
पता
भी।
चला
कितने
टीमोन
गंदी सोचे बे तेरा।
All right, you
टीमोन
guys
के घर से
ready?
तबड़क
क्यों
तबड़क
ऐसा?
पास आ रहा है।
3, 2, 1, show.
ओ दो जी बोले लेट्स गो।
हाँ बे, है अभी है, वापस आ रहा है।
पिस्टल किंग्स है।
Anyway,
Thank you for the zoom in.
I need it, okay?
भाई ले
More
भाई,
ways than
ये
one.
तो जीत
Sorry,
गए
I don't know if
भाई।
I'm-
व्यूअर्स की
We have papers
वो
and
तो
we
है
are
भाई,
RQ.
वोट तो है।
Oh,
नाइस फाउंडर अपर आ रही है।
Working against what I think is really going to happen.
Right, your
Yeah.
meta, your
I think
personal
G-
meta.
Yeah, exactly. I think GE looks really good right now, and even though this year the pistol rounds haven't been great, like that's kind of historically something they've been known for. So sure, let's go with RQ. Yeah.
And Azrai going all in with
Yeah.
his bet.
Why not? You know.
No more explanation needed.
I've kind of given up already on thinking why. I just like whichever team I predict this day and during the mini games or the guessing games, I'm just gonna keep following it.
Well, I have G on here just because if they keep up the performance they had in that first map, I don't know. I mean, I
Yeah.
think they will definitely get more pistol rounds. Putting this down right now
Bring me back
as
to platinum,
we
please, G.
prepare. As we prepare for map number 2, we're heading into Icebox, and if we remember G on here, they look very, very comfortable with some very memorable performances. I think, you know, again, with this renewed energy here, we could end up with the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, if they can keep that same level of like rotational kind of composure and getting everybody in the right places at the right time.
1 minute BR.
Benkai continues to be a nuisance. All these
I
things put
like
together
it.
really threw RRQ for a loop. Blaze King just
नहीं वो मैं भी
being that
होती
player
हूँ
that we
कभी-कभी।
know he's capable of being. I have a
कुछ
hard
चीज
time
करने
imagining
जाती
with
हूँ वो
lightning
भूल
pass
जाती
as
कुछ
well,
और
getting
चीज
that
कर लेती हूँ
upgrade,
फिर
that
याद
this is going to
करती
be
हूँ वो
easy
चीज
for
क्या
RRQ. Can they
करूँ
do
वो
it? Yes.
चीज
We're
याद
going to have
ही
to
नहीं
see a
है।
very different team than what we
वो
saw
होता
there
है।
on Lotus. They looked lost at
वॉल्यूम
times. They
बढ़ाओ
looked a little bit
इतना
confused.
तो है
I
बराबर
guess the
तो
good
है।
news is you don't have to worry about a Odin. There's that usually.
Maybe?
Sorry, I
Well,
thought you मेरे
unless
को
you play
बराबर
Harbor, then some teams will grab an Odin to like spam
Bro.
the cove or something. But
Perhaps.
मैं
I
RRQ
don't
को
want to count it
support कर
out
रहा हूँ।
entirely just yet.
who knows?
I mean,
मेरा हो
yeah,
गया।
exactly. Who knows, right? But we will find out as we
मेरा हो गया,
head
bye.
into Icebox. We're about to get
Ranjal
the
bhai, thank you
initial
for
select
the
right
20
now. Are we
Australian
expecting
Canadian
any big
dollars
changes,
मेरी
you think?
जान। बग मैं
Structuring,
दे
does this mean also
आपका
a
किपिट
brand
कैसी
new
कैसी
Asian
बात कर रहे
competition
सिम पे
despite
क्या
performing very
बोलूं।
well?
Probably not. I think it's just more
Tibon bhai.
finding the
Tibon
tools
का
that
दे, सुना
was
सुना।
already
बोलो,
available for.
मैं आरआरक्यू को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ यार अभी।
क्यों भाई,
भाई मेरे साथ धोखा हो गया यार।
क्या हो?
जी वालों ने भी मेरे को जिंक्स बुलाया,
गलत हुआ
सपोर्ट किया इतना, फिर भी मुझे जिंक्स बुलाया सारे देश के
भाई,
सामने।
बहुत गलत हुआ।
आरआरक्यू जीतेगा ये वाला।
मैं तो नहीं सहता।
जी इफ यू आर वाचिंग, जिंक्स को रिटर्न ले, मेरे को चाहिए मैसेज, आई टेक माय जिंक्स बैक, ऐसा करके। जिंक्स नहीं, यू आर द गोट बिंक्स, ये चाहिए, ये
हाँ।
चाहिए भाई। आरआरक्यू जीता भाई, आरआरक्यू जीता।
वो
पूरी
सामने
दुनिया
का सब
बुला-
फ्रेंड्स है बे,
हाँ क्या
ब्लेज किंग का। हाँ,
भाई, लव
हाय हाय कर रहा है।
ब्लेस्किंग एक विंक मार दे, वो लोग थ्रो कर रहे हैं क्या भाई? बोला रहेगा इन गेम, ए प्लीज ये जीतने दे, ऐसा कुछ। चल जी विल ओनली विन अंडर 2 कंडीशंस, बारिश ज्यादा नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये एक। बिंक्स कंट्रोल हिज जिंक्स, ये भी गया बे, ये भी गया बड़वा। Paul controls his ego opening. ये बात तो है.
अब गोलू 30 मारेगा
But
मजे
you never
मजे.
quite know. I think Paper Thin has a good point because
ये
Flips
RR के
did
जीतेगा.
get 0 kills
Notification देखना.
on this map last week. Will.
विशाल
Yeah,
भाई ना
that's
करो
true.
ये
Can
सब.
he make the same magic happen again today? It will require only more to also get 30
Shopping का
kills.
वादा
We should
किया था,
remember
वापस
that.
lock करके.
So we'll see if it happens. But I love what the Just pointed out about map control overall. GE seems to be very fluid on this Icebox. Sure, RQ, they've been
विशाल
comfortable
भाई
to pick
जल्दी
it,
लग
but
रहा है
also
वो एक और
compositionally, that
की
Sage
बनाने वाला.
creates a lot of problems for
Yeah,
these
Sage
util dump
Sage
type
मारेगा.
compositions.
I
You know,
will
it's not
go.
as hard as the KO Gecko here for RQ. It's the Silva, but it's still going to be a lot of front-loaded
इनका कैसा है
details.
यार
So curious to see what the adjustments are.
RRQ भाई.
Trying, they gotta watch
फर्स्ट टाइम
out
खेल रहे हैं वो
for
लोग ये
Sage,
मैप.
especially
कभी खेले ही
how
नहीं वो लोग ना लाइफ में.
flowy.
हाँ क्या?
हाँ,
lightning
रैंक
fast
में भी वो
gen
लोग
on
कहीं
it
मिलता ही नहीं था ये
sometimes.
मैप.
Look, already mid control. Right off the bat on the pistol here from Benkai. He's watching Tube. He gets through past the turret. So now RQ, because of that poison cloud, they have to have someone kitchen
They must
to
have
make
heard
sure they
the
don't get
sound
caught
long
off
before.
guard.
Hence Xpharaoh marking that area,
But
but
still
at
they
the
have to
same
clear
time,
yellow, no?
more worried about Jemkin for the time being, playing up around
Gecko
yellow.
bye.
Time has passed, so he's trying to reposition up around. Flips able to catch the first point of contact. Russ no longer
एक
able to
लौता
find
अपना
that space into
initiator.
A site.
Oh,
Oh,
and he
spotted
sees
the
one.
missile.
Not able to land the first shot, but I love the back out
Okay.
from Jemkin, right? Just wait for support. You've got a
There we
4v5 or 5v4.
Yeah, not
Kohli देखो भाई,
expanding
Kohli
the
पूरी
dash
कर रहा है,
just
मार
yet either. Now he goes in for it because he's looking for the clear headshot. But
Jord
Benkai
Benkai,
strikes when the
Jord.
iron is hot. Look at this. Global
Jord
Esports flooding the
straight
site
zone है.
now. 2GE will be able to fight back
भाई
with his
दोनों लाल है
classic.
लाल है.
Benkai
बनका
repositioning
का
up
राउंड है
back onto
बनका
his
का राउंड है
top.
बनका
Yes,
जॉर्ड
is the one who is sneaking
बस
up
बस
behind
बस टैप
yellow.
ने किया
Jemkin
टैप
still
ने
has
किया
a
बनका
lot
देख
of work cut out for
बस
him.
लव यू
And only 6 rounds in the chamber. It's
उससे
going to be
देख.
tough for him.
Oh,
He
shot.
doesn't quite know that position.
जॉर्ड
Shot.
Really good patience
भाई
from
तेरे को
Benkai, right?
पता है
Despite being down
कास्टर
in
ने
numbers,
गलत बोला है
Benkai
अभी
is just going to wait until the plan
उसने
happens.
बोला
It's a
6
pistol round,
rounds
you've
in
got
the
a siege,
chamber
you know that
लेकिन
you can force the
chamber तो
plan.
है ही नहीं
Povey even going up the rope
Killjoy
just to
था.
make sure he gets a little bit of early info as the plan
क्या
goes
बोल रही है?
down.
इसमें बैठते हैं मामा.
And Benkai just waits for the opportune moment once he hears them trying to spam against the wall. So while, you know, RQ had good info and they had good reactions to it, at the end of the day, it's in control.
RRQ
And this is
जीतेगा
not
ये
something we say every day for Icebox. It's not a
RRQ
map where
जीतेगा ये मैप.
it's used all too often. But the fact that you're even able to create that
मेरे पास
pressure with the
था.
pistol, look at already what it
मैंने
does
कहा
on the
150
eco.
रुपया.
RQ now has to make sure that they're checking
कहाँ से लेके
early
Discord
on down
free है
that
इधर में.
tube.
Even if you are just kind of lurking up around
150
the
रुपया में
area.
8 बालाजी का अकाउंट.
Even a delayed push, delayed peek works out so well.
जी भाई
It's
क्या
still
भाई?
क्या भाई मामा
I
बहुत
am
सड़ी
pretty
के
excited because
Parva
Esports
कौन है भाई?
could come up with a big
sorry,
win.
sorry,
What
sorry,
did
sorry.
happen?
माफ करो,
Flips,
माफ करो.
tell me more. The classics.
ये क्या
It's
हुआ?
happening again.
You know,
Jord
I just
RRQ,
want to let
baby.
the devs
Jord.
know, if you
Jord
thought that
RRQ.
GE was going to look just as strong and buy more guns
I
off
need
it,
that Jinx
it's going to
back.
be RQ with more pistol kills. It's not even the
Well,
sheriffs, it's just
देखा?
all what?
छोड़ो रे.
जॉर्ड
अरे
RRQ.
क्या thrifty कर रहे हो यार?
Thrifty win? Are
उससे
you
thirsty
kidding
हो
me?
गया भाई.
With classics. I mean, normally RQ does this with sheriffs.
कैसे?
Careful.
Holy.
प्रमोशन हो गया RRQ
And it
का.
just happens because they were playing some of these close-ranged positions, close-range duels, the wide swing.
पता है कि सामने वाले का eco है.
You weren't ready for it, Will.
अपन वो 20 बार ब्लाइंड क्यों नहीं फेंक रहे?
I mean, hey.
सब ठीक है लेकिन
Hey,
fast
market
खेलो
your
ना,
stuff,
मिट्टू
man.
है,
You got
मिट्टू
the
20
opportunity.
हाँ, क्या ही?
He knows that we're going to pick out that audio clip.
All right, Flips no longer 0
Jinx.
kills on
चैट
this map.
बोलो मैं जिंक्स नहीं हूँ चैट
Here
बोलो
we
मैं जिंक्स नहीं हूँ
go.
मैं जी को सपोर्ट करूंगा
और proof किया.
प्रूफ चाहिए
Global Esports
round
now
में
off
मिल
such
जाएगा।
a
तुम तोड़ रहे हो
loss.
मेरा।
Just kind of
Meat grinder बनेगा अब
dazed
इनका,
and
देखना।
stunned, having to recalibrate, re-engage. He's got the upgraded
By
pistols.
heavy
Blaze
shot,
King will do a bit
heavy
of damage
shot.
to him.
वो मारा.
Heavy
Full
shot
gone.
by
His
heavy
second
shot.
rifle
thrifty
gone.
तेरा एक thrifty मेरा
What
और
is
वो.
going on?
I mean, we've seen this happen a lot, especially in Pacific. You know, thrifties for days. Trade it back and forth. But you do
अगर
still
इसके
have
वजह
the
से
rifles
गेको
on the
को
side of
alt
RQ,
use
so
करना
that
पड़ा तो
siege
भी अच्छा
intel
है.
not going to be as damaging. It's not going to be as impactful.
ओ वो लोग का रीड गलत है
Shot
भाई
buddy.
वो लोग का रीड गलत है
Listen,
एक
we've
जाओ
seen some
गन
crucial
लेने.
kills with peaks like that. But the timing, the way he peeks out of it is
Titan.
just a little bit too deep into the screen, so he's not able to get the quick jiggle. And the thing is RQ had thrashed this round. But now, it doesn't seem like a good investment.
देख रहे हो गाइस नहीं हूँ
It's just
जिंक्स
a nightmare of a round, Will.
लव
You
यू
know, they're trying to deal with the
Nice,
spike
man.
plan.
भाई
Everyone's
टरेट भी
peeking
मारने नहीं
out
दिया बे
one by one from RQ. They're doing it solo.
भाई आज
That's just not
ब्लेस्टिंग
what you
बहुत
want
अच्छा
to
खेल रहा है
have. I
के
mean,
पहले
the
कोई भी
same
pick
thing.
किया ना भाई.
They had the
आज
idea to kind
ब्लेस्टिंग
of go in for a
बहुत
bit of a
अच्छा खेल
trade up around top boiler. But
एक वैंडल मिला एक
just
फैंटम
didn't work
मिला
out.
इधर
Blaze
इधर
was
इधर
prepared
हाँ,
to take that shot.
एक और वैंडल था उधर.
एक
And I
वहाँ
do
पे
like
भी
the
गन है
same
Solo
decision here from Jemkin, right? You don't want to give too many upgrades.
एक
They're
kitchen
coming
में
for
भी
it
है.
because they have nothing to lose from GE. If they get the kill, it's another upgrade. It's more credit saved up.
Oh,
किचन वाला किधर
It's
है
like
मिल
grinning from ear to
Nice,
ear.
Ray.
Oh no!
चलेगा
He doesn't
तीन
even
गन
keep the
सेव है
3 गन है.
3 गन है
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Now RQ, because they were the ones who picked up the upgrades in that last round, it's not as bad, right? They'll still be able to try to make do with what they have. It's going to be a broken round with one person not having buys.
Binks not Jinx hashtag
This
love
is
you
just excellent use peeking around the spike there for Blaze King.
Oh, look
What an
at
incredible
reflex
flick
this
as well. I mean, that's exactly it. Look at every one of these kills. It's all RQ peeking out
Easy
one
meme
by
बन
one.
सकता है.
But you are absolutely right. So because they do get to keep their economy going for a little bit
Bravo,
more.
eh?
Check it now with the operator swings out. Will be able to punch right through. Tries to
Abe,
go for the vertical flick,
कैसे?
but not quite happening just yet. Russ
दोबारा,
pushing
दोबारा.
up front along with a mosh pit.
पिट में किससे मरा वो?
One of the RQ players trapped.
Yeah, trusting in that op a little bit too much for
Holy
RQ.
shit.
Pushes out, a bit of an overheat. You're going to hear all this info though.
Okay. Might be able to set up a bit of a flank. Catches
इधर से
lightning
उधर
fast
भागते जा रहे
on the back turn.
इनको पता है अभी ये पे
And this, by keeping control of mid, RQ can now regroup as a 3-man. So I like the call, right? Even though you have a read that it's most likely a rotate
Gun
back to
अंदर
A
रख के
because of the
भागते जा
last
रहे
movement of
थे
the
इधर-उधर
Sage, you're just going to wait. You're going to go for that retake. You have the numbers advantage.
उधर गया वापस इधर आया.
No util on the side of Global Esports as well. RQ is in a very good spot. Has the angle. Russ tries to
Polvi को
take the
ना मारे
initiative
बस
against
off
them,
से.
but not quite able to deal with the operator. Polvi has no choice but to shoot his way out of this one. Goes in for a spray transfer, runs out of ammo. No, drops back down. Very easily heard. Jemkin trying to play it patient and safe.
Oh,
But what a flick! Back
That's
onto
one,
his
that's
head.
one.
2G has to clutch this out. This round,
Nice,
Holy sneaks up the top of the window.
always John
The Phantom
Yeah,
lights up
round
on top of the
five.
scoreboard. GE fans have been waiting,
or Binks
waiting for games like these.
buddy
And today he's answering back. Raised diffs on the first
देखा
map.
जी को
And an
सपोर्ट
excellent
करते
clutch on the
पॉलवी ने
second.
क्लच किया देखा
Ridiculous.
This shot on Jemkin was
Hashtag OP
absolutely
baby
nutty.
He's just ready for it.
नटिस दिया बे पॉलवी ने उनको
Took a little
नटिस
bit of
दिया
damage in second round, but they just shrug it right off, Will.
That's a huge blow to RQ, both in game and mentally as well.
Economy running dry now. Only more still taking pot shots against them, though.
शॉट रे
Cut,
बन का
piling
है
right back. What? They're
Look at
going
these
for
trades.
duels.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. They're never letting, a death happen for no reason. I mean,
Revive
Paperton
bhi
talked about it on the
hai.
desk as well, but the fact that they are willing to trade, they're accepting that, yeah, we can have good
Wapi
reads for the
peek
start of the round. Obviously when we make a mid-round decision,
bhai.
it's about the reads. But afterwards, you have to be ready. And the immediate
Every
peek
back.
afterwards, I like it. Not having to invest the wall there.
लेट्स गो
You have the weapons advantage.
13-7 हो सकता है ये मैप
Global
ये map
Esports,
का बात कर
they
रहे हैं।
get to death ball in this round if they want
क्या बोले
to.
विशाल
Flip
भाई
spots out the little
अरे
elbow.
निकल
now.
गया
Ooh.
क्या एक्सक्यूज
Thrash comes
Ah,
out, Flips
Flips
stuck in a
se
bad
pura
position.
ignore ही मार
Unfortunately,
देते।
not quite able to escape.
3
That
to
was
1
just, really
जॉर्ड
ugly
बे
one. It's fair enough,
जॉर्ड
we won
भाई
and
हेवी
done. It's
ट्रेड्स
just
हो
not
रही है
quite
Off
meant
से
to
खेलेगा क्या
be.
अभी? Oh shit, gun.
Barrier comes up.
Oh,
Jemkin tries to
baby.
swing around the side.
ये
What is that
कैसे
flick back and
पॉसिबल
back?
है
Tailwinds away into safety. Run around the max so he reloads. Back to a 2-on-2. Lightning fast. Trying to sneak around the site to find a duel.
And the spike's down, though. They don't have it recovered yet.
Okay, that gives away, but
ये
what?
कैसे पॉसिबल है
Jemkin. Just a little bit of a peek, and it's enough to take him down. Back to one-on-one.
बहुत वल्ला नहीं आ रहा है समझ रहे ये होती है गेम
I mean, so
Yeah.
far, this is what
Bhai.
everyone
जानबूझकर
has
वो
been asking
vulnerable
for
होगा
from GE,
ताकि वो
right? It's
headshot
more
ना मारे
firepower.
love
It's
you
Polvi, proving why he was picked up all the way from EMEA. It's Blaze King. Why was he picked up from Challengers? Why was he always
Bye.
hailed as one of the stronger players in Indonesia?
लेट्स गो
It's all coming together. I mean, Lightning
देखो,
Fast
ये
Rush,
देखो।
sure, they've been holding the line for a long
जानबूझकर
time.
Jemkin
But
usually head
Benkai
मारता
also with some steady trades today. Oh, he's going at it. I mean, GE, they haven't felt this confident all season.
You're already sitting. You're already standing up.
Indonesian Valorant stuff, but again, I mean, you're absolutely right.
We are already
The firepower from Global Esports is really showing in these
You're already
rounds.
sitting. You stand down.
At the
boy.
same time, though, you can't really, fault RQ. Jemkin had some incredible frags.
I mean, listen, in
friends
terms of like 2v1s and clutches, unless it's teams usually like they're absolutely peaking 1-by-1 things like that, it's generally props to the person who plays it. I mean, that previous round, sure, it starts as an eco, so quite frankly, GE getting a little messier in the beginning part of the round, but at the end of the day, they get a little lax. They think that they are able to just swarm him with the numbers advantage in that 2v1 situation. I mean, Jemkin does everything he can to try to keep them in the game. Now that the op is out, we'll see how things work out. But RQ, whenever they get this op, they tend to rely on it quite a bit to make their rotations, right? They just post up the operator, and then they wait about 10-20 extra seconds.
Oh, I don't
see if that
कितना
same
round
thing happens.
लगातार आ रहे पैसे
GG is
पे
gonna have
ऑफ
to be
बीट सब
wary.
आते जा रहे
There have been a lot
very
of
realistic
movements up around Nest for
Oh,
the past couple
पैसे
rounds
बच
now.
गया.
So RQ
पड़ी,
made a
पड़ी,
heavy
एक
investment,
पड़ी
but
लेकिन।
guess what?
एक
Global
पड़ी।
Esports headed back into B. 2G completely backs off. Unfortunately, sustains a bit of damage. That operator just still posted up. The rest of the team from RQ now, unfortunately, not quite able to deal against this because Global Esports has already taken up so much space. The Thresh will connect, flips one
क्रॉसिंग देगा ना
and it's just such a good
क्या
angle to
क्रॉसिंग
from
देगा
lightning fast. You even have the Viper's pin up. Although there are some kills on the board now, Jemkin marking some of these angles.
God,
What
babe.
an incredible swing.
God.
The pin's still up, and Blaze King slipping in and out of
Nice.
it. Benkai watching up from the back now. Bit of a burst, but not quite connecting the shot. Still, though,
I love you यार कोई
timer
से
running
लीड
out.
करके
How
love
do you
you
deal with this Viper's pit? Blaze King has snake bites for days. Tosses the last one out.
He's trying to creep in. The reload, hears it! The reload!
No time, though.
But no time.
कोई सीन नहीं सब माफ लीड पे है
Plays his heart out.
सब माफ यार लीड पे यार
But here's
दे
the
दो
other
गन
thing. I
उनको
mean,
चाहिए
GE, the
उनको गन की
real good
जरूरत है दे
reaction
दो
they had here was normally what they do a lot of times if it's a bit of a hard hit onto B is they'll wall off part of the site and they'll dig deep into Snowman. This time they wall off Snowman. Say they're going to fill the site. As soon as the wall gets broken, Polvi makes the judgment call to say, we got to fight for Snowman control back. He goes for it. He gets detained. He actually draws away the crash aggro. Lightning Fast covers it from the grades. Teamwork is just snappy today from GE.
Whether or not it's the mental coach or just the amount of work that they've done, the amount of work that the coaches have done to adjust their calling the previous days, Benkai being a little bit more communicative, it's all working out incredibly well for Global Esports today. Meanwhile, for RQ, I mean, just tiny things, fractions of a second, where someone peeks out a little bit too late or fires a little bit too late. Unfortunately, even though Jemkin is topping the scoreboards, the rounds aren't going their way.
Jemkin surely wants to redeem his name a little bit as well after a very rough first map.
by 15th floor तक देखा उसने
It's not quite happening just yet. Too many targets, too many variables. But at the very least, they've gathered some information.
Yeah, they gathered information, but they're not able to hold on to that area, right? And I think that's what we're really starting to see at the top level of Valorant these days is simply getting information. Passive information just is not enough. You have to have a reaction. You have to still maintain 50% control of the map. Right now, RQ, they're getting pressed in. They're losing control bit by bit on both A site and B.
Information goes bad after a little while. That's why they're investing utility just to clear and continue to try and regain control. 2G is in a pretty tricky spot. Catches him down. Polvi, quick double to open up the B site. The rest of the squad has arrived. Look at the snakebite lineups as well. Elmimore, unfortunately, is forced to back out. Benkai now, along with the turn.
कोई नहीं Benkai कोई scene
But at the
नहीं
very least, now very aware that there is a potential push from mid, but because it is a 2-on-4, RQ's no choice but to save.
ये होती है friendship
This
की
is
power
rough. This is very rough for RQ. Meanwhile, very good for GE. Even that toxic screen that cuts across his B site, it actually leaves so small of a corner that it is really hard to try to peek out of that on that second floor. And like you said, because they're aware that some teams, especially RQ, they've shown it before in this map as well, they'll try to still go for a jiggle out of that screen. Even at the snake bite lineup.
मारना जरूरी है.
I mean, the setups are very good for Polvi today as
Yeah.
well. The confidence dash up onto yellow. But the toxic screen goes up right before it, so he's passed from the second floor. It all comes together for GE.
ए अभी Ben क्या कर रहा है ना IGL?
And it's just two Vandals being carried over. Not the best
वो
for
spin बोल रहा था
RQ
ना?
in this upcoming round 8.
It is devastating, Will. I mean,
नहीं
you
क्या?
said it all. Polvi set up,
Vibrance कितना
talked
ज्यादा
about
है?
information and how you know
IGL
you
और
got to be a little bit more active with it.
रस बोल
But
रहे.
global esports are controlling the pace
Coach
right
ने
now.
क्या बोला
First of
था?
all, yeah, they are
Rus
making
IGL
their
Binks
presence
calling
known.
more.
And at the same time, you've got Benkai on
Rus
alerts throughout
IGL
mid.
Binks calling more.
RQ has to be
Benkai
very
हुआ IGL.
cognizant of all of these
नहीं,
moves, and
नहीं,
sometimes
नहीं,
it gets a little bit overwhelming. But at this moment
रस
in
IGL है
time,
लेकिन
ये
Binks
this
इधर
week
ऊपर
of
डालता है
VCT
बे.
Pacific,
हाँ sexy
when you
लेना
have
था.
global esports, 5 wins in a row,
उधर एक लिया
how
उसने
do you come back from that?
So this time they're going to try to actually keep control of whatever information they gain on the A side. But GE seems to be ready for
अगर
it.
secondary caller primary IGL से ज़्यादा call दे रहा है.
Gem first take contact. Oh, but kind of body block for a second. 2GE trying to fire back.
Duelist
It's just not gonna happen.
Duelist Sage
Global
बोलते.
esports, they make it away. They'll take that one.
नहीं वहाँ से देख रहे हैं ना Binks. अच्छा देख.
This is a position Flips is held during kickoff. GE surely is aware of it.
Revive.
Let's go.
Got that res.
बस अभी वापस
And
A
we've
मत
been
जाओ.
seeing this a lot. Polvi
B
and
जाओ.
Lightning Fast
Nice.
double peeking. Polvi taking the
दिखा
lead.
हमारे गार्ड.
And now with the res, it's even better.
Oh, I was thinking about it.
Yeah, it's just too risky of a position though,
Take में
right?
हमारे.
Better than invest that lockdown in another round. Goes back around, and he will be able to find an
भाई
angle.
अभी क्या problem
Takes
पता है
down
ये
single player. Wingman,
Land कर रहे हैं.
spike plant, not quite yet. Going through
कैसे
because of
भागेगा
the
उधर
Hunter's
से?
Fury.
नहीं अंदर बैठ
Now the
जाएगा.
lockdown
नहीं.
gets deployed.
मैं मरेगा तो
भागना ही
पीछे
पड़ेगा.
है,
Esports
ना
tries
यहाँ
to
पे
back out.
जगह है.
Lightning fast. Will have no choice but to drop.
उसने मारा.
Russ trying to hold it up from around yellow.
Nice
Not
there.
quite
Oh,
expecting
God,
it. He pushed up that
Beirut.
much front. 2GE now.
भाई,
coming
knife
back up
करो,
from the other
knife
side.
करो.
Russ keeping
Knife
things
करो इसको, you
alive
should run
for
करो.
global esports.
बोलना.
All on
उधर
his
गोलू को
lonesome.
मरना ही था.
Separated from the
भाई, Russ
pack.
ने sexy मारा
2GE
था उसे.
cannot
G by
do
Chulo.
much.
No,
ये
you
गया
can
बे,
save.
ये गया बे, ये
You
गया.
have
जिस
to.
प्लेयर का बात कर रहा हूँ रे
I mean,
बाबा.
1 HP for Russ. What a
Head
hold on
फिलहाल है.
yellow.
फातिमा जी.
अरे
The
यार.
fact that he recovered and stabilized that
नहीं क्या
one.
अभी?
I mean,
He
Russ
definitely
has
looked
been,
shocked,
Russ
but
has
yes.
been grinding, man. It's
English
so
में बोलना
clear.
stay down buddy.
No, and listen, I said it on
Swing,
social
buddy.
media as
Big-
well.
big
I
regards.
accepted. I was a doubter. You know, Russ fans and
big
GE fans
regards.
told me
Stay
he's been
down, buddy.
grinding. He's been looking good in ranked. He's been looking good on stream. And in my head, I was like, well, until I see it on the stage, it doesn't mean much. We've heard so much about players that grind away and they can't convert it on the stage. And
What's going on,
Russ has
Ji?
made it to internationals before.
भाई finally
you know, the high days were cut short in the past.
Today, though, today.
I mean, not just today, right? The stage one, sure, GE was rocky overall, but Russ and Lightning Fast both have been just getting better and better each week.
And it's all because of that grind. It's all because of the belief from the fans.
देख
It
के आज
always
ऐसा लगा
feels
PG
great, and
agent ही
the
nerf
support
दे.
means so
PG
much.
भी आज regional-
RQ
ये
needs a
गया
little bit of
बे,
that right
ये गया.
now. I'm surprised it took this long for the timeout to be
गया.
called. 7-1 is the
Killjoy
score.
player.
This is Global Esports' comfort pick after all.
Yeah, and listen, we're not even seeing the vast difference in the compositions come into play just yet, right? It's a lot of these early duels where GE will always at least
G
get the
fighting
trade, and then
बोलते.
they'll keep hold of the areas on the map.
भाई
It's not
first
even
time
necessarily
हम लोग
about the number
2-0
of
दे रहे
frags,
ना
but it's
किसी
the fact
को.
that GE still keeps initiative. Sure, they're on the attack, so it's a
हाँ?
bit easier to do that.
वो भी heavy.
And that's always been the trouble with defending
पहला
Icebox.
विनय कैसा लग रहा है
Kind of have
Binks
to
भाई?
push out from one side or
भाई,
the
अच्छा
other
लग
pretty
रहा है
aggressively, and on A, you
भाई
want to
PRX
set the high
against
lows,
me
the
जीते
plays, things
मजे
like
भाई
that, but it's a very
कैसे
close
पिंक
angle.
पता 1-7
You know,
पता
it's not
मैं
the
बोल रहा हूँ,
easiest
अगर-
for RQ.
अगर ये लोग 5 man
They'll have to find a
classic
way,
भी
and
खेले
now
ना अभी
Polvi
जी.
has his own
भी
operator
अभी
as
जीते
well.
हैं.
लेना जरूरी है क्या
Something that RQ might
Binks भाई
not
आपका क्या प्रोफेशनल
anticipate.
भाई मैंने तो
Who
ट्वीट भी
knows?
किया अभी
Timeout
जी
called.
वालों को.
I mean, look at G's.
पोलू भाई
They're
को
waiting
बोलो
for a
कॉल
hard
करके
push
वैंडल
out.
अच्छा चला था.
जीत गए ना वो ट्वीट में रिप्लाई दे आई
Hard
नीड
push out. It's not gonna come,
जहाँ पे वो
but
जिंक्स
they'll wait
लिखा
for
है
it.
भाई वो जो
For
बंदा
now.
सुख सुख कर रहा था
I mean,
Justice
this
for
is
his
week
कमर बोलना
3,
पड़ेगा अभी तो.
William.
कॉलेज वीडियो चाहिए भाई हेलो
Very tricky stuff.
मैं तो
RQ
दूसरा वीडियो से काम चला
actually
लूंगा.
on the verge of losing this
yeah,
match,
the exit
and
देख रहे
along with it,
हैं.
maybe their chances of making it to playoffs. Elmy Moore caught unaware, caught lurking. just up by the window.
It felt like he was trying to find an angle right above the poison cloud, and maybe he wasn't happy
timing
with
was
his sightline or something. He was not paying attention to inside
उसका
tube at
timing
all.
हो गया,
They had already
timing.
made it past the poison cloud. I mean, sure, you can set the turret back up. You already have flips in garage. This time, he doesn't have to show his back. That's always haunted him a little bit in the past.
कितना फॉरवर्ड करता है
little bit
खेलता है देखना है
punishing. Look at
रेफली
the patience from Global Esports. Blaze King marking the back. Ben Kai lurking up around mid. No movements from A. And Russ is still just trying to set up or at least take a peek into the site.
Yeah, I mean, GE, they have no reason not to necessarily hit the A site. This pit is detrimental, but it doesn't cover the entire site. They still have a sage wall as well.
This is a
So there you go. It blocks off right outside of the pit. I mean, it's a good setup here from GE.
भाई रूस भाई बहुत
Russ
मार रहे
gets to
हैं
walk in kind of more
Heavy
or less
impact वाला
for
scene है
free.
इसका
2G still hovering
मारा,
up
मारा,
around
मारा,
Rappers.
मारा।
The spike is down now.
बैंका क्या लर्च
And there is a lot of heat breathing down the back of Jemkin. He will be able to turn around and feel it.
आरआर की जब
come
खाली
back.
अपने कमरे में
Yeah,
जाएगा
I
ना
mean, that
सब
lurk
जगह है
man,
बे
ruins
सब
everything
जगह
Jemkin has to
Okay.
carry.
आप कहाँ लगाया
Even then, though,
वो C4 में इसमें लगाया
1v3,
क्या
he's got to go for the save again. I mean, it's a correct decision, but it's
Off
the worst
shots,
correct
आवाज
decision
आवाज
every
तो आ रहा
round so
आपके।
far, 3 rounds in a row.
Wow.
क्या
He's still
crispy
hot
मारता
for
है
the
ना?
duels though.
अरे
Able to
मत
put it
करो,
back.
मत करो,
There's the
करो,
fort.
मत करो।
Oh my goodness.
I
यही
mean,
चाहिए।
listen,
अच्छा
sure,
हुआ गिरा
get
दिया।
your ace, man, because you're going to need a consolation prize after this.
No!
Can't even
What is
finish
that?
it.
Ace
Great 4
लेगा
kills
हाँ
from
एस
Jemkin.
लेगा नहीं
But
गो
really,
लो
the focus is on the fact that GE is really hard to
गो
bullet.
लो
And here's the thing, even that round, right? You have the pit, but you know if they have the pit, they're not going to fill the site. So you're basically going to creep up, and once you get right up to that starting point of the site plant, then you put up the siege wall. It denies any of the flood all the way to the plant. You send the wingman to make sure they're not breaking the wall too easily. And GE knows how this comp is played on the opposite side.
हाँ पूरी दुनिया
Very
की
familiar, knowing how to
इवन मैं
work
पूरी
around the
दुनिया
pit.
की
and
ओपी
it's
ओपिंग
just-
एक तरफ
It
भाई को
feels
ओपिंग
bad for RQ right now. Like you
बाकी
mentioned,
कांग
making all the
लोग
right
लेते हैं
technical decisions.
गाप
सब सही
know, on
फटती है इधर भी
paper,
लेते तो भी गाप फटती है रीजंस आर
But
डिफरेंट
unfortunately, it's not something that converts into a round win. And
तो ऐसा
the
लगता है
round
कि
wins are
हालिया
something that
इसमें
RQ
वो
needs desperately.
इधर
Flips,
उसने
able to play off of the
रूस को
operator.
शॉट मारा वो
2G
भी
now
टैग हुआ
holding
मारा
out
कौन देख
garage. A little bit
Always.
of damage, and it makes RQ look a little bit better.
Yeah, at least you don't have the Jet or the Viper now,
Bollu
so that
bhai.
B site looking much, much less
क्लोज
likely.
रेंज में बी पे वहां
So
पे
look
मारा
at
ऑफ
RQ's
लेके
position. They
क्लोज
want to
रेंज
just make sure that they're not showing their backs. They're making sure that they have mid covered from various angles.
Nice.
Big pick on the A flank as well.
I mean, the positioning this round, not exposing too much, not going up too up front.
बिग फैन बिग फैन
Offshot
बिग
onto
फैन
the
भाई बिग
window,
फैन
barrel spotted. It's
कोई
a
ना एक
team
आध राउंड
ace.
देंगे
It's a
भाई वो लोग भी
flawless
गेम ही
win.
खेलने आए हैं
RQ
एक आध राउंड देना
keeps
बनता है
themselves afloat.
Yeah, float's the perfect way to describe it. They're going to desperately
Polvi
need
nahi,
these last
Polvi,
2 rounds
please.
if they want to feel any
Polvi.
sort of comfort going into the
Yeah,
second
क्या?
half.
पता नहीं
They can
सोच रहे
stabilize
हो
at a 4-8. It's not too bad. But this time, Flip's not alone on that lurk. That catches GE off guard a
अच्छा,
little
mid में
bit.
मारा था
Then a
वो।
heavier focus onto mid, knowing that GE is going to like to work it if they lose a couple members.
जॉर्ड बेबी जॉर्ड
RQ, slowly, but slowly
एक
catching
क्वेश्चन
on
है
to GE's patterns.
किस खुशी
Good
में
timeout,
लाइट
Coach
आर्मर लिया
Shubham.
पोलवी भाई ने
Good adjustments from the players. Let's see if they
नेक्स्ट
can
राउंड
keep it
लास्ट
up.
राउंड है
Because they are still very much in this fight. Although they only have 2 rounds, it's not over yet.
एनी कमेंट्स टीवन पे
Global Esports starting to fan
Yeah, buddy.
out now, though.
किस
Jemkin
खुशी
trying to
ने
catch a sneaky
पोलवी
one.
भाई ने हाफ शील्ड लिया
Lightning Fast was tagged, but he's
Oh,
ready for it. He knows the pitch is coming.
अरे मैं
बहुत अलग से क्या मार रहे हैं
Oh, this is, I mean, it was the call from Lightning Fast, right? That I need backup. I'll try to hold the first whip around. And Russ is trying to hold the other pinch coming out
अब
on the
ले
main
ऐसा
path
रहता
of
तो
A
अब भी ले
main.
लेता
But, I mean, you just couldn't land the first shot. There's not much to it there.
Because RQ's taking things into their own hands and trying to fight the pace of Global
अगर peek
Esports
किया तो
now. They
गए।
peek out. Something that Lightning Fast couldn't quite react to in time. But the rest of the team not backing down. They've pushed into the B site.
They're not quite sure about Blaze King being snuck in. He doesn't know.
जॉर्ड
At least a bit of cover from Xfero from mid. Now you've got Elmi more marking things from Snowman. Trying to play around yellow.
Heavy shock
Polvi,
darts आएगा।
can he do it? He's got so many
Yeah.
targets to hit. Jemkin on the
Option नहीं
operator.
मारना
Just
Option
sniped
नहीं
right
मारना।
down. all the way into sight, into yellow. RRQ keeps themselves going.
I mean, RQ's been losing pretty badly, so we haven't talked about it much, but Jemkin's shots have been on fire this map, right? He was a little bit heavy on that first map of Lotus, definitely showed a bit of a raise diff. But this time on the Jet, at the very least, the stocks are just absolutely sharp.
I mean, he's always been that duelist ever since on Scars from Ascension. He's been talked about, and this is why RRQ picked him up.
Special timeout लिया ये लोग पक्का मेरा tweet देखा रहेगा.
Justifying these rounds.
ये timeout
Sometimes
सिर्फ
doing a
off
little
मत
bit
ले
of
last
heavy
round वाला
lifting.
timeout है ये.
Timeout from GE. A bit of a counter timeout, a couple rounds in, but you know, cool them off as they're starting to heat up. Make sure you can reset. If you can get the 9-3 even better. Things like that.
Sure, but it is like the last round of the first half, so a very kind of a curious one, but nonetheless, definitely looking for the 9-3 because once you go into halftime, if they can take that round, now we're just looking at 4 more for Global Esports to make it to map point.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you get 2 timeouts. I'm sure you might need them both in the second half, but you're so far ahead that I think if you're forced to use both to try to make sure you're not getting caught up, I think those timeouts end up feeling bad either way, right? Because you're kind of giving a chance for the enemies to reset as well. So I don't mind it. Like, I'm not going to say it's objectively, the best timeout or anything like that. But obviously, especially based on maybe what he's hearing in the comms, things like that. But mostly to cool off Jemkin on the other side, 16-6-2, single-handedly keeping RQ afloat.
That round, even with the spike going off, able to snap up the heads like that. Critical. Global Esports now.
क्या
like
करो 10
लोग
देख रहे 10,000 लोग देख रहे 5,000 लाइक किया है.
Plans to work against this garage push.
Oh, this is a trap.
Up on top.
The mosh,
the dizzy, everything is all tossed in. Elmi Moore firing shots through the toxic screen, catching Global Esports.
Oh, this was a nasty setup from RRQ. I mean, the lineup on the mosh.
Same scenario होगा क्या last जैसा?
Wow, it's just overall, everything was so good. And then the high-low with the blades.
अपना defense
Blaze managing to lurk through mid, though, will be able to look for a bit more damage. Here's the footsteps at the last second, turns around. But look at the shots just firing through, making him feel uncomfortable.
ये round के लिए
What a
क्यों
read after that
timeout
timeout. What a read. And they pull out a new one from the strat book.
Might have been like a bit of a counter timeout from Coach
Problem
Smith,
क्या है
but
पता है?
RQ made sure to make use of it.
Yeah, I mean, very good read. Very good read from RQ. And the reason I don't mind it is, again, you haven't seen a really hard push on to B from GE, right? Generally, they're always kind of scouting for information on A, they take over pipes control a little bit, and then they slow creep into B. You see that final timeout, you think they might do something a little different. You purposely try to bait them in. As the toxic screen comes out, you just show one Vandal, trying to spam through it on a tempo. Say, hey, we're just trying to hold this off. We're trying to go for some of these spams through the smoke, see if we can get a lucky kill. And GE just bites right on. The recon dart, the mosh, the thrash comes out. It's the read on the thrash as well. Overall, a desperately needed way to round out the first half for RQ. It finishes on a high note, but overall they were still so far behind.
likes करने बोलो भाई गलत चूक गया यार. सब लोग full screen से हट ही नहीं रहे. चैट अंडी मंडी दिया मैंने तुमको.
Welcome.
अंडी मंडी.
That's just awesome.
I
mean, it's a very satisfying round. A lot of satisfying support.
Lightning Fast has been, I mean, he didn't get much of a chance last year, but you can tell he knows how much it means to be given this shot, right? The lone remaining member of GE's starting squad. And he is making full use of it.
Language.
And oftentimes on this Icebox, it's on that defense that he pops off with this Sage all around that A site, the master of it.
That positivity
break up that pacing.
Yeah, because so far, Global Esports has been dominating the pistols today. Coming in with a bit of game plan as well. Lightning Fast makes a bit of noise, hops up around pipes.
टिबोन ये थोड़ा सीख लेना ठीक है
Walls it off.
ऐसा पीछे कैसे खेलना
भाई aggressive डालता हूँ मैं।
It's just walls and walls.
छोड़ दिया मेरे को।
Yeah, this is always going to be the trouble. This time they're able to get rid of the wall pretty
मतलब
early,
अपना
but
देश का प्लेयर जो वहाँ
at the end
खेले
of the
तो
day,
उसका नहीं गेम प्ले कॉपी कर सकता।
GE
ना मेरा अलग है bro. I don't want to be like someone else यार।
GE just knows how to work
Oh my
around it.
God,
They
Keda,
know
my
they need to
God,
draw
Esports.
RRQ out, and with the
Oh my
angles,
God.
Lightning
Defense
Flash
strong है बे, ये लोग का
managing to
defense
take down
strong
so
है।
many players. It's all down to
लेकिन
GE
pistol
tries
तो
to swing
है भाई,
around,
अभी
but
तक तो माननी
Blaze King
चाहिए।
descends upon him.
अबे
ये
बहुत
confidence boost मिलता है।
बहुत
ठीक है,
defense
आठ
है।
हो गया,
Feel
pistol हम जीत
confident
गए।
today. He's got a
But
couple
pistol
moves.
है।
up his
वो
sleeve.
बॉल तो
Trying
ना
to prove
पुश
a
टाइमिंग
point
लेफ्ट
here
राइट होता है बे, कुछ लोग
against some
झुक
of
के
his
जाते
old
हैं
Public,
friends.
अभी
राइट
तक
से
the
can
other
we
side.
say like one of the best team
Yeah, this is not my
for
time to
pistol
join
in
this.
our region, man?
It's been a
Both
long
sides.
time coming for Blaze King for
पिस्टल है
sure.
अपना।
But yeah, that Sage wall, I mean, sure, it comes out early, so RQ is able to break through it.
बस
But the fact of the
finally
matter
अपने
is,
वाले
RQ,
बंदे
they
लोग
always
अच्छे
have to
ट्वीट
worry
कर
about
सकते
using
हैं।
that util dump too
हाँ
early.
ना बे, आज कौन भाई कौन हिट देगा आज भी देखना।
Definitely is very pesky.
फाइनली आज सब लोग
Because they
tweet कर
want
सकते
to
हैं।
break
Yay!
through. They want to deal with all these walls that Global Esports puts up. Because if they don't, that's going to be a lot of map control. Now just opting to rush through B side instead, knowing they don't want to deal with
ये
lightning
क्लासिक
fast.
बोलते
अरे थोड़ा
हैं।
backups दे दो यार।
Master of Arms swaps over onto the Classic, gets the
भाई
triple.
जीत गए।
Benkai now firing a shot of his own on the site, and even
ये गया,
Sparrow
ये गया।
tries to
चलो
keep
भाई, आराम
that
से।
from back mid, gets spotted by lightning fast.
देख लियो इसने क्या किया।
Sure, anti-eco, but what you can
आज
tell is the
Blaze-
confidence is there for GE.
आज tweet
I mean, they're
शांति
playing like we
रहेगा।
haven't
आज
seen
guy-
them before.
आज Twitter
Even the
शांति
map
रहेगा
scene
और
won.
Binks
It
by
wasn't
Binks
with
की
movement
वीडियो भी
like this,
चाहिए।
with
Yeah,
confidence
चाहिए।
like this,
Jinx
fighting
बुलाया
as
बे।
if they just can't lose.
भाई,
We
हो
talk
सकती
about
है,
that
मैं
so
तो वो
often,
बंदे का
and I
wait
feel
कर
like
रहा हूँ।
viewers who have watched VCT for a while now will know when we
किसका?
see that.
Tracker
Like the
भैया।
run and guns, things like I just know I will hit my shot first, right? I just know I'm ahead of
मुझे तो
this
वो
guy
वीडियो
in the
देखना
mind
है।
games.
Yes.
क्या कौन सा वाला?
That type of
थोड़ा
movement, the
RCB वाला
reactions coming
tweet
out from
हो
Blaze
जाता
King,
तो
the
भाई।
hype is there.
ट्वीट किया था बंक्स
मेरा
भाई पे
प्राइस
कोई।
The glow
बढ़िया।
in their
क्या 2-0 के
eyes
साथ
know
हम
that they can win these fights. That's why they're taking them. That's why they're going for it, Will. And now Polvi marking the angle. He's threading the needle.
बस भाई
Beware
टिबोन ने अब
RQ.
तक जी का क्लासिक क्यों नहीं लिया?
There goes that first peek, and instantly Polvi flicks onto Jemkin's head.
भाई
A
जर्सी
rifle
लिए इससे ज़्यादा क्या
snatched right
चाहिए
away
भाई?
from under his arms.
बंडल
ऐसा नहीं है
And
इधर
against
तुम
Sage
लोग।
now with your Gecko
ऐसा नहीं है।
Silver Cup, you don't have your
पैसा नहीं है
jet.
तो हम तो मतलब छोड़ देना।
4 दिन
यार,
पहले
कृपया-
was cut audio.
कृपया
ऐसा
कोई
एक-
second floor में
ऐसा
सूरज
एक
में
बात
रहने वाले
बताओ।
कृपया ना बोलिए।
5 दिन पहले तू
Lightning
बेंच
fast
और मॉनिटर
swing
बेच
around
रहा था। 4 दिन पहले तू
Providing
सीएस
him
को
with
बेच
so
रहा
much
था।
support. RRQ can't
तो
quite walk
के
through.
पैसा नहीं है। हाँ 3 दिन पहले
They've
मीटअप के
suffered
लिए
that
गया
loss to the
था।
pistol round. They
Dude.
can't. They don't want to make it happen again.
हाँ 2 दिन पहले
एक
टैंक्स
काम
खेल
करो
रहा
ना,
था।
session
टैंक्स
के लिए कर दे लो,
Yeah,
बैंक अकाउंट
RQ
डिटेल
knows
मेरा
cutting
देना
audio
अपनी
is the
बात
only option.
मामा 2 दिन
But he gets
पहले
spotted again.
टैंक्स
He
खेल
doesn't
रहा
know
था।
that, but he is spotted.
हाँ,
So G
भाई
is
ये
very well
कृपया
aware of
बाबा
this.
आप ना भूलिए जो
They've
सूरज
already
में
filled the
22nd
site.
फ्लोर में रहता है।
And that's just lightning
वो भी
fast.
4
Quick
BHK
reaction.
जिसमें
Firing another shot off from screens. Spotted out
जिसमें-
up the top. Colby
चलो भाई।
with the final shot too. It's a flawless round with the
Kill that,
bonus
kill that.
for Global Esports. This is it.
क्या
I mean,
मतलब?
भाई
you
हम
have to
बोनस
be
भी
otherwise
जीत
it's
गए
match point.
हैं।
It's a terrible round after
बोनस
force on, but they had to buy the
भी
full armors
जीत
last time because the outlaw
गए।
and the outlaw is still there.
जीत
जेम्किन
गए।
के
don't
लिए
have
बुरा
much
लग
of an
रहा है।
option.
जेम्किन
Right,
बाप
you can't play to not lose.
Yeah,
So
बाप
RQ really
भाई,
finding
ऑफ
themselves
भले ना
up
हो
against the
लेकिन
wall here.
आउटलॉ तो है।
And I mean, this is
Mat
again what I was
ball,
talking
mat
about with the
ball.
compositional differences, right? The wall comes out. I mean, sure, your jet is down
अभी
as well.
डिफेंस पे
But
लीड पे
if you
तो
use your
प्रॉब्लम
util
नहीं
dump
है।
too
समझ
early,
रहा है?
then they can just refill the site
But GG,
afterwards, right? If you hold on to it late, then you don't have as much information. Things like that.
And what more can RQ do other than to full send it
दोनों यूट्यूब
with their
Oh,
force
भाई।
buy in this
किसी
round?
ने नहीं
Picking
देखा।
up the
He's
orb,
up.
Blaze King very aware of it, and they've managed to check the angle.
इससे बढ़िया मार
Polvi
लेता
still
हूँ।
with the outlaw.
लैंग्वेज
मार देता है यार।
RQ just waiting for a bit of a peek.
पुली भाई
I like
नहीं,
that he
पुली भाई
doesn't
नहीं,
dash
पुली भाई
out,
नहीं,
right?
पुली भाई चप्पल।
I mean, I
पुली-
don't know about
ओ,
going
अबे
back in.
क्या
God.
भाई करते का?
Now they
Iko
know
है
it's
ना?
the outlaw. They have no trouble swinging
जॉर्ज
out
पड़ी
runs
पड़ी
here.
लेग पड़ी
Global Esports, this is their
हो जाए,
round, this is
डरते
their
क्या?
match.
Nice.
जॉर्ज
Swapped on
बे
over to the Sheriff. Doesn't matter if Russ is down.
भाई सेट बाय
Benkai
मैच
comes back
पॉइंट
in.
बेबी
It is now
मैच
match
पॉइंट
and
जी इज
match
लुकिंग
point
गुड
for Global Esports.
it's not over yet, but what a turnaround for GE. And it just seems like
Binks का
finally it
support
is
calling
everything
तो है
clicking.
तो फिर हाँ
Right? We constantly talked about the potential, the reads, the plans, the prep.
Yes.
It's all there, but the execution's not. And I'm sure some viewers, they were getting sick of it, right? Because at a certain point, you're like, well, if they can't execute ever, then, when does it happen? Then it doesn't matter what prep they have. But at the end of the day, today they're not only firing, but it's the positionals, it's the timings, the rotations even on Lotus were very good. Very, very solid match.
It's just, it has been
Outlaw पे क्या play है? Any comments, Stephen bhai?
Global Esports, ever
Lead
since
heavy है,
kickoffs,
lead heavy.
Looking a little bit shaky, but ever so slightly
Lead heavy है.
improving again and again.
भाई lead heavy है और defense है, कोई problem
Peek out with his teammate, has that cover, so he has the confidence to peek out of the screen, and they hold on to yellow. It's already 2 members down. You still have the operator. B side is locked down, and GE doesn't even care about it. They slow the util, and they can go for a retake. They even have the res. They can flood at any point.
Ben's just watching too. If anyone tries to pull something sneaky, it's not gonna happen. RRQ.
ट्विटर वालों को बोलो आरआर
Going forward.
आपको तो ये नाम अच्छा लगता है.
That's their only option. Updraft up. And Russ is made aware.
I was here
They're
finally,
waiting for
guys.
that spike tap.
ट्विटर रेडी है, मेरा ट्वीट रेडी है, मेरा ट्वीट रेडी है.
Enter the ball.
Wait, they want to make sure, is there still a late lurk, right? Is there a wrap?
11,000
How else are you going to
tweets
win this
आज
round? Now, Thrash
G
online,
fighting के साथ.
4 flips. But he's on yellow, so the timing has to be good. He's just going to use it to delay.
Okay. Just play time as much as possible. Jemkin needs to land his first shot right here.
It's all about Jemkin, but the far peek out.
He spots them all over the place. Like the fast with the off shot to open things up, and instantly down goes RRQ. The only one left. Johnny left. Triple
भाई बच गया.
a little bit too slippery for
Let's go baby. आज
picks up
win
their first win
करेंगे.
in VCT Pacific Stage 1.
गोलू मिला finally मेरा सोशल पड़ेगा आज.
Pacific, everything's still in flux.
ये आज
GE, they finally give back to
Trust
fans
the
that have been
process,
holding on to
baby.
hope for
आज
so
dinner
long
होएगी.
for
आज
this new squad
trust the
to come together to
process.
prove that firepower is not lacking
Hashtag
on this
believe in
squad.
yourself होएगी
The
आज.
work, it's all paid off. They've made the improvements, every single one of them today. Ever since that first map on
अरे
RRQ's
हाथ दे रहे, हाथ दे.
Lotus, they made the right reads, they made the right calls, they had the cohesion to make it happen.
Just an impressive showing, and meanwhile, I mean, obviously a little bit of troubles for RQ, sure. I mean, now looking back, okay, maybe 2G having to be slotted in so late, maybe it creates a bit of a chasm in the comms, but that wasn't the only reason. Today, it's GE. It's props to GE. They came prepared, and they had the mentality, the fortitude to also prove and execute
आज सबसे best look दो सब लोग. Best look दो.
Like, this is your moment.
आज
They
किलन look
have to
चाहिए.
take that stage, take the podium, smile for the picture, because they deserve it. I love the little bit of a friendly hug from Blaze King to LB as well.
Yeah, I mean, Blaze King, he's played alongside some of these guys, obviously.
15
they've
years
been part
बाद
of the same scene
finally
for so
smile आ गया
long.
लोगों में.
But what a moment for him as well. A lot of people started to question, where's that fire from Ascension?
By
But it's
God
back.
के लबे like तो को भी सब लोग मिलके.
Back. Tell us,
सब लोग मिलके like तो अभी इंटरव्यू भी होने वाली
I
है.
think it definitely is back, especially with now, after so many days of GE fighting, you finally have GE winning the moment the fans have all been waiting for. I'd say after this, well-deserved indeed.
No, this was a dominant performance on Icebox and a really solid performance on Lotus put together. They looked really good today. They had a lot of really good game plans, especially on Icebox. A lot of trap plays that really caught RRQ completely off guard. It didn't seem like they had great answers behind it. Colby had an incredible day. Blazing had an outstanding day. I mean, just a wonderful, wonderful win for GE.
In just short, everything clicked for GE, right? I was telling you that there was only just one more series where everything is gonna just turn for global esports here, and boy, it definitely did on a map as well. Okay, moving away from Icebox real quick, Lotus never really expected them to play super well on that map. They really turned heads on that one. And coming into Icebox, did we really, did we really doubt that they're gonna have a not so stellar game? They had an incredible game coming into second map as well.
Yeah, you look at the scoreline, and you know, RRQ, they don't do badly on Icebox, right? We have seen some very good games from RRQ, especially up against, you know, opponents that are perhaps on top of the standings, right? But for RRQ, again, this was them on a day that was very challenging for them, and on a day that everything was just in favor of GE. It was just like, you know, the right place, the right time.
As
the right
being
energy
a
for this
G
team to take
hater,
the
how
win.
does it
Yeah,
feel?
and I mean, this is something that's concerning for RRQ is that we see them come out, look like they can go toe-to-toe with some of the best teams in the world that they have, right? We saw it in kickoff against Gen G, where they were pushing them to the absolute limit, just not quite able to beat them. So you got to think coming into this phase, we're like, okay, now RRQ's had a little bit more time to work on some stuff, get themselves a little bit better fundamentally, get that coordination a little bit more under their belts, and then it just all kinds of, you know, goes away from them. It just fails them, and that's painful because we had much higher hopes for them. We were hoping to maybe get to finally see them at an international event, and now it's starting to look like that might be out of their
apology,
again, just a couple more matches here, but Global Esports, you know, looking a tad more better. And just to add as well for RRQ, maybe it's because of that 2GE thing. Is Estrella going to come back quickly after that, you know, out of commission day that he has today? We'll have to see.
Well, we'll have to see indeed, because this, you know, this series is very confusing. I voted for RRQ here, but on our little guess and gain question, I also voted for GE. So it's like, oh, yeah.
Oh, I have no idea. It was all over the place. There was like that classic pistol round win, and then like. I don't know.
And you know, you'd blink and then you'd miss something, and all of a sudden it was like, okay, you know, RRQ is leading, GE is leading as well. But the final answer to our question is that GE leads with 9 pistol kills, and RRQ got 1. So let's go over to our board.
Yeah.
And move people up and down accordingly.
Apology video.
Just move me down. I don't
भाई
know.
मैंने उनको बोल दिया apology video चाहिए.
Okay, well, you know what? I'll join you over here.
Hey,
Get
babe.
one.
Yeah.
This is what it feels like to rank up. It's
That's
so
right.
cool.
Yeah. So good, right?
नहीं बाद में पलटा ना मैं
Feels
वापस.
nice. Feels nice.
Okay, here you go, Azra.
ऐसा यार G को support ऐसा छोड़.
Finally, after a lose streak.
And you're taking our viewers with us.
Hey, fine.
With you,
You know
rather.
what? The viewers were always with the hosts. Vic was like side by side with the viewers. Now we're kind of
Pistol में तो अपन
kind of agreeing with the viewers right now.
Yeah?
We're
Yeah.
bonding.
Yeah. You
Mio can no let's go. Can you please comment on the G tweet? No let's go. I am very hurts here, bro. Very hurts. What is this? Full day, morning, evening, pasina coming. I supporting G and bench tweet coming. Jinx. I supporting G. How Jinx G wins? You tell me. I need answer in English. I need an apology video, bro.
पेपर एक्स और कौन है?
Yes.
भाई नेक्स्ट मैच पेपर एक्स है. मैं जिंक्स ने मैं कुछ बोलूंगा ही नहीं, पता है. बोलूंगा
अरे
ही
सीक्रेट
नहीं.
जीतेगा ना ब्रो.
कहाँ से सीक्रेट? अच्छा
कहाँ
नेक्स्ट
से
मैच.
ना?
अच्छा नेक्स्ट मैच. I need the Twitter replies. I need.
हलवा है क्या?
You can. You are accountable for this. Kindly send your accountants.
What?
वो करने. Okay, will fire SMM. SMM क्या है?
सोशल मीडिया मैनेजर.
फायर कर.
अगला मैच में बैन का है मारेगा यार.
फायर कर. मैं तो बोलता हूँ SMM फायर करने का वो पॉलवी का ऑफ ले पहले तो. फिर फायर कर.
वो क्या जीत गया मांबा लोडू है.
पेपर एक्स के सामने.
MVP बॉल. Let's go.
भाई पेपर एक्स के सामने जब भी मैच है उस दिन मेरा लाइट नहीं है घर पे. सॉरी.
ये कब है रे? 23rd को है क्या?
हाँ.
परसों.
क्या सीन है? मैं सोच रहा हूँ विदाउट फेस कैम माइक स्ट्रीम करूँ. क्या बोलते हो? भाई
एक मैप भी जीत
है
गए
बे,
ना।
लेकिन है एक मैप्स इधर उधर जीत रहे हैं. अभी 2-0 कर दिया भाई. इम्प्रूवमेंट हैवी है. क्या बोलते हो?
है.
यार ये जीते तो मजे में.
टिबन भाई तू जी को सपोर्ट कर रहा है?
नहीं पीआरएक्स के अगेंस्ट जीत गए तो भाई मजे. क्या बोलते?
मैं क्या पूछ रहा हूँ? आर यू
भाई सारे हेटर्स चुप ना उस दिन.
हाँ, आर यू
उस दिन सारे हेटर्स भाई अंडरग्राउंड हो जाएंगे. अंडरग्राउंड.
यहाँ पे ऋषि भाई आए चैट में पूछ रहे आर यू सपोर्टिंग जी और नॉट टिबन?
नहीं मैं एक चीज बता रहा हूँ. अगर जीत
या ना में रिप्लाई चाहिए. पूछा है यहाँ पे.
क्या बोल रहा है?
आर यू सपोर्टिंग जी? ऋषि भाई ने पूछा.
मैं आया 2 मिनट.
आर यू सपोर्टिंग क्या?
जी.
Obviously, I'm wearing the jersey, man.
Just saying, अन्ना आए थे चैट पे. Just saying, ये गया. अन्ना देख रहे था? ये गया बे. जी को सपोर्ट कर रहा है. ये गया बे.
अन्ना मैंने
अन्ना देखो.
प्लीज
देखो ना है बे ये क्या है कॉट इन 4K बे कॉट इन 4K फंस गया सी ट्रेंड के गिव अवे बहुत जल्दी होएगा ओ फक मैं तो 23rd को ही प्लान कर रहा था मैच के पहले करना पड़ेगा गिव अवे या फिर 24th को कर सकते हैं 24th को
It looks like it's the same problems we saw
थोड़ा
like
दिल
a time
थोड़ा
last year
वो
where
होगा
they were talking
मेरा
about
भी
communication wasn't that good and
मेरा
they
भी
need to
नाजुक
work on it.
होएगा
You know, they're transitioning languages
नाजुक
last year to English, you know, so that was causing some dysfunction as
भाई
well,
थोड़ी
but
सी
now it feels like we're
अनबिलीवेबल
right
सी
back
लग
to
रही है
that
यार
same
2-0
kind of
जीते
issue. Now, again,
हाँ?
a lot of credit to GE. Like there were good
अभी ऐसे
neutral
इतना
combos and
close
stuff
भी
like
नहीं
the
गया
one to
हाँ
get Polvi up on
पहला
top.
वाला
Still a
थोड़ा
little
जल्दी एंड कर
toxic
सकते
screen
थे
and then
OTV
लेकिन
snake bite
सेकंड
to
वाला
move
तो
Elmi
क्लीन
more back on the rope there on
G
his side
fighting
and
से
keep
G winning
2G
love you
isolated.
यार
Things like that are really good.
Can G
but then
still
there's, like,
qualify they need
protocols
to
and
defeat
follow-up and communication for RRQ to
RFM
the situation.
DFM
Or
RFM
now,
क्या
that
बोलूं
means that their
DFM
last match is going to be up
and
against Chen G. The one
then
final match
मैथ्स
they
वाला
have
सीन है कि
coming
कितना
in,
टीम्स
in
दो
the split
मैप
one
जीता
to
है
maybe
सिर्फ
secure them a spot on
Of course.
playoffs.
वैसा
Of
सब
course,
सीन
right? Of course, it's going to
The
be.
big bad boss.
It was written in the stars, right? But for now, we can celebrate the win of Global Esports. We're going to send it to Jen, who is on stage right now with Global Esports. So, hey, Jen, what you got for us?
Thank you guys. I am now standing on stage with GE's Blaze King. Now, congratulations,
RCB
Blaze King.
जीतेगा. Done.
Everyone's
RCB
been
full
waiting
support.
for this win for
Love
so
you, Uncle
long,
Bhai.
and you guys were able to get that clean 2-0 against RRQ, the boys you're pretty good friends with. But
भाई, गोलू भाई को
nevertheless,
बोलना पड़ेगा ना,
GE was
एक आध
definitely
हाय हेलो बोले
fighting
करके.
today. GE was winning today, so how does all of that feel?
Of course, I'm happy to take the first
मेरे
win.
को हाय हेलो बोल बहुत
Nobody
टाइम
want
हो
to
गया गोलू
lose.
से बात नहीं की
They are actually my friends.
You told me to
really
wake
my
up
close
for it.
friends.
It was worth it. Love
so pretty
you.
much like 50-50 feelings for me.
अभी अच्छे से सोच
I
सकते
feel
हैं.
bad for them to lose, but one of us need to lose. So
Yeah.
that's the game.
I'm pretty sure they're kind of happy for you, though, to be able to get this win.
I'm not sure.
Oh, you're not sure.
I'm not sure,
Okay,
yeah.
let's talk about the changes. That for sure, because Finn actually mentioned in the pre-match interview that Benkai will be chipping in. He'll be calling more, taking the role as a secondary caller. So talk to me about why this decision came through and how it works. Who calls what?
I think it's just because like our previous loss, we think Ben is not like really involved inside the game itself. He just like, you know, we keep quiet, focus on his aim, and then holding our flank, something like that. So yeah, we learned from that, and then we want him to actually like more vocal inside the round itself. So yeah, I think it's working
अच्छी
out well
decision
for
थी.
us.
अच्छी decision थी.
Now, one of the things that I've noticed is that with this change, everyone's kind of comfortable. And everyone is very just focused on aim, no whiffing, and you guys are hitting heads, hitting shots, right? So how much of
थोड़ा
this
भी,
change
थोड़ा.
do you think kind of enabled you guys to pick up this first win? From the player's perspective, do you feel like it's such a huge part in today's win as well?
I think so as well. Of course, if you didn't actually like do a lot of communication itself, you can like focus on aim more. Especially, it's actually huge for me as well when we actually know what to do in the round itself. So we can just like, you know, execute and focus on the aim. So yeah, I think it's pretty good for us.
Yeah, so everyone's on the same
भाई,
page.
PRX वाला आ गए.
Benkai chipping in as the caller, and you know, makes everything easier, right?
Yeah, of course.
So
भाई please 5-10
when it
question
comes
और
to the
पूछो.
team identity or team play
What time
style,
बाद जीते?
though,
10 और
you know,
question
what
बनता
is
है.
the direction that GE wants to head?
जी
I think it's just
पोजीशन
like
बता दे वो लोग को
playing
लेकिन
more together.
DFM जीतना ही पड़ेगा
And then
कुछ भी करो
use a lot
DFM
of util
अच्छे
on
मार्जिन
them,
से
and
जीतना
then
पड़ेगा वो
just
लोग.
bomb them, something like that. Like throw anything,
Yeah.
the dog and stuff like that.
blood utils,
Yeah, and then
yeah.
we fight together.
Possible है ना DF?
So I think
Huh?
that's how we're gonna play because our motto is
DFM
actually like
है
togetherness
मतलब
as well.
Yeah.
कुछ भी करते हैं वो
I think
लोग.
you just described GE fighting in like longer words. But other than that, you guys are facing PRX next. So anything you want to say to them? They're right there.
I don't know. Maybe have fun.
Have fun, yeah,
Have fun
yeah, sure.
next week.
It's always fun.
Yeah, always fun. Yeah.
With GE as well, but congratulations.
मैं रहता था
once
बोलता था
again,
love you for
and
second.
next matchup.
Let's
Thank
do
you for the
it.
interview. And that was Blaze King with
क्या
the
बोलते हो?
post-match interview. We're heading off to a short break, but don't
एक
go anywhere
interval
because
बनता है
we
मेरा.
have
क्या
Team
बोलते हो?
Secret and PRX facing off very soon. So we'll see you soon.
क्या गया?
लाइक करो यार, क्या यार, जीत गए 8,000 लाइक भी नहीं किया तुम लोगों ने। लाइक करो यार, क्या है ये लाइक?
When we are up, I will remember
करते हैं क्या?
the summer. Remember when everything
यार RQ song
was
drop किया
bright
Discord
and
में।
new.
वाओ। एक इंडियन टीम
ये बेस्ट है. ये बेस्ट है. ठीक है.
जीवन को बेस्ट।
ट्विटर पे ट्रेंडिंग क्या जी फाइटिंग?
ट्वीट करो, सबके सब ट्वीट करो, आज तो हो जाए।
जी फाइटिंग.
Let's go.
लाइक करने बोल, 7,000 लाइक्स भी नहीं हुए।
चैट लाइक करो ना.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
कब का ट्वीट देख, कब का ट्वीट।
फाइनली काट दी. टिबन भाई
भाई टेलॉन के अगेंस्ट भी जीत जाते ना, आज मजे मजे हो जाता है.
टिबन भाई एक डाउट है टिबन भाई.
भाई तभी हमें टेंशन नहीं था, पता है बिंक्स भाई. टेलॉन भी जीत जाते, ये भी जीत जाते तो पीआरएक्स ठीक है, उसके बाद डीएफएम भी जीत जाते तो सेफ है. बताओ.
डाउट क्लियर करे यार.
बोलो बटी बोलो.
बोविन भाई का ट्वीट है, ठीक है.
हाँ.
गुड गेम बाय टीम ओवरऑल.
हाँ.
You guys have just seen a small taste of what Polvi has to offer.
हाँ.
बोविन भाई को कैसे पता? Taste of what Polvi has to...
क्या मतलब बोविन भाई?
बोविन भाई
बोलो.
क्या सीन बोविन
क्या
भाई?
आपने
हाँ?
कितनी गंदी सोच एक इंसान की.
मैं डाउट थी यार.
हेलो गाइस, कैसे हो यार?
मजा
एंड
पड़ेगा.
में लिखा ट्रस्ट मी व्हेन आई से ही कैन लाइट द स्टेज अप एवरी टाइम एंड आई बिलीव ही विल.
मतलब इतना तो है कि पोल्वी भाई लाइटर यूज करते हैं.
इसने इतना ये भी बोला है, आई सी इट इन डे एंड डे आउट. डे इन एंड डे आउट बोल रहा है अविन भाई.
जस्ट सेंटिमेंट बोला बोविन भाई. मैं नहीं.
इसमें कमेंट करेगा सस.
हाँ कर सकते. कर रहा है तू कर रहा है.
कर दिया सस. जब से इंस्टाग्राम कमेंट्स देखा है ना, हेवी डार्क हो गया.
बोलो हल्का सा ब्लू टिक नीचे वाले कमेंट पे पास करो थोड़े टाइम के लिए.
ब्रो बाय करो ना 1 साल के लिए बेस्ट.
पैसे नहीं है यार भोसड़ी के ये सब चीज के लिए तेरे पास बराबर पैसे हैं सुपर चैट करने के लिए नहीं है कभी
नहीं है बाबा, ये मुझे एलन मस्क ने दिया है।
भाई 0.01% पैकेट लॉस है उससे क्या किसको कुछ एफ हुआ नहीं हुआ शायद स्ट्रीम तो स्मूथ चल रहा है 0.01% क्या होती है वो भी गया ठीक ला ला इजी था बे इजी I think I am like a prediction king now हाँ easy था if G wins today I am buying their shirt ये गया easy था बे
चालू हुआ क्या मैच? ये भी तो 2-0 होगी।
ये तो 2-0 है ये तो 15 मिनट में 2-0 है
कभी कभी है कभी कभी नहीं है लेकिन
भाई जिंग भी आ चुका है भाई जिंग भाई भी आ चुका है
some renewed confidence going into this match.
Sure, why not? I mean, do whatever you got to do to get the wins.
You can get from your hair, right?
Yeah,
why
yeah.
not?
I don't have any to give him, but he can definitely take whatever I got left. I mean,
भाई वो
I'm
सूक
working
माय
well
डूक
against,
वाले ने डिलीट
Zeta
किया
players,
रहेगा
so
अपना
like definitely could be.
I will watch that video the first
They
test.
know what it's like going up against this roster.
As a curly hair, I also know that it does give you a lot of
क्यों?
confidence. It doesn't show
आपको भी
because
small
I have a
taste
bun,
देखने
but
का
it definitely does.
नहीं नहीं मैं खाली देखना चाहता हूँ कि वो लॉजिस्टिक्स काम कैसे करते हैं उस चीज का
मुझे लगा आपको भी स्मॉल टेस्ट ऑफ व्हाट ही डज देखने का
नहीं 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 रे बाबा
आवाज बढ़ा तेरी हेलो हेलो
Well, you do have something on the other side with Paper X, who also does have curly hair. So we're gonna send it to Jay.
आवाज बढ़ाओ लो बढ़ा दिया
That curly haired buff that
किसी का तो
Azura
कमर
is claiming to be.
टूटेगा
Let's send it back to her
आज
to see
कमर
how they're
टूटेगा
doing.
एक तो गयो मैं क्यों कमर का
ये क्या छोटा सा माउस पड़ा है
Now,
The
Jay,
goats
something
of the
popped up
goaters.
on my YouTube algorithm. It said, I will be the first clove in VCT. Yes?
Of course not. If I do that, I think Alex is gonna break the table. So definitely not.
Well then, Alex. Yes, clove?
Why not?
Today?
बकचोदी कर रहे हैं
Maybe in the finals then. Okay. All right. All right. And hello, Alex.
I mean, I think we have a table or two we can spare, right? Just to see Clove over
बकचोदी
there.
शुरू हो
You know
गई
what? Ever
यार
since Alex became the table master,
बकचोदी
I
शुरू हो
think
गई
everyone has like a spare couple of tables just for him.
Yeah. Especially for a match like this, right?
It's built into the VCT Pacific budget now. We have to have tables for Alex.
Yes, the Alex desk budget, right? There's a few
भाई
more
Twitter
spare
account
in there
पता है
just in case
Alex
we
के
need
टेबल ने
another
कितना
one.
डैमेज
And
लिया
as
कैलकुलेट
you
करने के
mentioned,
लिए
for a match like this, you might need a few more, especially since we were
देगा
dealing a
यार
little
तूने
bit
T-Bone?
Clove makeup.
हाँ,
I
बहुत
actually
damage का है।
feel like Paper X could be the first team to bring it out. I can definitely see it working on something with how he's been adjusting.
Sure, I mean, there's a couple players who I think could pull it out. I mean, I think something for sure because Clove plays similar to Reyna in some respects.
Exactly, yeah.
Not exactly the same, obviously, and that's why I think some of the maps that Clove could be good on is the same as Reyna maps. So definitely, or just Forsaken because he is the master of agents.
Yeah.
I mean, he is a many-faced player in terms of what he can do.
He can't leave like an agent unchecked.
That's correct.
On
He has
that
he
list,
has
right?
to at some point play every agent there is to complete, his Pokédex of VCT. So absolutely.
Yeah, I like how our talking points right now is or
भाई
our,
पॉइंट्स देखने का
saying
विकास
after
सिंह
second
सीक्रेट
place
का
and
अभी
relax second place, 'cause we do know
PRX
that
हमें मैच है वो हारने वाला है
forward still has
भाई हमारा भी 2 विन
right behind them on
1 विन
Alpha
2 लॉस है बराबर
PRX. You know that they're just gonna breeze through most of their matches just because they're Paper X. So there really is
सीक्रेट टैलेंट के सामने भी हारने वाली है
specifically for Team Secret that they do need these wins to secure that playoff spot.
हमारे
Yeah, for
अबे
sure.
वो
And Double
टैलोन
Gaming
का
is
विन
in
चाहिए
full
था तभी
swing,
मजे
right?
मजे हो जाते.
So, you know, you have
वो
Jim back
क्लोज
on
तो
the
गया
roster.
था.
They're feeling so good. They're
क्लोज
refreshed. They're
करना था.
reinvigorated.
एंड
But
कर
my
सकते
attention
थे.
now
मजाक
goes
सेट
to
करो एंड
who
कर.
on Team Secret
3
can
लॉस
put
है
a
अपना.
stopper to the heavy,
इनका भी 3 लॉस है.
oppressive play
वन विन
of, you
3
know,
लॉस ये
PRX,
हारने
right?
वाले.
TS
फिर
will have to
इनके 2
rely
मैच
on their
बचेंगे.
utility,
अपने
which
भी
they
2
are
मैच
very
बचेंगे.
good at doing, right? So my attention now
इनमें
turns
से ये लोग
to
टैलेंट के
Porco, for
सामने
example,
हारने
who
वाले.
has played very well. He has that potential to be that, you know,
डीएफएम
dead
जीतने वाले.
stopper for
हम भी
PRX.
PRX हारने वाले. डीएफएम जीतने वाले. क्यों ऐसा बोल रहे हैं? डीएफएम अच्छा खेल रहा है.
Borkum and NDG
भी हो
for
सकता है.
sure. And then after that, it actually goes to Jesse Bash in his
भाई
eye-jailing and his ability to
PRX
kind of
ने
read the map,
PRX को
play
अगर
with the
हरा
map, do
दिया
the things that
तिबन
worked
भाई,
against Zeta,
क्या आप
and
नंगा
really
नाचोगे?
keep PaperX off balance. Now that's an unbelievably difficult
भाई
task, but if
नहीं
there's
भाई
anybody
मैं
who can
कभी
do it,
जी
it's
से
Jesse because
रिस्क
of
नहीं
his
लूंगा
history
भाई.
going up against
कभी कभी
PaperX
जी
so many
बढ़िया खेल.
times in the past. He knows these
कभी
players, he
कभी
knows
बढ़िया
their
करता है,
tendencies,
हमेशा बढ़िया
he
नहीं
understands
खेलता
how
है. ये
the
बोलना
brains
चाहता है.
work, you know, or don't work in the case sometimes of PaperX where they just turn them off and go. So, but he understands their philosophy, and that's given him some big wins, including last year. Now that was pre-something, but still he did get the win over them last year.
One thing I've noticed, you know, with Team Secret is, and this is kind
Talent
of
का
bad
क्या
to say,
score
but
है?
it feels like when Team Secret
भाई मेरे को एक बात बता. हमारा क्वालिफिकेशन का चांसेस कैसे? क्योंकि PRX को स्लॉट तो मिलेगा ही मिलेगा बराबर. DRX को भी स्लॉट मिलेगा ही मिलेगा. अभी बचा तीसरा स्लॉट.
Delulu is my only Salulu, bhai.
हाँ मेरे हिसाब से ऐसा है शायद. 3 स्लॉट अल्फा का, 3 स्लॉट ओमेगा का. ऐसा है क्या? ऐसा है शायद. 6 स्लॉट है. वैसा है ना? 3 स्लॉट अल्फा, 3 स्लॉट ओमेगा. ऐसा है ना? छह स्लॉट है. हे बे हम लोग क्वालिफाई हो सकते हैं रे टीबोन.
भाई इजीली.
अबे अल्फा ओमेगा ग्रुप अलग अलग है ना, तो उसमें टॉप 3 आना है भाई. हो सकता है, हो सकता है.
कहाँ दिखा रहे हैं ये लोग?
ये रहा मेरे स्ट्रीम पे. हे थैंक यू फॉर द रेड बड़ी. लव यू. अल्फा 3 ओमेगा 3. चेक लिकिपीडिया. लिक्विपीडिया क्या करने का है? VCT स्पेसिफिक ऐसा डालो क्या? हाँ 6 टीम्स का एडवांस टू प्लेऑफ बराबर है.
Secret is heads and PRX is tails.
All right, into our map select right now, and we're seeing Warbirds and Jesse Bash and Alex on the side of PaperX. As we mentioned, you know, for TS, I feel like a ban, a bind ban will probably come in just because I think they've been talking about banning that. Yes, indeed, for Team Secret. I feel like for PaperX, maybe a Seth. Okay, Breeze, they're good. There you go.
That makes sense, right? Icebox for Team Secret. That's their bread and butter.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised as well.
हाँ भाई तेरा black color है.
Because I'd say Team Secret don't
हाँ
really have the best
कड़ाओ
race
कड़ाओ
considering
कड़ाओ.
how, again, their side
अबे
moves have been
brand
questionable
बताना
before.
लौड़े.
They're probably still trying to
Full
figure
screen
out how
कर.
to make Raze work on Breeze.
हाँ
अरे full screen कर
same
कैमरा.
They need time. They need time to cook on that one. As good as they are at adapting, they need time to cook.
सेम है. कौन सा
Yeah,
कौन
I
सा?
feel like this box
Same है.
sunset right now.
हाँ बे.
Just
Same
thinking
है.
about how Jing is
Same है.
able to like utilize the
Dictator से भाई भाई
rays
cool
on
भाई
these
भाई
maps.
कोच बनूंगा
Or
मैं.
a Phoenix, yeah.
Just saying.
It could
देख रहे हो
work.
बिंग्स भाई?
I'd like to see it. I
Maybe.
think Binks all
H&M से
kind of
शॉपिंग
agree,
करता है माम्बा और बोलता है पैसा नहीं.
माम्बा भाई
H&M
आप
H&M तो
उसके
सस्ता brand
जैसे
है
कपड़ा पहनने
भाई
के लिए
H&M सस्ता ब्रांड बोला एंड मामा.
सुनना,
तेरी माँ का.
अगर उसके जैसे कपड़ा पहनने से
ए,
कोच बनेगा
सस्ता है क्या?
माम्बा, मैं
H&M नहीं
सीधा
ना,
सेंटिनल्स के
महंगा है
कपड़ा
भाई.
पहन दूं, सीधा विनर पैच.
H&M सस्ता ब्रांड है सच्ची में. 2-3 हजार तो
भाई,
रहता है भाई.
हाँ ये वाला महंगा था थोड़ा, बट H&M Zara सब फास्ट फैशन ब्रांड्स बोलते हैं उसको.
ला ला
भाई अब 1 महीना सिर्फ यही हुडी पहनूंगा मैं।
सस्ता है बोल
सीधा
रहे हो
रेडिएंट,
H&M।
सीधा रेडिएंट।
पारारारा। ताना। लॉल। गुलाबी साड़ी तेरी लाल लाल लाल
चाय
ए
तोड़ने आया भाई इधर, बोलते हैं मामा भाई हुडी तो है लेकिन स्किल का क्या करे।
बात है। मैं तो बोलता हूँ उससे जट्टी बंद बैब अपने दिखा, लेट्स गो। गुलाबी साड़ी साड़ी लाल 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 ये एमवीपी
टीबोन
बाय
एक दिन
न्यू
लो कट
सॉन्ग
टॉप पहनाना
डाला
चाहता
है
हूँ।
मामा,
जी के
मामा।
ऊपर।
बोलना।
हाँ क्या
इलेक्शन का रिजल्ट कब है?
टू प्लेसेस
अगला महीना
I
4th
feel
of
like
May।
Dates?
okay, there's
4th of May शायद।
obviously.
No, 4th of June, June, sorry, not May, June, June।
Like an odd man out here.
Yeah.
क्यों?
No,
जून में या 4th जून?
we're the
हाँ बे,
we're
एक
the
महीना
odd
चलेगा
ones out.
election।
I
No,
don't
but
I
I
don't
mean,
think
on
we
this
need to
test.
explain ourselves.
अरे टीबोन सुनना, एक मिनट कैमरा फुल स्क्रीन कर, मैं तेरा स्ट्रीम पे आता हूँ, मेरे को कुछ देखने का है।
एक्सक्यूज मी
अरे मैं बता रहा हूँ।
हाँ क्या क्या?
माम्बा
तेरा
नीड्स अ
कैमरा
स्मॉल
फुल स्क्रीन कर।
टेस्ट
Over there. But you
कर
know
दिया?
what? I feel like Team
एक सेकंड।
Secret. This
किया ना?
has, they
हाँ।
have beaten Paper
अभी तेरा
X
दोनों हाथ ले और दोनों एल्बोस को टच करके दिखा एक बार।
Hard copium.
This was a Paper X. This
थोड़ा
was a
कैमरा
Paper
नीचे
X
कर
that
लेकिन।
did not
कर
have
दिया
this
मैं।
thing, right? They did not have this kind of energy. This was a Paper X. that,
टिबोन
you know,
माम्बा नीड्स अ स्मॉल टेस्ट टिबोन
ये मेरा कल वेस्ट देखना चाहता है।
So,
बग्जा मैंने
Mother
Enjoying the copium. You guys trying to figure out how to justify your extreme.
सी में
You know what? I
कैसे
लड़कों को कल वेस्ट देखेगा ये।
Team Secret.
कैसे टिबोन कैसे कर सकता है रे
मुझे नहीं पता, मुझे लगा कुछ टास्क दे रहा है ये।
Strongest.
हे मैं भी एक टास्क दे सकता टिबोन भाई
See how well
Look at the super-
the synergy of their plays really just come into play. Everyone's just
Mamba just got a
is
small
kind of
taste
doing
of
their
keyboard.
job. That's where Team Secret really shines in contrast to Paper X that has, some stellar plays because they can make those individual explosive entries. So definitely something
भूख
to just
लगी है यार।
watch out for here for
Hello,
this
baby.
for this series.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Team Secret's going to win this, you got to dodge some of these explosive executes and coordinated set plays that Paper X actually does on the fly. They're extremely difficult to do. Very few can handle it. Maybe they can.
Maybe. We're gonna see indeed as we head on over to our stage to get our second series of the day started. It's going to be our APAC El Clasico, Team Secret versus Paper Rex. Let's get things started.
टिबोन भाई
हाँ। Let's go।
एक हेटर का कमेंट दिखाओगे तेरे को
हाँ।
ये देख
Paper Rex. That's why they call me undisputed.
ये गाना चाह।
व्हाट्सएप क्या देख तेरे को
देखा?
Up on my stats. Now would you look at that. Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to blow.
G one map ahead of TS, so now G and TS should be.
Can Team Secret score this win against one of their oldest rivals, or is this yet another team that falls to W Gaming?
Probably.
भूल गए ट्रायल के चक्कर में।
Apology video to
Yeah,
Bomba.
I mean, look, that's what it is. I mean, that's why they're one of the best teams in the world. That's why
TS
they're.
should
That's why
be
these cheers.
Yes,
with
exactly.
same
That's why they have
scoreline
fans that
and
come
G
from all over
easy
Asia to
qualify.
see them.
लेकिन जीतना तो पड़ेगा ना अभी, जीतना तो पड़ेगा।
They have made over the last couple of years.
DFM
कोई
जीतना
बंदा
तो पड़ेगा।
प्लीज एक वो स्क्रीनशॉट निकालो टीबोन का और मेरे को ईमेल कर दो, मैं प्रिंट आउट
But in the
कराऊंगा।
global stage as well, they're constantly good. They're
प्रिंट आउट
constantly
नहीं,
getting top
उसका एक
places
वो
and
बना
stuff.
कपड़ा
Even when they have to bring in a substitute.
फिर तो उसको बेच सकता है।
मजाक सच कि मैं प्रिंट करा लूंगा।
हाँ, प्रिंट करके तू बेच सकता है बे।
These two teams have been
भाई
क्या चीज़
ट्विटर
था?
पे कहीं पे तो इसका स्क्रीनशॉट फटाक से टैग करो मेरे को, आज ही बनवाता हूँ टी-शर्ट में।
It was Paper X
that
Jeez,
World
love
Team
you,
Secret,
Rishabh,
where
I
if
love
they
you.
win,
Thank you for
they
the 5
won against
pounds.
PRX,
By
they would've
finally,
gone
लेकिन मजा आया
to
बे, जी
Masters
जी,
Copenhagen
मजा
2022. Sure, Team Secret had that
Playoffs में
lock-in,
थोड़ा
but
लड़ने
no
और मिलेगा
Masters or champions showing ever since. And PRX has been
पहली
one of those
बार
teams that
मेरा
has been kind of
watch party
gatekeeping
वो हो
Team
गया
Secret in
बे,
that way.
वसूल
They
क्या
really
बोलते
want
हैं?
to get into playoffs so that they can start to maybe get something rolling here this year.
मस्त
We'll see how
title
that
change
kinda
कर दो
goes.
That's some deep history there.
Yeah.
That is some deep history, but it just goes to show just how much these two teams have seen each other grow as well in
Cold
the
dala, dala.
Asia-Pacific scene, right? They have seen these teams again since the very beginnings of VCT, of Valorant, going at it. So again, these two teams, they are, I think, like what defines, the very best of Southeast Asia as well.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And I want this to be said that I have a real soft spot for Team Secret because they were the first team I got to cast at Champions, and back when Wits and Dubstep were on the team. So I really want these guys to do well, truly.
Memories of the past, but now it's time to focus on the present. So let's pass it on over to Quack and to William to start the series off.
Thank you very much, Mika, Asarai, and Paperthin. Yeah, we're back in the present, but there is still a little bit of history. Last year in Pacific, Team Secret were actually the ones to beat PRX.
Yeah.
I
I mean, listen, history is cool and everything, but time
पढ़ाकू बच्चे
moves
भाई, लोग तो
on.
पेंसिल
All right,
वैसे
we
लेके
gotta look
बैठे
to the future. And right now, Team Secret, again, I mean, this is the PRX with something. I mean, they've been looking quite unbeatable. Obviously, kind of let go of the finals at kickoff. Gen G taking that one over. Put the answer right back. Once they return from Masters Madrid, PRX looking like they are not ready to stop yet, especially with the return of Jing.
I know, and Jing has been making so many improvements, especially in that game against Gen G last week. They actually defeated them, and it was such an incredible performance. Meanwhile, for Team Secret, they've made some improvements of their own as well. I mean, Envy and Jeremy have been stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to give a lot of credit to Jeremy. I mean, still holding on to the most first kills per round. I mean, that's the type of stat you want to see for someone who now has to take on the mantle of the primary duelist here for Team Secret. So it's good to see. I think he's been getting more and more explosive each week as well. So as someone who was hoping to see Jeremy really hit that peak, hit that potential
what is it,
as a duelist, it's been an upwards trajectory. But
भाई
of course, we
जिंग
saw
भाई
the
मेरे
duel
जैसा खेलेंगे
overall as a
अभी
team. Team Secret not feeling too comfy yet on the scoreboards.
That's something that they always want to work on, and that's why when we're looking at the map, it makes a lot of sense for the current bans to go through. You don't want to really face PRX Unbind unless you have a very specific game plan. Icebox is Team Secret's government. They've been playing it for the past 2 weeks. They've always been winning, and it's the same composition. Meanwhile, PRX, although they have one as well, it is that Sage.
Yeah, I mean, the Sage looked very good against Gen G. I mean, the Des talked about it, the explosive executes, the kind of off-a-snap decisions that PRX can make. We'll see if that
क्या tweet बनता है PRX 20 बनता है?
Of course, we talked a little bit more about the Sage comps in the previous match as well, how
क्या
much you
बोलते
can
हो?
kind of deny the
Easy for
flood
4
type
seconds.
retakes. So we'll see Team Secret. They're generally pretty good about
नहीं, ना, रुक
using
जाता, रुक
utility lineups to delay plants and then go for the retakes. I'm curious how that will work out against each other.
And you also always want to watch out for Jesse Vash. We are starting things out on
बनता है,
the
पक्का
defensive
बनता है।
side for Team Secret.
नहीं बाहर वालों को दे
Penalty
यार
of Clove yet, maybe?
गाली देंगे
Based on
इंग्लिश
over.
में समझ में भी नहीं
Second
आएगा
map,
मेरे
Sunset. Sunset is one of those maps that I think a lot of people think Clove could be used on. So, if you're a
भाई
Clove
PRX
enjoyer,
में सेज लिया है
don't
बे
lose hope just
समझ
yet.
रहा है
Never quite know.
पहले से लेते थे वो बात अलग
I
है
wouldn't want to count that out, but we start
But-
things off. Just a bit of information gathering.
Oh.
PRX playing it safe. Something is already walking all the way out front, but still.
भाई
able
क्या
to
reflex
pull out the
है
jab.
बे क्या
The
reflex है
bait
बे
here from
क्या
Sage just gets
reflex
pinged.
है
Not quite sure if it's entirely
Direct
intentional. I gotta
मारा
believe it
इसको
is, because then
मारा
something's already
Binks
planted
इससे
deep
इतना
down
है,
mid lane.
control
He's
कैसे
fighting
करता
with a turret.
है?
Goes on the swivel.
All right.
Point 7 पे खेलता है ये
Topped off. The rest of the
क्या
team
point?
off
7
of some of
800
these
DPI.
movements.
Yeah.
Something as a turret.
ओह close
They've made their way onto the A site. There's a bit
Almost
of
had
toxic
pain
screen
था
that they have to work against. Something loses his life, so retakes
पीछे
underway.
देखो
Okay, now you know that there has to be a flank, right? Because you still set up your wall. You know it's not broken yet, so you got to imagine that it's going to be a split retake here. But do you expect two? No, you don't. Jeremy swings around with a nice kill with the Sheriff.
Might not expect the Sheriff either. Now you got to watch out for it. You don't want to leave yourselves open to these lines of sight, especially up around Belt or Nest. And now you got to watch out for Raptors too. NDG swings out along for the trade. But of course,
निकाल लिया
this
बे
duo, Forsaken and Jing, they're able to land their shots. Even with the classic Jing, manages to close out the round for PRX.
Yeah, it's huge kills on both sides, but at the end of the day, Forsaken really holding on right on top of the spike, making sure that he's watching for the flank. They knew that it was two by the time Jeremy gets a kill. So they're ready for it. They understand that there's more, and they know that these lineups are coming as well. Forsaken very quick to let go of that defuse. Overall great. Of course, more than anything, Jink getting the finish kill on the pistol. It's a good place for him to continue that confidence build-up, which, quite frankly, I don't know if you ever lost the confidence. It's just like the timing and, you know, the meta and things like that.
Little bits, and he has to catch up a little bit, you know. What I really love, although it's not a highly tactical, high-level IQ round, it's like a lot of plays where PRX knows how to make use of their current terrain. There is a pause on the timer, so I'm a little uncertain.
Yep. Surely not a timeout. I believe it is going to be a tech pause here, so hopefully that gets sorted out right away. But as we're waiting,
$10,000 रिबन भाई कैलकुलेट करे कितनी स्टोरीज
कितना लाख हुआ बे?
हाँ
$10,000
$10,000 मतलब ऑलमोस्ट 8 लाख उसका एक उंगली का 8 लाख। रिबन भाई आपको कितने स्टोरीज पोस्ट मीटअप्स लगेंगे?
भाई कुछ नहीं लगेगा, टीबोन भाई को बस अपनी कोनी चिपकानी है, 10 लाख आएगा सीधा। टीबोन भाई को अपने सिर्फ एल्बोज मिलाने 10 लाख आएगा। बात है
भाई सीसी उंगलियां दे तो और भी महंगा होगा ना।
ओए है राउंड चालू हो गया, खत्म भी हो गया। ओ भाई हेलो
क्या ये तो राउंड ही नहीं दिखाया। हेलो
secret and then you can lose with a single member.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can look at the minimap and see exactly what happened, right? I mean, this was a setup from Team Secret. You're trying to use that Binks screen against them. Stack up right outside garage. It doesn't work out. It's a flawless. That's 3 Bulldogs and a Vandal carried over. I mean, this next round is no longer a bonus. It's a buy for buy.
Awesome. The Vi still on the Sheriff, though. It's still really good. Okay, now we get to see exactly how it went through. Flash shot by Forsaken.
Nice. Okay,
okay.
I wanna break turret on middle.
Okay, wants to break the turret.
I will not.
No, I think he said I want to.
Okay.
But we've seen that from some of their comms videos, right? Something trying to be a lot more assertive in his comms as well. Forsaken.
Even the hours of gaming after this, yo.
Okay, there we go. That has always been how PRX operates, right? Everyone has, you know, a little say in what they want to do. They just call for utility and go in together like that.
But I like this. The early break on the turret, right? If you know that that's the default setup, just make them have to worry about it. That's going to pull the forces back away from the site.
That's why Borkham has his eye up on Boiler now.
And now the drone use on Kitchen as well. It's going to be a fast push. They're trying to just clear out some of the early util. Nanoswarm's not quite cleared, though, so a bit of a delay.
Thank you, Bakadal.
Slow Orb denying Raptors as well. NDG still around backside, but he's waiting for the team to arrive. It's going to be a full-on retakes play.
And now on the minimap, Mindfreak still watching for that flank, but it's a quick flail in by NDG. They didn't quite expect that speed.
Something definitely did not expect that. But now, spike down, it's out in the open. We don't have necessarily any fragments, but we do have the snake bites from Mindfreak. So as long as PRX plays it safe, they've got these lineups, they've got the lines of sight, they should be able to land their shots. Jesse Vash, though, is dialed in. NDG now finding a frag of his own. PRX needing to fight their way out, and unfortunately, it's not quite going to happen. Borkham will stick the defense.
Yeah, you carry over 3 rifles, but quite a bit of damage done to the armors. So Team Secret will keep a tab on their credit situation. Overall, I like that they kind of sneak NDG in there while the wall's up. You kind of use that to your advantage that you don't have to clear as many angles, so he goes, sneaks in on the bottom floor. You love that from NDG. That means that the rest can now peek out from heaven. You're able to dig deeper right off the start before you go for the early tap. It's a good call from Jesse Vash, the IGL. Now we'll see. I mean, PRX, they seem to be wary that, you know, that util setup's going to be there on A, that there's going to be lineups, things like that. But Team Secret, that gives them a bit of an edge in controlling the timing on the retakes.
Good retake. And they knew that PRX were coming for some of these duels, so just keeping their sights trained into some of these choke points, they managed to make it work. PRX goes in for the same rushdown strategy, not breaking the turret this time, though. So Team Secret space for the time being. NDG not quite anywhere around the site, but it's the same sort of full-on retake strat. Jing waiting out that fragment for the spike plant.
Yeah, but that means he's going to have to plant
Mumbai,
safe. So
waiting
that
for the
spike, the
tweet.
post plant's not great for it, but Forsaken's just going to hold on to the site with a nice double.
1 second,
Watch
goat
for
bolte.
Raptors, watch for Jesse Vash. Now they're hunting him down, peeking out one by one. Jesse
Just saying
Vash with the
34
double
ka
kill
ye,
to
just
answer
saying.
right back.
Yeah, I think some of us are regretting those pushes just about now. He's only 1 point away from the Hunter's Fury as well. One gets pinged, but Mindfreak does that on purpose, right? He's trying to clear it, but this sets up for Forsaken. You don't
Keep
quite
Forsaken
expect him.
He's crouched as well, so he doesn't have it at head
Oh,
height. Flicks
कैसे
over
लगा?
just an inch away from Forsaken. So the triple kill ends it for PRX. They picked up the 3rd win.
I mean, the heads up from Jesse Vash knew that
issue
this
खत्म
might
पूरा
be a bait,
सारा पानी का
but not able to
गिन रहा है भाई,
snap
देख
onto
रहा हूं मैं,
Forsaken.
बगड़े।
Sitting at low health. He will make the Hunter's Fury happen, so ult cycle trying to keep up. But PRX sitting ahead with the null command of the lockdown as well.
Now PRX might have to temper with their pacing a little bit, because so far they've been rushing repeatedly into this A site. Right now you gotta want to watch out for the Hunter's Fury. If you try to get the spike planted, you never quite know what Team Secret might throw at you. But I love the adjustment to watch for Raptors.
Yeah, but this is why PRX is the armchair
Okay.
analyst's nightmare, right? What's slowing down? What's tempo control? We're just going to pressure mid right off the bat.
Something.
Just plant him there. Mindfreak there in the cover.
Oh!
Okay. I mean, both of them expecting each other, but Jeremy actually went down with the shirt.
Yeah, somehow the Vandal shot's just not quite going through because of jumping inaccuracy. Meanwhile, though, the rest of the squad still repeatedly going into that A site. And like I said, the Hunter's Fury invested. Jing eliminated.
Yeah, but now the lockdown.
By
Find
lockdown,
full
late
value. The
lockdown
spike
aa raha hai.
already ticking down. This can be an absolute timing thing. Yeah,
yeah.
Divide maximum value off
Ooh,
of this.
I don't know, though. Jeremy coming up from
Fragment.
behind. You're going to have to watch out for that. Forsaken trying to hold out the front. The toxic screen is a bit of a pesky.
Oh,
They can't get rid of this lockdown.
Oh, it actually went through.
Yeah,
भाई
Jeremy's still
flank भी है लेकिन
not in a position to try to find a lineup with the fragment there.
Okay. Jeremy's still kind of able to set up the flank. There's that shot that ends the round. Team Secret.
entity
They have the right ideas.
entity
I mean, I'm actually kind of surprised that Team Secret, you know, once they knew that they weren't that confident on the lineup, it seems, they just say, you know what, let's just see if we can draw out the numbers, right? Because they're going to have to defend this lockdown. They can't just let it sit out in the open. So they try to dwindle it, knowing, like you said, that Jeremy was on the flank.
A lot of pressure for the remaining PRX players to be stuck inside of pipes as well. So this is something we saw similar ideas from the pistol round, where Team Secret sends some players up from the flank behind.
ठीक था अगर वो लोग backstab मार देते थे
PRX
ना
taking a page out of Team Secret's book.
Oh my god, they're doing it. They're doing it, Will.
Oh, here we go, Team Secret. It's just Jeremy, though. No support. Just him solo against an eco round.
Okay.
He'll get 2.
And he's looking for the 3rd. Something will shut him down for the time being. There could have been so much more. Meanwhile, the entirety of Team Secret works their way around this. They are waiting for PRX to rush on through.
लेकिन वो वॉशरूम में गए ही नहीं तो धोएगा
Just a hold on to that second floor. Wanted to check hell, but he gets picked off.
A little bit of a sidestep for Mindfreak. Unfortunately, still way too many targets to hit Team Secret. NDG, they swarm every single possible angle. 3-3 for now. This 6th round repeatedly rushing down A site.
Yeah, and guess what? I wouldn't be surprised if they do it again. I mean, listen, whatever works. Try to stick with it for as long as possible. Sure, you lost a couple rounds here and there, but see if you can regain that control. Now, Team Secret, the way they're setting up around A Heaven, right, and the support from screens as well, the crossfire angles are very good. I'm not quite sure if PRX has an answer to this.
या फिर मैप जीतेगा फिर दिल जीतेगा
Slightly different this time, Will.
Is it though? The spike is on the A side.
I know,
Listen,
but
I'm a little
it's not a
doubtful.
rush. It's not a rush.
Dude, something is, I mean, I love the confidence plays, and he's made some crazy highlights, but that's 2 times in a row. He tries to get a drop shot into tube.
Way too wild. And that kill didn't even come from tube. Team Secret very aware. They're very well adjusted to PRX's game plan. So although it's not a rush, now slowly walking into the A site, you're working at a numbers disadvantage.
So the purpose is obviously drawing aggro, and you succeed in that. The site is weaker, it's emptied out. But Team Secret, again, a team happy to delay with lineups and go for the retake late. A bit of a miss on that shock dart, though.
Got rid of the nanoswarms. timing's just a little bit off. I mean, you mentioned drawing aggro, but it's not quite there. This time, Mindfreak has a game plan. Trying to wrap back around behind screens.
Yeah, you saw the lockdown coming in as well, but because of that lockdown, he can't actually get far ahead, so they're going to reset
Tap
the lineups.
Envy rushes off down below. Defy managing to take out that GG.
Jesse?
Oh god, Jesse Vash. And line of sight. Envy with the spray. He gets both of them. The fragment might be able to take out Borka, but still defuse Team Secrets.
And Jesse Vash only 2 points away from another Hunter's Fury. Jesse has been not only getting the raids, he's been getting the impact frags as well. Excellent trades for his teammates, leading the board 9-5-2, by example.
Very incredible stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this drawing aggro in mid, I get the idea, right? You're trying to make the site weaker and then plant the pressure on the flank. Oh, just one at a time.
This just peeking into him too, but Envy, that is it. Timeout now called by Coach Alex. He needs to fix it. That A hit is just not quite working out. The post plant is not working out.
I mean,
yeah, the post plant's a little messy, right? They're getting the plants down, but they're forcing it with the Sage Wall, but they don't quite have something else set up. I mean, a couple of rounds where they did win, it's because they have better control, they have better sight line of A heaven. So that way they're able to check for rafters, you only really have to worry about screens, and that makes things a little easier. But if you get picked off early on in the round, right, if you're playing a 4v5 already, that puts you at a disadvantage. Sure, this time the backup plan was the lurk, but the lockdown, it pushes you away. So you decide we're gonna need to buy time because we've all been shoved out. Try to reset for the snakebite lineups, where our teammates are already dropping like flies.
Alex being incredibly verbal. That's when you know something's up. But apart from that,
well, something's in the middle of the scoreboard.
Okay,
but
not that something.
We have to do it once at least every time. It never gets old, Chad. You'll just have to live with this pun forever until he plays Valorant.
But the main thing is, you know, still a lot of credit to Team Secret, because even though they had all the right game plans, just the awareness to watch out for the flanks, the awareness to send Envy down right from underneath PRX. It's incredible stuff, and they might actually be able to walk away with this map win, and that's one that they really need in this matchup.
All right, so Team Secret, because of that timeout, they're going to use this early drone. A lot of times, they kind of wait until right before the 1 minute mark to clear out mid and then reset. But this time, they already emptied A site. Why? Probably because of this null command, especially, right? They were ready for a potential switch up on B. And if it's A, let them use the null command. We go for a full retake. However, they are late on the rotate. So the setup is there this time for PRX.
I don't know. They might have the angles, but it does feel as though Team Secret is very, very much in control of this. They wanted to let this happen. Tossing out the utility to draw out some of the PRX players for the time being. Cloudburst has to just keep themselves alive. Something will be able to swing out. There's the first play. Finding a single shot through. Jesse Vash now swinging out wildly. Mindfreak able to take the holds out the angle. And Borkum's flank now has been spotted. PRX evening out the score.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you get shoved out of your spots a little bit, right? A lot of util trading on both sides, fragments thrown out from both teams as well. But that means that Team Secret's retake is a lot weaker. That util had to be used to clear out the closer angles first, and PRX still had time to reset on the angles. Now, we did see an operator on that board. We'll see if that makes a difference.
We shall see. It does show that the retakes can be foiled with. But it was an expensive round, a little bit expensive for PRX. Jeremy now with the operator, like you mentioned. He's got his sights trained down. PRX, though, swapping things up on towards the B site.
Yeah, they're dialed in. They know that there's a possibility of this operator without the early pick here.
Okay, Toxic Screen is down. The rotations have gone through. We still have the Vi kind of lurking around the A side, so this tells me it might not be the full commit.
Oh, Envy actually gets that kill.
Shot. Just a little bit of a tag and it's enough.
All right, the res is there, but here's the thing. You still have Jeremy watching out for a lurk in A, so Team Secret knows that this can all be bait just to draw them out onto the B site.
They have no choice but to go forward.
Something
trying to catch the initiative against the Team Secret players, but NDG steady. Spike retrieved by Forsaken. Still working along with Mindfreak's pit. But how long can you stay alive inside of this green gas? Team Secret has got you completely surrounded. Here comes the drone.
He's been tagged. It's away just in time. The Nanoswarm's also making sure they can't pinch around him on the pit.
PRX needing to play around the timing of this. Device swings out, trying to catch them off guard, but unfortunately it's not meant to be. And here comes the rest of Team Secret.
Oh!
They know exactly where they're hiding. Mindfreak tries to stay tucked away, but feeling the pressure of the defuse coming through, it's going to be Envy who comes in with the drive-by. Team Secret back up.
I mean,
Secret
such patience from Team Secret, right? The pit comes up, and they just know that with the pit only barely covering the initial plant, you break the wall, you constantly spam, you use your util. And really, the entire plant here. Well, first of all, great shot from Envy, knowing that.
Was through it.
Oh, wow.
Even got the one onto Jing as he gets the spike plant in the common spot.
I mean, again, that pit doesn't cover enough, so it's a lot easier for Secret. But what I was impressed with was, again, Jeremy holding out for long enough on A, just in case that this forces them back. So Team Secret being wary, not overreacting, but just knowing what their win conditions are. They weren't afraid of the pit once they had the numbers advantage.
Team Secret always making sure that they are staying one step ahead of PRX at all times. And that's really what could give them the win on this map.
And
Jeremy's still alive on that operator, and PRX gonna have to watch out for it. They're playing off a bit of a default this time. I don't know, Will.
I mean, right now, Jing in the best position to spot him at some point, but he's only got a stinger in hand. So PRX with that stinger on one member, just trying to scout out. Now, during all of this, they've cleared green. They put pressure all the way onto yellow as well. They're going to plant something, and now they're going to go for the classic kind of 1-4 split, push and pull.
Look at NDG.
Yeah, this is a big one. The fact that he hears these footsteps. He makes the call. We saw it on the cam.
Tiny gaps across the map. NDG slips in and provides information. He is such a spy. Welcome now, hovering up around halls.
Huge tag onto two crucial members of PRX as well with that 0 point.
Envy. And he's got the null command too. 30 seconds. Jeremy's still stuck on the A side, but it's not, a big deal. Comes the snake bite to deny the spike plant. PRX running out of time.
And the spam off of the fragment as well. I mean, Team Secret knows exactly the places that PRX has to back out to. They know the value of their lineups.
In control. Complete fire range. Continue to spray on down the single lane as well. Mindfreak the only one left, trying to stay alive around yellow, but spotted out by the operator at the very end.
Just really, really good. And this is why Team Secret has been one of the stronger teams than Icebox. Is first of all, just the lineups are really solid, right? And once they know exactly what areas their lineup clears, they know that if you were to let go of the plant, if you were to back out from this, where would you have to go? You even see them actually through this crack on the wall. A bit of a miss here on that setup. But overall, I mean, it's just really, really good setups. And again, I can't emphasize it enough. Really good patience. No overreactions from Team Secret today.
Yeah, very, very, very much patient, controlled, cautious. Now Jeremy on the same thing. Different angle, though.
Nice flash, dude. I love it, man.
Goes for one more chance. Ready for the ante.
PRX keeping up the ace, but Jeremy, look at him, swap it over onto the shorty just in case they come up around. Jesse Bash back into support too, knowing that it is the half fight, it is going to be close. Oh, duels, the wall bang. He makes sure that it doesn't go down without swinging. And then the lockdown. Although it does go through, PRX might be able to stick the plant. They've lost way too much.
Oh, the null command.
No.
Yeah, that means they can't really protect themselves with util. Team Secret is pinching in. Taking 5 HP.
Oh my god, he's trying. He's trying. Team Secret keeping things interesting as they tap on towards the revive of Envy. Up he goes. But of course, the shot from behind as well. Pigeonholed into the site. I mean, I hate to say it, Will, but it almost looks as though it's the whole storyline of Jing coming back in, right? It takes a little bit of time reach himself into the roster. Icebox, although they might have done decently well against Genji on this map, it still isn't enough time, especially when they're up against a team like Secret, who has done so much practice on a map like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of credit to Secret as well, right? Understanding the enemy's composition and their timings, knowing that it's PRX.
Absolutely.
Knowing that, listen, normally Team Secret, the moment you hear the entry, like all of their lineups would fly out. And they would normally win around like that. But with PRX, you know that they might push you off of that. They might just be faking the D or plan, especially the first couple rounds. I think Team Secret got a really good read off of how those early round losses went. They're able to delay, be a bit more patient, make sure they set up for the flank. Again, always keep that second option for a potential retake.
Which is precisely why this is Team Secret doing such a good job. I mean, even look at this. Viper's Pit up now in the last round of the first half.
Oh, and speaking of Odin's on Icebox, it is here. Although this is very long range.
Very specific angle. You got Envy watching underneath Tube as well. Pretty soon Mindfreak's going to walk into the crosshairs, the sights of Jesse Vash. Now continuing to spray through. He instantly knows that it's going to be a mixed movement through screens into B. NDG is prepared because of this call. Divide trying to sneak up through the zipline. Manages to take down one head. Is it going to be enough though? Not quite. The spike dropped. Envy spins around such a quick move. Divide has a tall task ahead of him. Needs to swing out, but Jeremy's just quicker on the trigger with the operator.
Unbelievable day.
First half, Team Secret 8-4 lead, and even that.
भाई मुझे लग रही है आज है अनबिलीवेबल डे. समझ रहे हो? जी जीता, PRX हारा, RCB जीता, ऐसा वाला सीन लग रहा है.
भाई मेरे को भी वही सीन, मैं कब से वही पूछ रहा था.
मतलब सीन है अनबिलीवेबल डे. समझ रहे हो?
आरसीबी का मैच शाम को मतलब रात को है कि अभी चल रहा है?
जब भी खेलेंगे तो भी चले. कहते बंक्स भाई सिम वाली हरकतें जैसे कि बहुत बंद नहीं हुई क्या बंक्स भाई? अरे वो है नहीं, चट को मैसेज डिलीट.
I say today so far he's doing exactly what the team needs him.
Mods ऐसे हेट कमेंट डिलीट करे, ठीक है?
Information, the calls from the IGL, Jesse Vash, everything within Team Secret's control. NDG's just in the perfect moments, and he definitely performs up to par. 8-4 first half, you know, it's going to be tough for PRX to come back from this.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, obviously, you know, the forcing the defuse, things like that. Secret's no stranger to it. Obviously, they've been playing for a long time. They were here when that meta was all we saw on Icebox. And then you also have to push out at some point, especially on this A side, to take a bit more control of the map as the defenders. Jing's going to have to land a lot of shots. I mean, 3-10-3, not a scoreline we've often been able to read from the likes of Jing.
पुशिंग्स हो रहा है क्या इधर? मुझे लग रहा है
Different
पुशिंग्स हो रहा
looks.
है.
भाई जिंग भाई 3-10 पे.
Starts off with the pistol again.
भाई दोनों साइड से पुशिंग हो रही है.
PRX had some pretty spicy rounds starting off in the first half due to their massive firepower and smart plays, micro plays around the little parts of the map.
member
Something
attack
trying
में
to
ये
do the
लोग
same
बहुत
thing now,
मारेंगे.
working up his crosshairs around 410.
Yes.
Nobody's peeking
क्या
out
मतलब
from
हार
Team
गए
Secret
गेम?
yet, though. I mean, look at how careful they are being.
बहुत मारेंगे,
Yeah, still
लेकिन
1 minute 10 on the clock. You got
जीतेंगे
two
नहीं,
members
मारेंगे
by
बहुत.
B garage. I'm curious if they'll ever push into B to create a bit more space.
Please,
As you're just holding for the push out. And Team Secret knows that PRX is the one that's starting for information.
Okay.
भाई
Just
क्या
a little
बोल
bit of
उसको
contact.
पता था उधर है.
Jing instantly walls up. Just to
देखो
block it
देखो मैं
off.
यही वॉल करता तुम लोग बोलते हो मैं नहीं.
That wall.
भाई
That's the wall down for the defuse as well.
That's why the
और वो तू वॉल चढ़ के जो ऊपर जाता है उसका क्या?
Plant. If this site is still weaker by the time you arrive,
देख लियो जिंग भी आज करेगा देख लियो.
without the sage.
Oh, Tracer's narrowly missing Mind Freak. I was gonna say he
Can't
needs
delete,
to
yeah?
do a little bit of damage to Team Secret as they try to get the spike down, but
Love
he's
you.
not in position to do so.
30
The
seconds.
snake
उसका
bite
अच्छा
has
delete
been
हुआ लग
drawn
रहा है.
out as well, and look at what's happening on the map. In B,
Not
on a
love
bit
by
of a
head
lurk,
though.
a bit of a flank. Divine able to sneak out against NDG. The spike all the way back to A. We got 16 seconds
ऐसे
left.
लग
It's
रहा है
just
जब
enough
से जिंग
time.
वापस आया एलेक्स भाई चिल्लाना
This
बंद कर
is such
दिए.
a far angle for Envy. I mean, he'll get value, but how many kills does he get? Meanwhile, wow, nice dink there. Two people.
The fisherman,
Here
very
one.
patient. Envy now.
It's so far, man. Even with a headshot, you can't get that
Too many
kill.
players, Will. Here comes Jesse Vash now. Has to make the play of his life. Swings back up around, but it's going to be Mike with the Ghost ever so confident. He has been clutching for the team, so both pistol rounds to PRX.
So the good news for Team Secret is, again, right, keeping those options open. Still going for
Jesse
the
और
lurk,
एक
even
और
though
show
that,
भी बोल के
you
player
don't
है, बहुत
necessarily
अच्छा
have a
खेलता
strong numbers advantage, things like that. But at the end of the day, first of all, you were pressed for time. Borkum a little late to see if they ever chase out on the green. Gets caught in the crossfire. Your two people, Divide finishing off the kill.
Yeah, I want to say like one of the big kills was Divide.
But limits.
The one onto Borkum and the one on the site too. Very, very patient stuff, but Team Secret, you know, still back in the game.
Armor and a sheriff buy as well for Envy. That's a pretty big investment. See if it is able to pay off into even the next round, especially with this outlaw on the other side. They're aware of this. Team Secret knows.
The pistol train right out there. Something whiffs all the shots, but here comes G. A bit of a swap setup. He's getting the quad kill.
क्या observer lag
Who said the outlaw didn't get kills?
लवड़े का
He's draw the
engineer
aggro apparently for the Spectre.
Apparently.
I mean, this is a rushed screen just to make them think that he's in the site, but Devi's already been past it. He's already in the corner.
Oh my god. Don't you love it when two game plans meet?
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret, it was a great way to sneak in. I mean, they knew. I mean, it's something. It's PRX, the outlaw for sure. It's going to be there. If it's not something, Forsaken oftentimes picks up that weapon.
Okay.
Good
little attempt by Borkum, but once again,
bullet
Divide. The fishing line has been cast, and all he's got to do is to reel it in. 6-8. This is now the round for Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, these are much needed pistol and anti-ecos here, and good coverage from Cheng, of course. I mean, something.
Simple बात है. यहाँ पे हो रही है प्यार की अग्नि परीक्षा. Are you gonna trust a stranger, or you gonna trust your husband, Lovings?
Obviously, पारू को trust करूंगी मैं. 100 रुपए कोई waste नहीं करेगा.
The same game
For
plan.
this reason,
Kind of marking garage now, but not expecting the judge. That's two rifles gone.
For this reason,
potential bonus pickup for PRX.
I mean, the judge on a bonus here for Icebox. It's tough to read. I mean, yes, some teams are always going to go for it. He chases in, not aware of Mind Freak.
Jeremy. Okay, trade for trade. That's going to be Jing. Whoa, just an instant snap up with the Spectre still. Jesse Vash now. Gonna have to do everything.
Guys, कल से stream
His teammates have been lost. Something arrives on the crime scene with his judge, but unfortunately, it's gonna be Jesse Vash swinging that gavel.
my Korean friends.
Forsaken and Divine trying to snap up from behind.
Take his care,
Jesse
my
Vash
Korean
knows that it's
friends.
not quite safe to plant just yet.
Yeah, he ideally wants to just pick off one more on the route to backup, but yeah, PRX has already doubled up.
Oh, they're just gonna stay hidden, aren't they? Okay, 0 point.
हाँ उसके बाद है ना
Tells a little.
मैंने सुना है.
Yeah, trying to make it look like they're both backed out.
ये ना वो stress ball aim अच्छी होती है मैंने सुना है.
I mean, just playing for time, I think, for PRX, right? Trying to make sure that Jesse Vash stays tied up here, doesn't go all the way to B, doesn't get to set up for anything. Then they'll check for the rotate off of that timing. PRX, they still have another flash drive, another fragment.
normal दोस्त, एक होते बड़वे दोस्त.
Yeah, see, now he has to be worried about aiming. I mean, this is overall a pretty good setup here from PRX. Now he'll hear the util.
Giving heads up, Pinky ने headphone
So
कर
now he
लिया.
turns back around. Divine needs to be careful. Forsaken.
गलत chat miss. क्या हो
Gotta go for a flash
गया?
drive
परेशान
here.
कर रहा है आपको.
Not close.
Okay, there's the flash.
नहीं किया.
Completely blinded. Good peek out.
के लिए मना किया.
Clean take from PRX, trying to keep Jesse Vash on his toes.
Yeah, I mean, the mental conditioning there, throwing constant utility off of stack as well, all the way. And the problem was for Jesse Vash, he doesn't realize that they threw it all the way at the entrance, right? All the way by belt. It wasn't by pipes. So they're throwing it from afar, making them think that they didn't have time to rotate. Then once he realizes they've rotated, one's already onto conveyor, they're now able to go for a crossfire. It's a good setup. Divide with the jiggle, and then it's the pop flash up in the sky.
As always,
Ace on top.
true PRX fashion. That round starts with the judge kills.
What bad team?
34 gear
This is
guys
what gives them
carrying the
that
team.
comeback. Now the
ये
bonus
दोनों को
round
देख।
in their pockets,
मैं
something
तो
up
27
on
का
the
हूँ।
operator.
मेरे से बड़ा है।
भाई अगर तू हमारे साथ
Back in
हैंगआउट करे
with the
तू भी
res
36
as
का
well.
ही है,
Jesse
simple।
Bash might have the Hunter's Fury.
क्या
He's gonna have
बोलती
to think about saving that for a future round.
Oh, and
मैं क्या, मैं
nearly
तो समझ
everyone
करके
gets
आया।
stand by that 0 points. Team Secret
evidence of
not going to be as speedy as they would have wished, but they'll still get the first peek on a Mind Freak. Nice.
Alright, very careful,
साथ
trying to
तो
make
करता
use
नहीं
of the
अभी
little
तक।
gap
एक ही
inside the toxic
Rank
screen,
lift.
but unfortunately he gets tagged up instead. So the plant goes through.
कभी ऐसा हुआ है कि मेरे को मेरी पति के साथ डुओ करना
Post
में
plant
इमॉर्टल चली जाती
set
हूँ
up
कभी ऐसा फील
from
हुआ है
Team Secret coming in.
Wow.
Okay,
Just
one
so
is living
good.
up.
Fine, man.
Yeah, even against the Eco,
Team
they know they
देखती
need
तो
to
है
push
मेरी।
because of that Hunter's
ये
Fury,
भी
that
तो देख
post
रही
plant.
है।
You know, the lineups, it's all going to be there.
अभी इसमें बस क्या समझ में आ रहा है बता
Using
क्या
utility
हो
just
रहा है
to
बता
trap down yellow for the time being, but now
कौन
swinging
जीतने वाला है
in.
बता
That poison cloud
Obviously,
is
Pepper
doing
is
so much. Envy,
Oh,
what a
and the
shot!
fragment.
Oh, and another!
Oh, and a third!
यहाँ पे
जिंक्स पावर सीखा है मैंने जिंक्स पावर
Huge
कैसे
hold
जिंक्स
by
करते
Envy.
हैं
Doesn't even
हाँ,
need
ऐसे
to use
करके मैंने
Hunter's Fury
TS
from
को
Jesse
जिता दिया।
Bash. I mean, that
Jinx
is
power.
just
और
a
बोलेगा
typical
कोच
Envy
बोलेगा
show.
सामने को।
28 and 10 on the scoreboard. But all with the Guardian. One taps through and through.
Gotta look at the replays on that.
I mean, first of all, a good check on to Mind Freak through the
मैंने
crack. And
बोला
Orcum,
कि
he hold on, but they had to
leader
use an
can
early
sim.
safe
Can
throws the
बोला ना,
fragment
किया
as well.
नहीं।
Shot
Just
देखो।
snaps
Can
like he sees
sim
the
and
crate.
will sim
And he's ready
भाई
on the
एक
peak.
सेकंड पिंकी
भाई थोड़ा
रुक जा
इमलाज कर लिया है।
कैन रुक जा हेटर का ना पढ़ कैन सिंप और विल सिंप में फर्क है कि नहीं
I gotta admire
है
that-
कि नहीं
that poison cloud
Only
from Orcum,
leader can
because it really
simp.
blocks
कैन
off a
सिंप
lot
और
of
विल
PRX.
सिंप में फर्क है कि नहीं एज अ लॉयर तेरे को इंग्लिश तो आती होगी
स्टेयरिंग
कैन
कॉन्टेस्ट चल रहा है
सिंप
तो
और विल
but
सिंप
why
जज
stopping
साहब
him
Yeah, they
फर्क
raised
no
है कि नहीं
no I
Leg
am
day कर रहा है
not
something.
why are you stopping
right
him
under it.
बिकॉज ही कांट सिंप
अबे क्या कर रहे हैं वैसे
for what
1 2
Oh,
3
Edge.
4
नॉट अलाउड
why
They were suspecting it for
Those
so
my
long. I
group.
gotta imagine that
Scene
they
होने वाला है इधर
will surely
scene।
still check this at
भाई
some
ये
point.
angle
right?
clear नहीं किया किसी ने।
हजार का डिस्काउंट भी दिया था पलक
I mean, here comes
जी
the
After
होगी।
your diligence, then yes, but
ऑब्वियसली
No? No drone?
Join
there's the drone.
extra cute fam वहाँ पे
Crossed up
किसी
Phil
के
and
साथ
okay,
ऐसे
now he gets
अन्याय
out.
नहीं
भाई
उसने
पहले
तो
देख
सिंगल
लेते
अवार्ड बोल के शादी कर ली
that took a little bit too long to
देव
come to
भाई
though, like
अब
30
बस बजा तले
20 seconds
देव भाई
of the rest of the squad rotating over. PRX
Ajao,
reading the
extra
same
cute
movements as
from
well.
Ajao.
Something against
पर
Jeremy.
मैं
but
बजा
Jeremy
तली
gets
रहो
the
तो
heads
एक
duel.
प्लेट
Yeah,
प्लीज
something was
is the best
not
liability
quite
to
aware
have
of
on
that
the team.
repeat
But
from the left
today,
side. He was more
unfortunately,
concerned
only
about
a
the cubby on the
liability.
right. And now with
कह रहे
Jeremy being
मामा।
spotted on A, PRX is
कह
still
रहे।
just
सच
going
तो
to
बोल रहा
hold
हूँ जाके मर तो रहा
on to
है
B site.
और रात को इसलिए हमारी
NDG, unfortunately.
सिर्फ मारना गेम नहीं होता मामा भाई इसलिए भाई आप लर्न डायमंड पे
Now
हो
got the null command from
नहीं भाई
Envy
हेलो
as
हेलो
well.
एस्केडेंट
Earned
3
from the
इमॉर्टल
previous
बनने वाला
round.
अभी मेरे
शर्म
मैच
आती है
में
बेंच।
Just trying to slow down this retake. Divide trying to find the shots. but it's
रैंक
not
हो
quite
तो रेडिएंट
happening.
वरना ना हो।
Jing now pushes up front. but
Model
Orcum
3 भी
with the
चलेगा।
fire.
बाबा,
Orcum
Radiant
with the
English Academy।
quadruple.
सच्ची में
Two
स्कूल
four
भी है
kicks back to
अरे हाँ
back.
भाई सूरत में है
One
मैं
for
उधर ही
MB,
पड़ा
one
हूँ।
for Borkum.
वो
Chips
भी ले
क्या
रहा
करो
हूँ।
मुझे आयुष
They are firing
से
today.
सबसे पहले
बात
Being
तो है
prepared an
मेरा, बात तो
Icebox,
मैंने
and you know who knows what the rest of the best three looks like, but at least their own map pick, they're ready for it. You know, I don't mind sticking the plant either. The snake bites, everything. You know that you still have the overall numbers advantage. You're just making sure that you go on the trade, and that's all up to Borkum.
Everything going according
भाई
to
अगर
the secret
TS
game plan
जीतेगा
right now.
PRX
They
के
haven't called
सामने
a
एक
single
मैच
time
तो
out.
मेरे हिसाब
It's
से
the
जीत तो
second
एक
one
जीतेगा ही।
from Coach Alex.
क्या लगता है?
We'll see
Possibility
what does
है।
Alex tell them
मेरे को
here.
सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है मेरे
It's
बाजू में
obviously
मक्खी भिनभिना
generally,
रही
yeah,
है
that's always the standard.
हो
You gotta
सकता
push
है
out
मेरे
for
हिसाब
some
से।
pressure on A. And whether you hold on
असली
to it or
वाला।
not,
This is the
what's the
calmest
rest
I've
of the
ever seen
reaction?
Alex.
Now, until
Mar-
now,
Mar-
PRX
Mar-
oftentimes planting out in mid after that initial
असली वाला
push, see if
मक्खी
there's a
किधर गया?
rotate. But they've been getting shoved out of that as well.
भाई बहुत
And the
देख
other
रहे हो
thing that's probably
रिलैक्स
scaring PRX is a bit is the fact that the Team Secret players are not shying away from fights, right? They'll take those duels any day. They'll go off the peaks right
ये
now.
monitor के बारे में कुछ
So
याद आता है
PRX
टिबोन भाई?
can't rely on their mechanics to give them the mental edge in this matchup.
Yeah, it's not quite working.
इधर देखा देखा हुआ लग रहा monitor.
You know, it makes you think if those first few rounds where they repeatedly rush down A site is biting them in the back right now. Meanwhile, for Team Secret, those heads-up duels, even though Jeremy's, you know, maybe not at the top of the kill feed, he is putting in that impact. But at the same time, I mean, Envy, Jesse, Bash, that impact is definitely felt. Especially Envy.
20 kills. This guy.
14
KO.
assists, too.
Yeah. I mean, he's doing everything he can as that KO.
Because भाई ऐसे सारे thoughts हैं ना अपने
That
पास
is
रखो,
one.
किसको नहीं पढ़ने के, ठीक है?
भाई यार something कितना अच्छा खेलता है यार.
Eliminated the tail for a second.
Yeah, and the fact that it was a high setup as well on green lets him kind of get a lot of vision on it. Now you know that Team Secret has to be worried about the flank. He even catches sight of the Viper, so you know that even if there's a push on A, it's a weak one. It's only 3 members.
Which is why the rest of them on A site aren't really budging too much. However, with the patience, Envy going up for that hits up duel. Jeremy off timing catches PRX in on the rotation. Jing though left undiscovered, will be able to pick up a bit of a double, only for the time being.
Borkum hears it. He hears 2. He's going to wait to peek only the second one. Misses the timing on it. He'll have to regroup with his teammate.
Comes back in now.
अल्ट मारेगा क्या? अल्ट मार सकता है, एक्चुअल में अल्ट मार सकता है.
They can set up
नेट वेट भी है.
advantageous angles. The Viper
वहाँ
speed to
तक
block off
पहुँचा नहीं
screens
लेकिन
too.
शायद.
Yeah, but it only covers part of that spike.
Okay.
सोचो 2-0 हुआ
Oh, this is such a tough angle to clear. Oh no!
Oh, he sees him.
Third kill. Mindfreak just trying to do what he can. Goes in for the tap to draw the peek out, but it's just a U-tilt thrown at him. Doesn't
not
have
much.
vision. It's too far.
Yeah, there's not much.
उसका reposition देख, उसका reposition देख.
Upsides, Envy.
Heavy reposition भाई.
So smart, so cerebral, on top of the game. He's got the secret. PRX has got to find that out.
A really good hold here from Team Secret in the post plan as well. And then also creeping up all the way past pipes by cutting audio, knowing that they've kind of let their
It's like
hand be
he'll
shelled
come
at the beginning of the round.
कौन सी city से हो बेटा?
When Envy's feeling that confident. He's had maps like this last year as well. That's why the entire world has been looking at Envy and saying he's definitely one of the top talent at VCT Pacific.
Without a doubt, especially when you're winning against a team like PRX. You stare at them and you say, what now? The Vibe tries to find the answer. Bit of a trade down back in towards mid. The rest of the hit has gone to where it's A side. Spike will get planted.
Gonna
be a fast flood back in for PRX, but Team Secret, they're ready for it. There's post plan. Positioning was already in place before the spike goes down.
Trapped outside of Raptors. It just doesn't work out. Something has to save. It's gonna be map point for Team Secret.
You've still got a Hunter's Fury as well, 2 points away from Null Command. I mean, you've got the Blade Storm. Team Secret is looking ready to close this map out in the near future.
Vedic भाई काहे spam दे रहे हो?
Near will. I'm starting to think this is flashbacks to last year.
It could be.
It's that Team Secret
भाई
PRX
PRX हारा तो क्या
something
सीन है?
about this
G का
matchup.
effect आएगा TS का.
I mean, Team Secret, they've taken down Giants, not
होएगा
just
ना?
PRX, right?
Yes.
They're one of the first teams to take down
ये जीता तो
GRX
effect
last year in the
आएगा
league
G
play.
को.
Uh-oh. Op's been pinched. Oh.
हाँ,
Yeah, if you dropped that, that was real bad news.
तो हारे तो अच्छी बात है फिर.
So back into this
शर्म नहीं आता है
final,
team को हारते
potentially
हुए वो कर
final
रहा है.
round. Team Secret sitting on
यही
3
दुनिया
ultimates.
है.
PRX on 2. So far, the takes have been fantastic.
कुछ दबा दिया क्या?
The way they're going across the map, or even just checking and
क्या चाहिए तेरे को?
sensing for
I would like to
PRX's
apologize to you
defenses.
today.
Now marking the post plan exits as well.
Oof, not able to quite clear that drone in time. It's going to be a trade
Oh,
for trade.
यार वो लेना
But
था रे
with Siege
बाबा.
down, I don't think Team Secret minds this, because that means, again,
Start
oh,
भी गया
Siege is
अभी
down,
तो.
you guys don't
उधर
have a
जाके
wall,
कर
you guys
सकते
don't have slow orbs, we're going B.
बढ़िया खेले बे. TF.
This is exactly what they want. Mindfreak
Hey, मेरे
has to be
पापा
prepared
वापस
for this.
Bangalore
He's
क्यों
got
नहीं आ रहे?
only the Guardian. Can he do the same thing that Envy just did?
Forsaken's here as well for the backup, so Mind Freak just needs to draw the aggro, just needs to draw them
वो
in.
पब्लिक बोल रहा है अगर PRX हारे तो
Good
PSG
save.
के ऊपर
There
आएगा
goes
बोल
the
रहा है.
first. Down to the second. The snake bite doing a little bit of work.
भाई
Mindfreak
रुक जा खत्म नहीं हुआ ओटी जा सकती है.
looking to clutch out the round. Just see Vash though. Oh, vision now robbed away. Mindfreak.
भाई कोई सीन नहीं उनका हाथ गर्म हो रहा है.
talked about how he just
Next
needs
दो
to
मैप
draw them
जीतेगी.
in
कोई
so
सीन
that
नहीं हाथ
Forsaken
गर्म
get
हो
the
रहा है.
crossfire. He successfully does so on the first kill, but then he's ready for the next. Team Secret, they realize they've been spotted. They have no choice but to try to force their way around
PRX
yellow.
हारा तो जी बार.
It's a setup for NDG, but he can't finish the kill onto Mind Freak.
जीतो पे
Oh, that's the watch.
टोको पीडिया टोको.
ये गया बे. ये
Boss
गया
is walking in
Yeah, see if
Indranagar.
PRX can give more to cheer for here in the first map.
खो पीड़े के
They've been trying to, send in a little bit of early aggression to take an opening pick against Team Secret, mess with their game plan a little.
मारेगा कि नहीं मारेगा मारेगा कि नहीं
Worked
मारेगा
out too cleanly.
Oh, straight!
Oh, kill
Now back up around.
पूरा 360 घूम के है वो
Borkum will be able to
अरे
finish
sound
off
दिया
the kill. Here comes Jake up around pipes, the flash through. Borkum does not mind it. Forsaken comes back into trade for his fallen brethren. Now back onto the
sound
Guardian.
दिया
Needs to
यार
stay alive.
Corsair
The barrel gives away his position. Might in for the trade. Now Jesse Vash looking
Come back
for the
up,
final
come
game,
back
but
up.
it's the high-low setup. Paper Rex still alive.
Holy cow,
हम
something.
टैग करते तो रिप्लाई भी नहीं करते
Gets the collab, dashes forward, which that one I gotta believe is not intentional, but he does
Public
get
बोल
the
रहे हैं ये सब
reset because he
Strix
had
dash
activated
है
before.
बोल रहा हूँ ना Strix by real ID से आओ.
But the movement to keep
What?
himself alive, that was pretty...
I mean, yeah, the calmness after the initial, hiccup to just draw out even more aggro.
Jeez, you gotta be watching this game with bated breath.
Oh man,
Alex
and
बोल रहे हैं
now
साले
timeout
lovely
from Team
इस बार
Secret.
forward
Yeah,
dash मारा
that's
और
enough to
बच्चा
draw
अगली बार
that
क्या ना
timeout.
घर में घुस के मारना.
Which is, I mean, good news for
तूने
Paper
दो
X.
चीज
I don't know if they quite mind. Sure, Team
Nice
Secret, they'll open this,
cancellation.
also ices Paper X just a tad bit. But on the Paper X side, I don't think they mind. Just calm down, right? Chill out. It was a bit of a heated round. They were able to still close it
it
out.
was a
got the
nice
rounds to go.
cancellation step हाँ
Just kind of watching out for these
Nice
early
cancellation,
aggressions.
buddy.
Team Secret
ये
might take
देखो
their
ये
time for the
देखो
next couple of rounds.
नहीं अभी
This
मतलब
gives
पलक
Paper
पे
X
शिफ्ट करता है तू.
a few more
नहीं
options.
बाबा
भैया बुलाती है वो तेरे को.
तो
I gotta
वो मेरे को
imagine
बुलाते
there
मैं
might be
तो
some
तेरे को
talk
बुलाता
about
हूँ
some mid
दोस्त
pressure here
That's what I'm
from Team
thinking.
Secret, but I mean, Paper
आज
X
तूने दो
surely,
चीज खोई है.
surely wary of it
एक तेरा
themselves. Now, whether they go out to meet them or
extra
not,
house waला
I wouldn't be so sure. I think Paper X is starting to give a lot more respect to Secret as well, which is working out in their favor.
हाँ,
As
जाओ
before,
जाओ पारू भाई जाओ
both teams a little too happy to fight.
भेज
And
दे
Secret said,
पारू
we
को,
came
हाँ, दूसरा
prepared.
चीज क्या
और स्ट्रीम के बाद बता दे.
All they need
Oh,
is
this
that
the
one
push
round.
out?
टीम के बाद बटाटी अभी भी
Oh, is
बटाटी
this
है
it?
Really?
Is this the elevator up? I mean, with it
Tingnan mo
on,
na, sa-
on the other side,
Okay.
you gotta imagine this is the funnel through.
Oh, they tried.
Yeah,
Tibon
bit of a
bhai,
miss,
ye aapka
though.
wala
It's
call.
not the group that you were hoping to set up
Oh,
on
Tibon.
belt.
It worked against Gen G
Thoda
because it
feel
was a
ho gaya udhar.
surprise, but Team Secret's prepared for it this time.
हाँ क्या हो गया टिपन भाई आपके कॉल को
Elevator
बोला कि
plays
नहीं, ये मेरा
T9.
स्नाइपर है ओ इसने पहले इधर देख
Bit of
लिया
loss and they have to
बे
hang back.
मिशन सोसाइटी के पास.
Paper X truly
Done.
being tested
Done. Mission on.
in this first map against Team Secret.
जा पारू भाई आपको बुलाया
But I
उधर
like this from
Extra
Team
cute
Secret,
from Jump.
right? Because they're reading this and saying, okay, you went
समझ
for the
रहे?
elevator play, but Jet wasn't
जा,
there
जा.
for the updraft. So Jet wasn't
कल
there.
परसों पारू भाई आप
Where
चलोगे
actually,
रस्तों से
yeah, got that off.
एक
You
बंदा आएगा
drone
hey
out,
are you
not
that
planted
part
a nest
thing
either.
from Execute
Huh. I
fam
think
ऐसा
we're
तुम
okay
तुम
to
भी
still
बोलो
push
ये
Gray. It's not a
करके
bad
जाओ
process of elimination from Team Secret.
They are even drawing out bits of utility. That fragment spent by Forsaken.
And the no command. Now Killjoy's on the other side, so the nano swarms still will
Trying to
be
buy
activated.
time.
ये सारे लोग.
There goes the
Likes
nano swarms, like you
likes
mentioned,
देखो
Will.
उसके
Yeah, the
कुछ
counter no
पे,
command as
सब
well.
agree
Chipping
करते
away
हैं.
at the clock. I don't know if it's enough though.
Right, you know about one-inch screens. Team Secret trying to create a crossfire.
Now safe enough for
God.
Jake on the other side, trying to
By
catch some
blind
players, but
sexy
Indian
था
German
बे.
swing
बढ़िया
out the
player.
right.
blind sexy था
Closer towards screens, they have managed to
GG,
plant
GG,
down their
GG.
flag, their
GG.
foot.
जीजी ने जी है
It's
जी
all
है
down to the Viant something.
Yeah, but you can't possibly clear this lockdown, so you're gonna have to wait.
Oh. You don't even have to set up for this. It's an off.
Oh, nice.
Gets the shoulder.
ओ नाइस शॉट
Do they expect the
Nice.
second player? Yes, they
Aye.
do.
And the lockdown's
ओ
gonna
भाई
push him out.
हेलो
All right, now you've got a little bit more space,
Time.
but 2 more targets to hit, and you know they've got some of these shock dart lineups and everything. Jesse Vash, NDG tossing everything from the kitchen into them.
करके आवाज आ रहा है
Goes in for the spray, but without time, without pressure, it's gonna be Team Secret stealing away the show in the first match.
Absolutely impressive preparation here from Team Secret. Props to, of course, Warbirds, but also the rest of the team. I mean, everyone firing very solidly today. Sure, Jeremy, not as explosive as some of the other maps we've seen, but as you mentioned it, played his role. When he had to lurk, he lurked. And when it was somewhere else, he had to dive in. He's able to provide that crossfire. You gotta imagine Forsaken is someone who's always been in the spotlight. Getting outshined by Envy a little bit on this first map.
Yeah, those kills, I mean, they are incredible. How are you feeling, Nika and Nasserai?
लग रहा
रुक, मैं देख
है यस भाई
Well,
के दिन भर की
casters, I
What
am
about
trying
top
to.
liver? Like,
I
he forgot. He totally forgot about it.
नफ ने देख क्या बोला है
उसको भी दे रही हूँ रुक वो तो मॉड है तेरे आईडी से देना पड़ेगा तेरे को रुक
कुछ भी बोलो पिंकी के बजने के स्किल्स इंप्रूव हो गए फिश पंप ये मेरा फोन हाथ मत लगाओ
WW Gaming, but this was one of them.
But I mean, it helps that Envy's
24
popping
hours,
off like
24
crazy. That
hours.
Guardian
दो यश
4K was
बस
so crisp and so clean. I mean,
अच्छा
he
ही
was feeling it all map long. I'm really
भाई
impressed.
टीएस
just
अच्छा खेला
overall
यार
with,
लेकिन
again,
क्या
the
वो
way
सेकंड
that
मैप भी
Team
खेल
Secret
पाएगी
kind of reads the map, especially on the defender side.
इज द
You know,
क्वेश्चन
once
क्योंकि
Jesse has that
टीम
info, I think the
सेकंड
Casters
मैप
are doing a
बहुत
really
सीरियस
good job
खेलेंगे
of
पीआरएक्स
highlighting
मेरे हिसाब से
what Jesse was able to know and not know, and how he was able to
चलो
maneuver his forces around that. And that's one of the win conditions we talked about. And that's
कितना
why
मिनट का
Team
दिया
Secret is so good at this.
मतलब मेरे को
Not
पार को
only
देना पड़ेगा
that, you know, you're
10
talking
मिनट
about Envy, but at the start of
बोला
the game, it was actually Jesse Vash that was hitting a lot of these crucial
10 and
frags.
9
He'd get
and
like 2Ks, 3Ks in the first like 5
2
rounds.
Ks,
to
3
really
Ks,
set,
2 Ks, 3
a tone here,
Ks.
a pace here for Team Secret.
Yeah, it was very, very good. We saw that teamwork. We were calling it out, right, during the pre-show that Team Secret, they really do have to come
मर गया
together
मेरा
if they're going to, you know, put a stopper to
बैठे
double teaming, right? And we
अरे
saw
मैं
that
नहीं आ रहा किधर
on
मैं
the
सिर्फ खड़ा हो रहा
first
था
half of the map, we actually saw Team Secret trying to
Excuse me?
out-W, right? They were really being aggressive with their defense. And we even saw how, like, you know, you kind of felt like both teams were like, you know what, let's just charge in, which was really, really fun, and why Icebox was so fun to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, I like that they're actually willing to show those looks to Paper X, because then Paper X has to respect it. And it's going to be in their heads, and they're not maybe going to be as willing to get aggressive onto you later. I mean, it is Paper X after all, so they still do it. Even on the defender side, you know, we saw how ready Team Secret was for like the elevator plays, the aggressive pushes. Yeah, something had the one collat with the operator that caught him off guard. But other than that, they were pretty well prepared for a lot of what they were doing. And the adjustments were really, really good from Team Secret all map long. You know, something taking that mid control really early in the map got shut down. Eventually, it took a few rounds, but it got there. And things like that Team Secret was able to do really, really helped them here as well, on top of some great shots like you were talking about.
Yeah, I'm looking at one of the highlights here where Team Secret also managed to sneak Envy into their own part of the spawn. So there are some, I guess, bits of lapse of judgment here, or maybe over push that we saw from Paper X that kind of opens up the map for Team Secret to kind of work their way in.
Yeah, and when it comes to like plays like that, those really unconventional kind of, you know what, this just might work, and then it suddenly does. I mean, Team Secret, I feel like, is one of those teams that are unafraid to do that and to challenge, you know, what might be possible in Valorant, right? But I feel like, you know, Paper X, definitely it was still a team. Like, I mean, as a Team Secret fan, as a Paper X fan as well, like, I was still on the edge of my seat, and I didn't know how this map was going to go down at any one point in this in every single round, right? Even the clashes that happened, everything was just so close.
No, you can never count Paper X out. I mean, that's, you know, so many teams have learned that the hard way. You think you're comfortable against them, and then you think you've got a lead, and it's in here, you're fine, you're coasting to a victory, and then all of a sudden they turn on the jets, and they're running you over round after round. So, you know, credit to Team Secret there. Just really good post plants as well. Like, that was a huge part of this win, was that once they got to that attacker side, like, the defender side, by the way, for Paper X was their best side of the map against Gen G when they played this earlier. So the fact that they're able to get to those post plants, get deep, get those setups, make them basically unbreakable for Paper X, like, is just incredible, the way that they handled it.
Yeah, I feel like right now, you know, Team Secret, obviously, they're running on a high. There is now a very big question mark as we head into map 2, which will be Sunset, right? Paper X here, they do have a lot of really cheeky strats on this map, and Team Secret, well, it just feels like, you know, they might not be able to anticipate maybe what Paper X have planned for this. I mean, like, a lot of teams did not when they went up against Paper X on Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they were the ones to come out here with the Gecko right during the AVL on Sunset when we first got to see it, and kind of set some of the stage for what we might be seeing on this map in terms of innovation. So yeah, I mean, you expect maybe that it's going to be something on the Gecko, Jing on the Rays, and then kind of fill in how you want behind that. You know, maybe we get to see the Forsaken Cypher or something, I don't know. But it's Paper X, so anything's possible, truly. Like, they will throw stuff at you that you didn't even think was in the realm of possibilities of agent compositions and make it work.
Yeah, true. And now that we're going to be seeing Envy back on Breach, may is that going to like weaken his ability to, you know, kind of frag with the team since Breach is a little bit slower compared to the KO, especially if, you know, there's going to be that Forsaken on the Cypher. There's going to be a lot of things where he might have to, you know, refrag for Jeremy if he gets picked off by Forsaken here. So there's so many things that I think will change right now in terms of dynamics for Team Secret.
Because both teams are very aim heavy, it's going to boil down to also which are the right utilities to use at any one time, right? Which brings us to our question for our guess and gain game. So which team is going to be the first to pop the first to pop their ultimate in map number 2? That is quite tricky because it's like it's very circumstantial.
Yeah.
You're not sure yet what they will pick, which leads you to kind of decide. But it looks like okay. All right.
Hello, guys,
we'll show
I'm back.
our answers over here. Will it be?
I'm picking for real this time. I
For
lost.
real? Okay.
Yeah, I lost on my fake pick, so this is going back to.
This is a very hard guess because of an agent
Yeah.
specific to one of the teams, right?
Yeah. So,
Google लग रहा है.
I don't even know. I'm just gonna okay.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Okay. No, this is a healthy mix.
Okay.
We did not connect.
Okay, mine is
You betrayed.
Yeah.
no, I didn't. I still predicted Team Secret. This is just for my rank.
Get him.
This is just for my rank. All right, I will do it whatever it takes to rank up.
I don't deny that.
Okay, something Gecko, 6 ultimates. Kill, be killed. He still charges that up. He's gonna have the thrash faster than anything else. If I think about Envy, who has a breach, what's the 8 charges on the Rolling Thunder? That's gonna take a while. So that's where my thought process is, at least with this.
I'm right with him. I mean, the way PaperX likes to play on maps.
I'm still at one piece, yo.
If they can get there, definitely it feels like they're going to be.
ऐसे थोड़ी जिम जाता हूँ भाई.
Sure. I feel like actually that, you know, PaperX will get their ults first.
Tiban bhai, gaming हो
Will
जाए.
they
Let's
on
go.
the first? I don't think so.
कब बड़ा करेगा? कब बड़ा करेगा बता? 1v1 चैलेंज. जब तक मैच चालू होएगा किसका सांप बड़ा है?
चालू नहीं हुआ क्या अभी तक?
क्या देख रहे रे तू?
मेरा नाम ही मांबा है भाई.
हाँ?
आईपीएल देख रहा हूँ, बता दो जब चालू.
फातिमा जी दूसरे गेम को प्रमोट कर रहा है ये.
गेम नहीं, स्पोर्ट है, स्पोर्ट.
वैलोरेंट स्पोर्ट नहीं है?
नहीं है? ये गया.
स्पोर्ट है भाई वो.
मिस यू बंक्स भाई. मार का क्या 1000%. एक्सक्यूज मी. लाला क्या करना है तुम्हारे हिसाब से? रिस्पॉन्ड हुआ है लगता है. मेरा इनवल्नरेबिलिटी ऑन था. ला 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 ला. टिबन भाई आज जी विक्ट्री की खुशी में हाउ अबाउट हम बटर चिमकिंस खाए?
भाई मेरे को भूख लग रही है अभी. बैच जो खाने की बात किया ना इसमें, चुपचाप कुछ और बोलते.
बिरयानी. तूने तो बोला कुछ और बोल. पता नहीं मार खा के
अन्ना है जैसे.
सेम टोन.
क्या सुनैना, हाउस इज गोइंग? कल हैवी था.
लवर्स आई एम बिंक्स फैम ओजी. जय बंक्स. लव यू.
वो बट्टू भी आएगा उधर.
कहाँ पे? पापा पीआरएक्स बोलते भाई. पीआरएक्स का काउंटर है भाई लोग के पास. ब्रिज. हाँ पीआरएक्स की काउंटर है ब्रिज. क्या सीन? क्या लगता है? ऐसा लगता है जिंक के कारण समथिंग फ्रीली पुश कर रहा है. हो सकता है लेकिन थोड़ा कॉपी पेस्ट तुम फ्रीली मत करो.
चांसेस या फिर कोई और हगे वो वाला सीन.
गौरव भाई कॉन्गो चेयर फॉर द 300 के. एक्सक्यूज मी हेटर. ये मेरे को अंदर का आवाज आया. And the houses. PRX की लाड़ भाई. सीन हो सकती है. Love you Gaurav bhai. Thank you for the 30 American Australian dollars मेरी जान. चेयर का भी उतने हाथ था. समझ रहे हो?
But right now, I mean,
Devi
it's definitely,
Singh,
you
Binks
know,
bhai,
Jing back in on that
Pinky
raise.
आलू की ये
But
गया
I'm
बे,
definitely
ये
worried
गया,
about,
ये
of
गया.
course, Jeremy.
चलो गए
Also,
जस्ट एक पब्लिक.
I mean, Team
Thank
Secret
God the
is fired
5
up.
American
The
dollars
fire
मेरी
is
जान.
here up against
मैं
PRX.
बटाटी
And
हूँ
that
बोला
fault
था.
line, the
मारा तो है
aftershock,
भी
the
मैं.
rolling thunder that Envy can throw out just to control
पहली बार
game
मार
main,
खाया
it's
हूँ.
very
दूसरी बार
deadly.
Yeah, but I do love also what Astray brought up on the desk, right? That does mean that
चलो.
he has to.
ओ टीएस जीत गए तो जी आउट
You
है.
see that fault line? Oh, it's a good
PRX
combo with
ऐसा
Binks
थोड़ी है
as well.
भाई.
Completely ties up PRX in mid.
Oh gosh, and it's a bit of a tiles play
भाई,
as well. Forsaken,
heavy counter
unfortunately,
किया बे.
unwittingly walked right into
नहीं नहीं
that
अगर
line of
आज
sight.
टीएस जीत गए तो हमें
So a bit
प्रॉब्लम
of
होगा जी
room
को.
for Team Secret. Meanwhile, PRX
अन्ना देखो हमें बोल के जी बोल रहे हैं अन्ना.
maybe they could be
सुन रहे हो ना?
they could pull off a bit of a flank, but they're
बच्चे
going to have to
के
concede the A site.
Yeah, we'll see if something.
नहीं बोलो ना है क्या?
Short for the
शायद
time
से,
being.
शायद.
That's
टीचर
gonna be
टीबोन
crucial.
ने
What I
गाली
do love is
बोला.
Team Secret. They're gonna clear out backside as
है क्या
well. So
problem?
now. Holding
शायद से
on to
पता नहीं.
alley, holding on to elbow. You've got that trap
नहीं,
wire set up to
calculation
cover your
दिखाओ
flanks.
यार,
You've got
site
short
website
smoked
है.
up. This is an excellent post plan situation here. You're gonna flash out. Team Secret has so much control over this post plan.
Go to www.gfighting.com.
Positioning of it as well.
Paranoia still online for Borka.
Out of the smokes. Insist shot from
क्या
Jeremy.
blind
Something
bait,
able
क्या
to swing
blind.
right back against them. That's how you can deal with the positioning. Jesse Vash, though, still tucked away inside of elbow. It's going to be the wingman that goes through. Now they are aware of his positioning, but it's that crossfire setup. A little bit tough to work with. Jing has the boom bot, but he just walks out instead. Mindfreak able to play for his contact now, running low on M, able to land a shot, but is it enough time for the defuse? I don't think so. No. Team Secret walks away the win on the pistol.
Yeah, seems like
Phone
PRX
आया था.
perhaps didn't quite catch where that audio was coming from when they took out the wingman. Jing not
Hello,
checking for
Binks,
elbow
what's
at all
happening?
as he's going in.
All
for
good
the
happening,
peak around
G1.
that crossfire, or maybe he just thought he
Yes,
would have
good-
the wide
good
swing.
happening, good
And his
happening.
teammate would be,
2-0,
Mindfreak would be
आज
able to go
कहीं
for the
नहीं जा
trade
रहे हो
either way. It's a good read from Team Secret, knowing that there's
छोटा सा
going to be
formal
some
meeting
aggressive push, especially
Farmers
down
में
mid.
meeting
That's
है.
usually the area that the
Farmers
attackers are
Farmers
favored.
नहीं, formal
They have that
meeting.
counter read
Farmers.
against
किसके
PRX's
साथ?
mindset. It's a good pinch.
के साथ हमारा brand ambassador के साथ.
On to the next round. I mean, you got to watch out for some of these early plays.
5 Spectres. Haven't seen that in a while.
उसे कन्या.
Bit of half armor on Jesse Bash as well. Nonetheless, though, there's that
भाई
mid control
DS
for
को
Team
क्या हो गया
Secret.
यार?
They're able to repeatedly find these opening picks
हाँ?
against PRX.
I mean, the 5 Spectres
भाई
and then the
क्या हो
push
गया
into
Secret
mid,
को?
knowing that you
क्या
have the
उनको
equal
PRX
advantages
का
on the
Secret के
attacker's
बारे में मालूम
side.
पड़ गया?
You're going to put in that immense pressure, trying to scout out if there's a reaction. Keep them tied up at top mid, and that gives you a free sight onto B. You
भाई
still
अच्छा
have flank
खेल रहे
control
यार.
with NDG setups on the Cypher.
तूने बराबर बोला था कोई तो.
Very confidently able to
अच्छा
scroll
खेल रहा है Team
through.
Secret.
हाँ.
NDG able to watch the back lines. PRX trying to
कौन
duel
बोला
out
था
for
तूने?
market control now, but it's not meant to be
अच्छा वो
against
मैं ट्वीट पे
Spectres.
किया.
Just gives them, you know, actually a little bit more mobility.
Haga.
Jing, yeah, 1 pick off, but
Okay.
3 more to go.
Picks up the Spectre, now goes back in, you know, he's just trying to get as many kills as possible, work towards that showstopper, but look at that.
Yeah.
That's the fault line that I'm talking about. He might be hanging back, but it just sets up Jeremy
अन्ना when is the
perfectly.
gaming
Yeah,
night?
Jeremy now only 2 points away
कल ready रहे.
from that showstopper. The
अरे
analyst
तेरे को
desk,
वीडियो नहीं भेजा
perhaps
ना? रुको एक second.
just
Nice.
hoping, or parts of the analyst desk, that something will be able to get some more orbs. But right now, I mean, this could be a
ट्वीट
showstopper.
किया होता तो end हो
Just
चुका होता.
execute it. The bonus. If they're able to get an orb, you know, maybe an early
बहुत
kill,
गाली
or
खाता
just
है
rotate
यार.
around the
सच्ची
map.
बहुत
But that's
गाली
something that
खाता है.
PRX will have to
ट्वीट
watch
कर दो,
out
क्या
for.
पता जीत
You
जाए.
don't want to
पता
give
नहीं
away
यार.
these orbs too easy.
WhatsApp
But
check
at the
करो.
same time, you don't want to go out for contact knowing that you have the better
देख रहा, देख
weaponry.
कब चालू होगा शूट करना?
That's just
कौन सा shoot?
allows for Team
Home
Secret to do a
to-
little bit more as they continue to push up.
26
Very quickly
को
into
I'm
the
going
A side.
Dubai. I
PRX,
think I'll
they've
come
been
back and do
spotted.
Yeah,
the.
the fact that you get the tag through the
Dubai?
smoke onto something, but then you
What
spot
is-
Forsaken as well, that's the site for free.
भाई क्या?
I mean, there's
same
no way that
rating.
PRX is
No,
winning
left
this one.
पे क्या है
The
वो
real
ऊपर?
question is how's the post plan look with the weaker
वो
weaponry
एक
in Team
है, वैसा
Secret? They're waiting still, the spike not quite entering yet, the smokes have to get refreshed.
कैसी रहेगी?
So the plant can't go through. And during all of this, NDG clears out B site. And since they never committed the spike, Team Secret has a chance to rotate. PRX does start to get a read.
Starting to move back. The timing of it though, Jeremy still left alone on elbow.
But those kills, right?
हाँ,
Jeremy
DJ
being an
भी
elbow.
है.
Question marks.
Crazy
Yeah, that's
वाला
nice
है.
on PRX. Now they just have to hold in mid and be ready for a rotate.
And NDG has the timing to potentially catch them as they rotate through.
Oh, the angle.
Not able to take the heads up duel. The angle favors NDG. Just like you mentioned, Will. Spike going down now.
Timeless हो गया,
It's up
timeless.
to Devi and Jing. They're a little bit too far apart.
जीत गया.
I have just heard NB
Allah crazy वाला.
so
भाई
quick,
मेरे
so
को
sharp.
ड्राइविंग का
Just
aim
even
चाहिए.
ड्राइविंग वाला
get
भी
the
बहुत
trade
बाप है.
off of his teammate. Team Secret picks up the bonus win.
भाई इंडिया में सबसे
Huge bonus win. I mean, with Spectres, let's just
बहुत
remember
बाप,
that.
बहुत
It's not
बाप,
like they
बहुत
doubled
भी नहीं
down
कोई.
and bought Vandals
हर एक
and
angle
Bulldogs in that
से you
second
can
round.
stream,
It was
you
5
can
Spectres. They
capture
carry
everything.
over 4, I believe, and a Sheriff. They go into this round. It's a fast push into elbow. You set up the paranoia on short. Sure, they get a little bit more info than they bargained with the drone. But after that, you don't actually commit the swipe. They're still clearing everything. They're seeing it. Is there a flood retake coming up? Is there a reaction? There isn't. At NDG, the lurk timing's perfect.
भाई
so good
PRX का
again.
काउंटर तो है
It's a bigger
भाई
map
ब्रिज.
than Icebox.
एक कंट्रोवर्शियल क्वेश्चन है, मुझे मत पूछो.
Team Secret are doing wonders with the way that they are, fighting for control, slowly extending their control into the sites, leaving players on lurks, and it just makes it so unsettling for PRX. They feel uncomfortable right now.
क्या GB हरा सकती है PRX को ऐसे?
Something spots one, and they heard the gun
भाई
sound
प्रॉब्लम ये है
all the
कि
way down
अगर
mid as well.
TS ने हरा
So
देना
PRX
PRX
yeah,
को,
PRX knows
तो
that
G
there's a
के
lot
लिए
of
और
pressure. They're
टफ
gonna try to
होगा
push
क्योंकि
out on
एलेक्स
this.
बूम बम देगा.
But not quite watching out
समझ रहे हो?
for little boxes around mid.
और एलेक्स बूम
It's gonna
बम
be
देता तो
Jeremy
PRX 2.0 आ जाता है.
still able to
हमारे
work
टाइम पे
as
ये
a
सब
turret
होना
to
था.
take down Forsaken.
Team Secret just has this really good tempo control today, where they will act as if they're ready to meet PRX for a just all-out duel.
And then
But
they hold.
Yeah, then they hold, right? And that makes PRX antsy, especially when Team Secret is on the attacking side. They actually end up holding a bit more information off of that initial movement.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they even check for this.
My goodness.
Bola na.
So restless. PRX like itching to, pick a fight, but they can't. Now NDG watches the angle.
भाई क्या
Look at
खेल
that.
रहे हैं
खेल
BTS?
रहे वे.
It's all down to Mind Freak with the
सब
stun.
रीड कर रहे हैं,
NDG is
heavy
feeling
वाली
comfy
readings.
as well. And Mind Freak, sure. I mean, you guys saved up just enough for the next round. I mean, Jing
नंगा tutorial
maybe
कॉल
has to
चैलेंज
go
दिया
for a
था
judge or
इसके
something like that, but at the end of the day, it's 4 clean rounds for Team Secret. You got 2 ults, I mean 3 ults
भाई
online,
आज
including
really
from the shadows.
unbelievable day.
See if that comes into play.
उसमें क्या हो
Ults
रहा
on
है,
both
पता नहीं.
sides. So, our chat, our viewers, and our analyst test. Now you're at even ground. We'll see who wins.
Waiting for that first one.
Enemy remains left.
This definitely could and would be the round.
You gotta imagine. So originally, I would imagine that Team Secret might go for a full send with the Showstopper in this round, right? You still have the Hunter's Fury afterwards for the post plant, and if you use the Showstopper to get in, maybe PRX uses their Showstopper for the retake, then you can hang back with the Hunter's Fury, things like that. But now that there's a timeout from PRX,
बेकार के लिए. अरे
I gotta imagine Team Secret holds in the beginning, right? Maybe just watch out for the tiles crunch with Jing's Showstopper. Just wait for it, and then you can still go for the execute. You're still gonna have the numbers advantage.
Well, that's why
हर
you gotta
जगह पे
wonder if
ब्रिज
PRX,
इतना ज़्यादा
is
input
able
दे
to
रहा है.
think one step further ahead of that, because you need to be able to anticipate Team Secret's movements. If Team Secret are able to anticipate yours, I mean, just what an incredible game from Team Secret so far. I'm actually
Mid-fight तो
considering
ले
the
ले
fact
पा
that
रहे. Mid
this
छोड़ना
could
पड़ेगा
be
पूरा.
PRX's first loss.
Very well could be. I mean, listen, I think probably for many of us, we vote PRX because just on paper, you got to imagine, right? Jing's back, they're looking better each week. They just beat Gen G, who's still looking pretty solid even against DRX.
Excuse me?
But at the end of the day, Team Secret, you can
मेरे
never
गाफ
count
की
these
दिख रही
guys
है?
out.
I see what Alex says. Because so far,
down.
Team Secret has pushed down mid just to hold around this spot, right? So we've got
ये
3
गया
players
पे.
now, the totem pole stacked
ये
up
गया.
to watch down the angle. Team Secret, because of that little bit of conditioning, now switches up their game plan. Down B main. The last second backing off.
They all get tagged by the 0 point as well, but that's on the exit. So this is, I mean, Team Secret has a read on the timing here. as they're just trying to put some fake pressure onto B, see what the setup was. They see nobody in mid, they see nobody on B. You're starting to wonder, okay, is there a trap set up on mid? The slow clear back, and look at the minimap. NDG starting to see if anyone has crept up right up to his trap wire on A as well.
I don't mind the dark cover from Devi, though. So both sides trying to control as much as possible. Something now slowly starting to creep up front.
Something's going to be the big one here. The dark cover, it's a bit of fake pressure. So NDG, he's wary of it.
I don't think he's going to check his back, but he's got the trip.
Oh shit, galat
The
read.
real question is does he call for the rotate? They're still not entering. Oh, Jesse Vash gets the ping all the way into back corner. And they even check for something on the rotate as well. And NDG's already cleared out a site. I mean, the lurks are just incredible from Team Secret on this map so far.
Incredibly slippery with it. PRX now struggling with the shots a little too. Losing confidence. They know they have to retake. Paranoia.
Has the secret
watching out for Jesse Vash as well. I mean, could he have gone back through mid, or is he actually pushed out to its spawn? My freak Divine, they need to watch.
Do ID pass do unka khelega
Now that you
jaake.
get that kill, you go for it. It's a 2v2, but already time is not on your side. Forsaken's only got 6 HP.
Oh, that fault line. So annoying. Now Borkum with the off angle. The shrouded step does not work.
You have to save at this point.
Oh.
Yeah, doesn't really have much of a way out. 6 HP. I mean, sure, I guess he could have gone up for short, but what a devastating round after a timeout. And I mean, I like the call to stop pushing out mid, right? You're already leading game for a retake anyway. Team Secret is abusing that, going in for free after getting some picks in mid. Just stop doing it, just play for the retake. But this time, they get bitten by that fake info on B, and Team Secret, once again, a step ahead on what's the reaction going to be. Is it a fill onto the B side? Let's just fury it.
I mean, multiple steps. They always have some kind of secondary plan that they're cooking. First, it might be, you know, potential push towards B main, or just to create fake pressure. NDG on these lurks. PRX are unfortunately kind of biting into all these little baits.
Well, now they've decided just to hold on to A, right? At the end of the day, it's always been the A-side plan for Team Secret. So I don't mind this adjustment. I mean, in the middle of it, inside the server, you're going for an aggressive check onto B main anyway, with Mind Freak peeking out. He still has a toxic screen to cover both the entrance into market as well.
Oh, but here
reaction.
Bhai, ye kya hai?
Jeremy, but himself as well. PRX falling back.
I know exactly where you are.
Your theft will be spent.
Oh, now you know.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah, but Team Secret's using this against PRX. They're trying to make them think, all right, you guys think we might go B, yeah, and then you leave the lurk.
The thrash spent too.
If
Borkum can catch the timing onto players like Mind
Wait,
Freak.
wow, good one.
Oh,
लेकिन ओमन को मरने का नहीं.
भाई गलत काउंटर हो रहा है PRX.
Because we got NDG, that the lurk isn't going to be there just yet.
Timing's all off. PRX very uncomfortable, not quite able to read it. And the time instead has come for Team Secret. He's looking for it. Unfortunately gets swung upon by something. Jesse Vash hangs back, uses the recon. Envy sneaking up on the market. Aftershock just to buy him a little bit of time as he tries to wrap back around from the back. Movements have been heard. 2-on-1. Can Ivy make it happen? Swings out, but something continues to strain. That's going to be the 4th kill for the guy in the round. Up on top with 1 win.
A very close round. I mean, Team Secret, in terms of the overall movement around the map, right? In terms of the intel, they were still 1 step ahead. But at the end of it, PRX are able to stabilize. But what really works out is the instant thrash onto the A site. Go to check, is it a lurk? Do they still push in? How many and they catch just NDG. That allows PRX to react just fast enough.
Slightly low. Yeah. I mean, especially with the duels from something towards the end of it. Catching on players like Borkum. Confidently swinging, keeping the movement, making sure that the aim is not too easy for Team Secret, but now it's always these bait setups. The back, it's
Bhai, ye hui na PRX.
Like you mentioned, Will.
My left
PRX
कोई
with the
देखा ही
cross-
नहीं
ये
यार।
हुई ना
And now Team
PRX.
Secret, they
ये
have a
हुई.
go-around lead. So that round, if anything, Team Secret should now know that PRX can be setting up for these crossfires, right? It was there the previous round as well. Team Secret
ये
didn't
हुई
run
ना
into it
बात.
early
ये
enough.
हुई.
15 सेकंड में
This
राउंड
time
खत्म
they
हो
say,
गया.
okay, wow, all right, you guys are really
ये
stacking
हुई
A.
PRX वाले round
So
ना.
if there's an adjustment,
relatable अन्ना,
then it's
15
not
second
too
खत्म.
much value lost, right? You
Huh?
don't have to win 13-0. You don't have to win 13-1. You just got to get to 13 rounds
अरे है ना
first.
ये engineer अपना LKE T-Bone.
PRX trying to keep things competitive. Team Secret calling a timeout now just to switch
नहीं जो
things
नीचे
up.
टाइल्स है ये क्या है?
Talking about reaching 13.
अन्ना
क्या है?
Tiles है.
ये रूम का टाइल्स है या
PRX
मार्बल है क्या है?
desperately needs it.
So,
Because
कुछ है नहीं कारपेट है
yeah,
वो.
Team Secret, well, PRX, obviously, they're down 0-1,
Pam
but
pam
Team
pam
Secret,
pam 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 pam.
I think now they can start to put a little bit of pressure back onto B
Can
main as
G
well,
still qualify?
right? It's been a lot of focus onto A, or
They
at
can
the very
still
least,
qualify.
draw out the utility first on A.
They have to
Just
beat
see the
JFM.
reaction. Now, I don't think
2-0.
PRX will react. I think they'll wait until there's the first contact if they stack A again. But with that in mind, off of this timeout,
भाई
we could see
TS
them
का
holding mid again for
timeout भी
PRX,
अच्छा है
going
बे.
for a bit of a default.
TS
Right? So it's not
अच्छा
a
खेल
stack
रहा है,
mid,
timeout
but it is a
अच्छा
bit
है.
more of a spread out default
पता
for
नहीं.
PRX.
TS वो वाला TS
Okay,
दे रहे जो
take back
पहला
onto
2 गेम
B.
दिखा था.
Right, so that's the read, right? All right, off of the timeout, Team Secret might try to put some pressure back onto B.
Okay.
But what is Team Secret famous for? Only having A's in their alphabet soup. So it's going to be an A stack again.
Oh, they go in faster with it this time. Forsaken trying to slow them down with Fragment. What I'm watching out for is that B squad from PRX. Can they go in for a flank? NDG's going to take his time with things. Team Secret trying to tamper with the pace up around
वो
elbow.
लोग को देख बे.
Not a
B
full
पे देख.
commit. Not fully rushing in just yet. Waiting out the ultimates from Forsaken.
So Forsaken and Jing just have to stay alive.
Okay,
They just have
ulta
to
आते ही भाग जाओ
protect
पीछे.
the space, right? You got to imagine that the Rolling
Thunder.
Thunder's online.
भाई
You
मेरे
got to
को
be
control
ready
देखो
for
ना
an
कि
exit
मेरे
off of
भी
it.
There
control
it
है.
is. Initial shot does not connect, so he backs up. Oh gosh.
Spam need सबका
Catching
है
up
bro.
with paint shells.
Yeah, Jing was able to jump out.
अल्ट
just
पे
in time,
अल्ट पे
though.
मरा क्या?
भाई कैसे नहीं पता चला उसको?
Something coming online now. Jeremy able to catch Jing as he tries to swing out, but it's going to be the trade instead. Mosh pit just to try to stop or slow that spike plan, but it goes through
भाई
anyway. Flushes
कितना
Jesse Bash out
मॉस्फिट पे.
of corner.
क्या मॉस्फिट का पूरा एकदम
इधर
फूक दिया था बे.
Okay, Poison Cloud in. Mind Freak trying to give himself a little bit more room to work with.
सही था ना वो स्ट्रेटजी?
Considering the fact that
मैं इधर डालूंगा,
might make
वो
use
उधर
of it as
डालेगा.
well, he puts it off.
बाहर ही नहीं
The
जाता.
swing out.
और क्या गावा?
क्या?
He is the
He
fireman when he
is
feels that
cold.
heat. Winning out an unwinnable situation.
Holy.
They peeked out at the same time against him. But with the sharper
Holy.
aim.
Holy,
that
holy,
That was a good
holy.
double P for Team
Only
Secret.
PRX can
But
pull off
Mind
this
Freak's
round.
just calm with it, and Secret
अन्ना
cannot
दो
make the shot.
दो राउंड ऐसा था जो नहीं जीतना चाहिए था PRX
Starting
को.
to heat up.
दो राउंड.
वो वोमेन लार्क वाला
Just
राउंड
a
impossible था.
slight
ये
movement
राउंड
to the
में
right as
बहुत
well before he
भाई वो मन ने.
resets. Just alive enough, I think, leads to the body shots.
उन लोगों को पता भी है वो वहाँ से आने वाला है.
So
तो
always so
Baap.
steady
for the
in these
trade.
moments.
See if
बाप
that's enough
रे.
magic for PRX. As now with that, Mind Freak just going to shut off B. So again, PRX thinking, okay, if it wasn't that previous round, surely now they try to focus on that B side again. But look at this.
Excuse
now,
me?
with the reaction from B main,
उसका lineup
PRX
आया.
clears out A main. So
Base से.
PRX now understanding kind of the tempo control that Team Secret's going for. That usually it's a stack on one side at the beginning of the
T-Ball?
round. The
Yeah, buddy.
timeouts have come in handy
उसका
for them.
बेस से वो आया.
Paint shell
केओ का.
tossed.
केओ का
ड्रोन
knife
तोड़ने के
ना.
लिए, हाँ.
Area now.
लेकिन क्या टाइमिंग.
So with mid, sure, you contest a little bit with paint shells, but you've given it
Under
up. You
Rose
know
मारता
that
है
the
ऐसे.
attackers have the better angles. All you have to do is make sure you're not giving away top mid. It's too late to try to shut off this door over
नया
by
setup में
market,
केओ
but
खेलना है.
something will just hold on to it. Overall, the default position, yeah, you're a little
नया
spread out,
सेटअप में कार्ड
but it's
वगैरह
not
चेंज
the end of
वाले
the
ना
world, because
वही
A site,
कंप्यूटर.
as long as Divide can get
कंप्यूटर
out,
सेम है, बाकी पूरा
go
चेंज.
for a retake.
Only gaming system is
They
the same.
caught something instead, though.
The
Forsaken
peek
top
outs.
mid.
I mean, PRX still struggling to hold on to the defaults for a little bit too long.
It's just, it makes them feel restless, and now it's no longer a question of whether or not Divide can rotate out. He has to actually stay alive long enough on the site. Oh, he waits out the timing, catches the spike carrier, and now Forsaken
Hello? I mean, using Forsaken as a beat to stop it, gets caught by the trapwire as well, but that's the timing Divide needed to peek out for one last traveler. Happens to be the spike.
Strat अच्छे ही था ना, लेकिन
a little bit more
mid fight बहुत crazy किया.
Exact पता है कहाँ क्या आ रहा है कौन आ रहा है.
लेकिन दवाई ने वो sound दिया ना, वो fake टिपी का, वो भारी पड़ गया. उस पे फेक टिपी पे पूरा अल्ट सब कमिट कर दिया.
A lot more proactiveness, but not overeating too much. I mean, the peaks around mid, again, a little bit of antsiness. But it's still a good hold. Overall, still a very good default setup. Now it's a fast push, using that fault line.
Something that PRX might not have quite expected.
Oh, lale.
Straight down, something comes back in, but NDG trades out. The numbers favor Team Secret.
Bugs bhai.
From the shadows invested as well, just for information. But now they have to regroup, go in for this retake. Trying to work together throughout market.
Yeah, there's this trapwire though. So Jesse's going to be ready for one.
At the very least one. Oh, good bit of a flash. Gives him a little bit of space.
They haven't cleared it.
Jesse Bash not cleared.
By tracking
the paint
routine
shells
to
might have done a little bit. Jesse Bash
करता तो यार. भाई अगर वो चेक करता तो क्या क्रेजी होता था. दोनों मर जाते थे, 2v1 होता था.
Health as well. They knew that they had all the time with the trapwires to set up. Angle clearance was good, and this, I mean, trying to clear out the other util coming in, but the fault line keeps PRX absolutely stun locked.
That's how Team Secret might just be able to keep their lead in this game. Ultimate's now looking healthy for both sides, but still it's Jeremy dictating the pace now with his showstopper. PRX wanting to fight back. Mindfreak able to take him down, but losing his life as well. Shrouded steps away in time.
I mean, if you got caught there, I would have almost written the round off, but staying alive means a lot because now you know that PRX had time to reset their positions. So Team Secret has to watch out. They saw the early push from Jing trying to fly out mid. They held off the showstopper with their own flashpoint.
Take flight.
But now they have to re-clear everything bit by bit. It is still at the 1 minute mark, so it's not too bad. They actually spot 2.
Whoa.
But PRX, seemingly intentional, right? You give sight of 2, but then you split. It's a 2-2 split on the map, and then you plant Divide, who was not the one spotted, already deep down mid.
Yes, अच्छा खेल
That said, that still means Team Secret knows they do have those numbers. Looking to barrel through. Looking to watch their flanks as well. NDG goes in to investigate for just a second. Make sure it's clear. He's always watching their 6.
It sets up his second trapwire as well, so that should give them a little bit of comfort. No shrouded step.
Oh, he can't go through it.
Yeah, Device just going to have to break it if he so wishes. And with this, I mean, PRX, they're stacking on to be seeming as if maybe this was a fake from NDG. He's always been on the lurk, but they've got the wrong read. And Team Secret will have a free A site.
Oh, look at सिर्फ साइफर है यहाँ पे.
Now they rotate on over. Device still somewhat undetected. He's going to have to break that trip sooner or later.
But they're so concerned about potential lurks, right? Look at Divide. He still thinks there might be more somewhere else on the map.
Oh, they're in their heads, Will. We've got the Thrash, but I don't know if that's going to do enough. The flashes through now. Paint shells just to give them a bit of breathing room. Forsaken able to take out the first. Jesse Bash caught with a utility. The boom, but he's still able to swing around. Team Secret.
Good hold at NDG, snapping around. As soon as his trap breaks down, he still knows that he has time to try to provide support down A short. And then he turns around, takes out Divide as well.
Secret ko.
Really good hold, but I mean, PRX just completely bamboozled on that round. I mean, I think they were overthinking on all fronts. Right, one is that they thought they maybe gave the fake out by getting both shown, going over to A on that drone. And then they're concerned about the lurks. They think they might have a step above. They see that it's a trapwire. They think, you know, NDG's always been on the lurk below. But every part of that was all wrong reads.
Okay, good little swing out from something.
Backup bolte be.
Team Secret still having the patience for it. Now they want to hold and fight for this firefight. NDG able to toss out the neural theft. Borkum trying to get positioning in towards elbow. Divide with the jump peek. Will be able to get the information now. Hangs back. NDG thinking about other options while Borkum holds.
Yeah, I mean, you got the neural theft ping, so you know that it's a 2-1 split for PRX. NDG, he's going to go for the 1v1, leave Borkum, but with Borkum losing that, the round seems all but over.
Mind Freak with the right reads, too. Guardian shot will tag him up.
Yeah, I mean, Mind Freak can just hold. He's got snake bites. Yep, just push him out. Now you know which side of the site he needs to be on.
Cybercage does keep things interesting, though. He might have sneaked through, maybe
Oh, if
into
NDG
a
goes all the way around. Forsaken's ready
Oh,
for it. No, the timing.
NDG, he tries to snap on
किसके side पे थे वो तू?
but recoil did not quite reset just yet. PRX reacting just in time. We end the first half slightly even 5-7.
I mean, PRX, you know, they wake up in time, just try to string together 4, and of course, then wrapping it up with that last round of the half. But overall, you have to imagine that a lot of mental damage was done. Right? I mean, we saw what the mental conditioning looked like from Team Secret. So PRX kind of running laps around on their own. Lots of fans at PRX out here from all over, it seems. Great to see. But they will have to answer back. They want to give something out to the fans, because if they lose here, it's a 2-0. Team Secret will take the victory.
Remember, just a few rounds ago,
किसको support कर रहा है ये मैच?
Bro, मैं VLT को support कर रहा हूँ. आप बोलना.
अन्ना देख रहे हो ना, अपना टीम esports में देकर के टॉन्ट मार रहा है ना, VLT support कर रहा हो करके. देख रहे हो ना अन्ना?
सुन लिया, आप भी सुना.
कुछ भी बोल, मैं एंडी हो जा.
अब बोल ना टीबोल.
एसेटोल सपोर्ट कर रहा हूं अभी.
गए एसेटोल को भी टारगेट किया अन्ना. ये गया. बोलना पड़ेगा ये गया.
अच्छा केलू, अच्छा.
ये गया.
Getting out something's dizzy in the first half. Now as we go on into the next,
Banks bhai, congratulations
I'm
on
always
300K.
looking out for
Thank you, Anna. Love you. बोला तो था आपने.
around this spot.
Yeah, I mean, most of it usually is going to be a main. That's the default setup for Breach. However,
congratulations यार.
एक बड़वे ने तो स्ट्रीम पे भी नहीं बोला है. एक बड़वे ने तो ना स्ट्रीम पे बोला है ना ट्विटर पे बोला है ना.
The early
trends on A.
कौन है भाई वो बड़वा?
माफ करो यार बंक्स भाई.
It's just going to be a
मेरे को बोला कि मैं एक शर्त पे
बोलेगा ना, मेरे को बुरा लगेगा.
इवन बोला मैं एक शर्त पे विश करूंगा. मेरे को 50,000 दे स्टोरी डालने के लिए. ऐसा बोला.
Back and pick it up. Might be able to walk
मैं
in
5,000 में
towards A
करूंगा
for
चलिए.
now.
Thank you, Anna. Love you.
They'll check close around the one-way, so they cleared that. And this helps already put some mental pressure down on this default toxic screen. So they can let Team Secret know that you can't just rely on that one-way. Right, the Viper setups will have meaning. You're already putting pressure in. Look at that. The immediate reaction comes out on the minimap from Team Secret. Draws out the way towards A, and then they restrike because they broke the door earlier from market. They know they should have an opening towards the B side from mid.
मतलब सिर्फ aim वेम का बात नहीं, start पर.
Yeah, gotta watch out for Jeremy.
Jeremy
spots
दो को देखा, तीन को देखा.
पूरा info.
Might be able to give him a lot of vision. He should have just in time, but Jeremy makes a move as well.
And that's the
Spike
spike.
Catches him. PRX needing to come back in to retrieve it now. And Team Secret has it marked.
I mean, they're
Look
absolutely
at Jesse
trapped.
Bash's angle. Exactly. All stuck in together into this little can. They have to push out now with the classics. Forsaken crouching just to keep his head offline. But needing to go in through. Okay, nice little heads up duel against Envy. Still enough time. But I mean, the positioning for Team Secret, that's what they got to
Look at this from
work
Borkum,
against.
though,
You
right?
have no idea that Jesse Bash is there. Borkum trying to sneak out back
जाएंगे
around.
crossfire
Jesse
में
Bash
अभी
dealt with
spike
for
भी
the
लेना
time
है.
being. Mind Freak swaps over to the next pistol, able to get the next
Time
kill.
नहीं है,
Oh,
7
Borkum's so
seconds.
smart.
Borkum just knows, all right, I'm just going to watch it. You can't get the spike planted. All I got to do is to stay alive.
I mean, he started exiting right at about 18 seconds.
अरे दिखाओ
He
तो
knew that
सही.
he does dig, and he'll even get the last kill. But he says, you know what, you two,
Secret
you can
जीत
sit
गया
here
यार.
and defend the
Secret
spike
जीत गया.
instead of committing.
Secret
Which,
ने
by
मेरी
the way, I
आंखें
mean,
खोल
this
दी.
type of restraint, we haven't commonly seen it in the
बाप
past from
खेला
Team
बे
Secret.
Secret.
they will also get a little overconfident at times. But today, Borkum says, I'm
दो
here to
जगह से
win.
पिंस पे
Vaccinated
वहाँ पे
just in
रिकॉल
time.
शॉक डार्ट
You know, a
स्पैम
couple
सब आ रहा
clean
है यहाँ
shots
से
from both
नेट्स आ
sides, but
रहे
overall, it's
भाई
keeping eye on the
heavy
prize
के
of
लिए
Borkum.
बे गलत
Even gets the
काउंटर
last
कम
kill as
कैसे
well.
करते हैं बे
Both pistols on this
Lotus
map.
क्या गया उनका?
On over
क्या?
to Team Secret.
क्या कम
They're
करते हैं
back on their Spectres, one Bulldog.
गेम के
for
अंदर
NDG.
उसमें फॉन्ट थोड़ा एडजस्टमेंट किया है.
Like the Spectre buys even on the defense, right? You know that Jing can be an absolute menace if he's able to set up his flight paths.
Take flight.
Crucial drone. You know that you've left mid open and you force them back. Now you draw everyone behind. You know you have the better firepower, so you're ready just to make sure that you don't get flanked. Just trying to do whatever damage you can before the retake.
And watching the angles as well.
वाह,
I mean,
वाह.
getting all the right crucial bits of information. Now all they have to do is just to finish off the job. Paper Rex
9-5
trying to
एक
keep
और
up
राउंड
the
लिया तो हो
pace,
गया
but with just
10-5.
pistols, they are
Lean
not
कर दिया,
able to
flawless.
duel back. A flawless round for Team Secret.
बाप स्पेसिफिक
I
तो
mean,
क्या हो
the
गया
fault
बस
line back up as well as soon as the spike starts
I
to get
just
delivered
got
onto the site.
humbled.
The Cypher setup never quite being
भाई मैंने
cleared.
इसके पहले मैंने टीएस को
All in
दिल से
all, an
सपोर्ट किया है
excellent
काफी
anti-eco
मैचेस
carrying
किए
over all of these, and
क्योंकि
that
जेसी
means
भाई मेरे
they can set up for some trap plays again with the Spectre.
लेकिन
Paper X has to watch out for it.
PRX
4
कैसे हार
rounds
रही
behind
यार
now. This is
And I just want to point out, I mean, he was a bit quiet the first map as well, but I don't know if I've ever seen Jing just look this heavy on the scoreboard. I mean, if anything, some of the criticism that Jing used to have is that he would overeat a bit too much even if he was getting multi-kills, right? He'd be a bit too far ahead of his teammates. Whatever it is, it's not clicking yet.
Oh, no.
And again, losing a duel to that Spectre. Bit of a miss on the util chaining as well, but that's your diver down. That's your raise down.
Jeremy says, hey, I'll take that.
भाई सीन हो रही है बहुत
Paper
हेवी
X now.
हेवी काउंटर हो रहे बे
The
हेवी
game plan does not work out. Trying to hang back, trying to look for the
पंच होगा
duel.
भी. हाँ?
But it's that same one way.
10-5 हो गए तो 11-5
Team Secret. I mean, could this
11-5
be
हुआ तो
another upset today?
12-6.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! You don't want to make the Filipino fans too angry yet, all right? You don't want to cast a curse just yet, Quack.
टाइमिंग बोलते हैं.
It's not over till it's over, but it is
अच्छा
looking
ट्रेड
very
लिया यार,
strong.
अच्छा ट्रेड लिया।
That is for sure.
टाइम लगा अच्छा था
Paper X, they need to do
क्रूशियल किल था वो
कैमरा तोड़ो.
something. They need to turn this around somehow, because if not, and I know we're joking about the Filipino fans, but still, it's
T-Bone,
actually
you know all the good
looking
cam spots,
very
no?
possible, very likely, given how much
तेरे
Team
bedroom
Secret
में
is
कभी भी सोने
in
से मना
control
करना.
of things.
Oh, I mean, it'd be a huge win,
30
right?
seconds
Not
left.
just because of the team rivalry and things like that, but overall also on the scoreboard, right? The leaderboard right now, Team Secret desperately
Stage,
needing
yes.
one, yeah, to try to get it into the playoffs. Jeremy doesn't want to greet it, knows that they can still fight this 4v4. You know that everyone's tagged up on the side of Paper X.
Yeah, he's just trying to fish and get whatever he could.
He's got a fault line online. What's the angle for it?
Waiting to set it up. Now the push will go through. They've managed to catch a single
चल तो
player.
हुआ बे
A bit of a wall bang on towards Divine as well.
Forsaken.
Looking Forsaken from behind, but he's so low.
कैमरा देख रहा था
Instant turnaround, he could be dead. Mind Freak has to hold it down. They're trying to swing back and forth against each other, but that page cells, Mind Freak
Why
doesn't
Mind Freak?
care.
पागल हो गया रे.
Straights all the way to the
Why
right,
Mind
has the
Freak?
perfect
Who's
angle
actually
on
just
towards
shit?
Team Secret. Keeps
On
the
the
dream
GG
alive.
Just cold Mind Freak
हाँ वो तो
continuing
ट्रेड भी नहीं ले
with
सकता था
another
नेड
great
आया वो
round
पीछे
to
चला
wrap
गया
up
Exactly, वो लोग
and
alarm
try
out हो
to
गया
bring
वहाँ पे.
Paper X
2v1
back
जीत
into the
गया
fold.
वो
You
Mind
still
Freak.
got 3 rounds to go. And yeah, you took a lot of economic damage on that buy round, but you'll take the win
Gulo,
wherever
big
you
boy,
can get
Gulo.
it. It's a good flank from Forsaken. You know, understanding that if you fight fair and square, you're just down in numbers, or down in health rather. Obviously, things like the
Lean
fault line can come
यार
back
कैसे
online.
ट्रेड नहीं लिया भाई.
So going for a bit of a curveball
किसकी
now.
तरफ है?
Bunch
बोल
of
रहा
half
हूँ ना,
armor again on the
Indians
side of
जीत रहे
Paper X.
लोग,
Meanwhile,
जीत रहे.
showstopper for Jeremy. So again, A main this time. I mean, with the breach, instead of going full retake on A, they can hold on to that with a trap play early, and then the showstopper can be used elsewhere for that retake.
3 राउंड ऐसा है
why-
जो टीम सीक्रेट का था मैच
Every single
पॉइंट
round feels so
12-3
tiresome.
होता
Paper X
12-3
need
होता
to
था अभी
work.
12-3 सोचो
Costs an arm and a leg just to get the spike
PRX
down,
के
and
सामने
even after that,
12-3.
you gotta watch out for the showstopper. We haven't quite explored B all too much. There are all of these trap setups.
फुल
NDG
रिटेक
with the
कर
spy
सकते हैं
cam.
बहुत बहुत यूटिल से
Nasty spy cam as well, right? Covers all
मेरे को
the
शॉट
way
मिला मेरे को शॉट
mid.
मिला लव यू
Still got that one way with the cyber
Oh
cage.
no!
Oh,
What? You know, they're really scratching their heads. Mindfreak trying to mark the angles, watch for the potential push out. But Borkum just catches him with a sudden movement, sudden peek.
I mean, they've never quite cleared these.
Forsaken's trying to flank again. I don't know if he's going to be enough to catch him. It's not quite there. Envy finds him instead. Jeremy with a showstopper. Something only able to get the one, but not before Jesse Bash ends out the round. It's 6-10. Team Secret has reached double digits.
Surely it's another timeout from PRX. I mean, they are looking a bit lost right now.
GB जीतेगा PRX.
I mean, Mindfreak, sure, he was trying to just create a bit more space.
Problem क्या पता है?
And I think the concern for PRX is we never quite cleared the cipher setups,
अभी
right?
problem
So we want to get a bit more control of elbow, somewhere on A site.
Alex देगा, Alex देगा boom bum.
On that
देगा.
Alex boom bum देगा, कल गुस्सा हफ्ते में निकलेगा. ये problem है अभी.
हम क्या
अभी भी दे रहे हैं boom bum देखो.
हाँ, अभी boom bum लेकिन रूम में
जाके
जाके
बोल रहे हैं जी जीत गया तो सॉरी टीएस जीत गया तो जी बार होगा.
मैचेस अभी भी है, मैचेस अभी भी है, मतलब टीएस जीत गया तो लीडर बोर्ड में ऊपर जाएगा.
जीतना पड़ेगा ना पीआरएक्स के अगेंस्ट में.
पीआरएक्स के अगेंस्ट हार गया तो चलेगा, लेकिन डीएफएम के इसमें जीतना पड़ेगा. तो सीक्रेट्स को बाकी दो टीम हारना पड़ेगा. सीक्रेट का डीएफएम और टैलेंट, हाँ सबके मैचेस बचे हैं अभी.
Even just the paint shells. I mean, we've seen so many Raze teams now just dump that paint shell right away to get rid of that cipher setup. Make B a lot weaker. Force them to have to stack it even harder if you're going to go for A, and then plant someone mid to cut off the rotation so the retake isn't so easy. But right now, I mean, it's just been stable. And then off of the timeout, they even have the luxury to trap wire top mid, and they are just going to stack on here with the fault line.
And that single fault line pushes PRX back. Takes a little bit of time away that Dizzy spent. They're just trying to extend their control of the map. They can't even do that. One way now coming up.
Yeah,
if they walk in the elbow, that's a double peek.
Yep. Something's low as well off the They're putting up a smoke in top mid, but it has no value. That trapwire is still alive. Team Secret knows that that's just fake pressure.
Uh-oh. Aftershock pushes him back. Crash. Denied too. Jing trying to go in with a movement, but Borkum shuts him down. Forsaken able to trade up, but with a stinger. Now he's lost way too much health.
Yeah, now Fault Line's back online as well. Team Secret has held on long enough.
Oh, and they've arrived on the scene. Here comes the cavalry. They have the line of sight.
Oh, the ping!
Oh my goodness, the recon too. Yeah. Jeremy, Jesse Vash, J&J, they come in.
They're drawing him out.
PRX cannot hold this for too long. Trying to watch the outsides of this Viper's pit. Down it goes. Defy goes down two. The flash out, and Jesse Bash is already stuck to defuse. Team Secret up to 11.
Such a good hold from Team Secret. And again, PRX looking a bit lost. I mean, the fake pressure top mid, it had zero value. And I don't know if they'll ever figure that out without watching the VOD. Because how would you expect that the trapwire finally comes out in top mid? It's always been double on B side. You never ran into one in mid. You never ran into one on A side. It's a good adjustment for Secret. And now they're happy to keep that setup. Why? Because you can have the fault line onto the B site. I said it doesn't happen often, but it'll happen every now and then. This is going to be that round. You've got the cam. You've got Jeremy ready to pounce on it.
And if it does happen, this would be that round that breaks PRX's camel's back.
Yeah, but it's just such a good read. It's such a reasonable read as well.
There it goes. Here comes Jeremy.
Okay,
they managed to hold their own for now. They don't get hit by the fault line. A bit of a trade. PRX continues to push through. NDG now has to be the one to hold. Jing tries to fly up around the sides of that poison cloud. Spots out the barrel. NDG takes a little bit of time, but he finally gets there. Forsaken able to trade right back out, and it's all down to Borkum.
Just going to fake out that he went to Boba. It's a 50-50 read here from Mindfreak.
Equal spot. Now they're working together.
Doesn't
to ensure that Borkum does not have
a singular duel.
PRX.
Okay, so somewhat prepared for that fault line. They were wary of it. That's good because you can dodge it pretty easily. You know, it doesn't always work out. We've seen that in previous matches as well. So overall,
ये अगर एक और
still
लेता
not
ना इधर,
completely losing their head in this game. They're hanging on. It's not map point just yet, not match point.
This goes here.
Now that you've put some of that breach pressure onto B,
Yeah,
happy to reset with the Omen breach hold onto the A site.
25 मीटर और second
Neither trapwire is set up just yet. I wonder, is there one going to be more mid? Oh, the flashes on both sides. Wow. Yeah, that cover, if that wasn't there.
Now Jeremy holding the corner.
उसको भी ding पड़ा
Takes the numbers away from PRX. NDG with the spike as now it's a little bit too deep.
अरे इतना जल्दी
Able to watch for device back.
Bye.
Spike might go down.
आगा भाई.
But look at the heads up though from Smash. Whoa!
भाई
Triple
क्या
kill from the IGL, the veteran,
क्या
on
हो
the
गया
side of
जस्सी
Team
को
Secret.
जिंग भाई झूलो.
And now Rolling Thunder online for Envy. I mean, they could send it, they could hold for a retake. Either way, I think they'd be looking ahead in terms of the game here.
technically PRX qualify हो गई है technically qualify हो गई ना chat PRX qualified है ना
5 rounds just for overtime. But Team Secret has all the tools in the bag to make it happen. Toxic screen now, and PRX just full sends it into the site. Jing with the showstopper does not find all too much. Jeremy has the upper angle. There's the headshot onto something.
Okay, but they have the good plan.
Mubak goes through. PRX able to hold out on towards Market. Now watching onto the stairs for Envy. Envy tries to make it out, sends out the Rolling Thunder. He wants to take them down. But this is they manage to hop away. Borkum catches them from the double headshot through and through. Jing doesn't do it all. Inside of Market. They kind of know where he is. He spots out the first. Markham trying to stick it out, but he's got the dark cover, and Jing can't quite find him. So they'll find it just in the nick of time. Jing to clutch it out. Oh my! I thought it was all absolutely done when PRX gave up control of B main. They tried to just flood Market.
breach
I mean, the setup with the Rolling Thunder, they don't hear a thing when Borkum's approaching. But an absolutely needed clutch here from Jing. He's been heavy throughout this entire match. But if they are able to take it to overtime, he will have had impact.
I mean, it comes back to a bit of that mental game. He might be able to find that morale boost off of this round, but still, looking at things strategically, tactically, Team Secret is going to hit every step of the way. 4 rounds without any timeouts. Can PRX do
game
it?
करते थे मतलब बहुत crucial ult है दोनों
Just going to hold to see if there's a fast push out again. I mean, with those ultimates online, especially things like the showstopper, PRX always going to be wary of the first couple seconds. This gives Team Secret quite an advantage on the timer. So they're forcing them all the way up to top mid, right? Trapwire on B main, you close off the door. You've already pushed out A main a bit as well. Jesse catches sight. Now Team Secret has the read.
Oh wow, look at how he kites them. 2. That's the second.
I mean, do they have the luxury? It doesn't matter. Jeremy will finish it off from the breach. And an absolute 2-0. A clean victory against what seemed like the return of the indomitable Kings of Pacific.
PRX falls in week 3. Just as it happened last year in the regular season. Team Secret able to take the win away. Just when you least expect it. I mean, looking at the map picks, you might not have expected this to happen, but it does. The prep work shows, the reads show, the plays themselves show.
अभी अपने लग गए bro.
Impressive showing from Secret. I mean, this
अभी
definitely
Alex
solidifies a lot of their chances to go to playoffs, to continue this run, and try to prove that all they needed was just a bit more time to get right back into the swing of things. NDG looks a lot more comfortable as well. And meanwhile, I mean, PRX with this loss, I believe that should almost solidify TRX as that first seed on Omega, still on that clean sweep, the only one now.
Meanwhile, for Alpha Group, I mean, this just gives them a big boost of confidence. The Filipino fans incredibly happy. And let's let our analyst celebrate for a second.
I think everybody would be celebrating with that kind of a series because this was a banger series. I mean, yes, it was 2-0, but it didn't really show how close the rounds were, right? How close every single clash was. And you finally have Team Secret with that win. This was an incredible series.
It was really, really entertaining. I mean, PRX definitely looking like they have a few things to work on in these two maps. You know, you think
मैं रेस्ट लेके जल्दी आ जाऊंगा अगर हो पाएगा ना
been their home for a long, long time.
तो मैं जल्दी आ जाऊंगा अमेरिका के मैच पे पहले
Sunset is a map that certainly you feel like should really, really favor PRX. Then they bring in the Omen instead of the Cypher. You know, July started playing Omen this year. He's only played it 5 times total, and all 5 are this year. So it still doesn't look comfortable. They lost a ton of control on their defenders.
Bye-bye.
कल मिलेंगे.
Bye-bye.
Take it guys. Bye-bye. आज सुबह NRG versus Leviathan है. Any comments?
NRG versus
Leviathan.
Obviously, LF जीतेगा मेरा favorite team.
Demon 1 versus Aspas baby.
Bro, it's always you guys all think it's Aspas, but it's always King, bro. It's King who changes the game. चलो चढ़को bye.
Fuck off चलो भागो. सांस लेता हूँ तो PRX थ्रो कर देती है. भाई काउंटर तो किया है, हेवी काउंटर किया, कुछ भी बोल. TS बहुत बाप खेला. भाई आज डे ऑफ अनएक्सपेक्टेड डेज है ब्रो. आज आरसीबी जीत गया मेरे हिसाब से. कांग्रेचुलेशन बोल दो, सारे लोग ट्वीट कर दो. आज डे ऑफ अनएक्सपेक्टेड डेज है, समझ रहे हो? और तुमको लगता है कि यार मेरी गर्लफ्रेंड नहीं बन सकती, आज टेक्स्ट करो, क्या पता. डे ऑफ अनएक्सपेक्टेड डेज है आज, समझ रहे हो? मैं बोल रहा हूँ, ट्राई करो. डे ऑफ अनएक्सपेक्टेड ब्रो. क्या बोलते हो? सारे लोग जाओ मैसेजेस चालू करो अभी, सारे लोग. 223 रन्स बनाने जैसे क्या 23 मैं जाके बनाऊं क्या मैं? हाँ 250 तो मैं मारता हूँ. हाँ टेंशन लेते रहे तुम लोग. चलो गाइस बाय 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 बाय. आदियो चेडी में पादियोस. इट वाज गुड स्ट्रीम, हैड फन. जी फाइटिंग बहुत 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 प्यारा खेला. गुड इम्प्रूवमेंट ओवरऑल. आई होप वी कंटिन्यू दिस स्ट्रीक पॉजिटिविटी. ठीक है, मिलता है. बाय बाय. रात को मिलते हैं. अभी मैं जाऊंगा चटकूंगा, 6:30 बजे तक सो जाऊंगा. होपफुली मैं जल्दी आ जाऊँ स्ट्रीम करने. ठीक है, लव यूज. मिलते हैं. बाय. लव यू. थैंक यू फॉर एवरीथिंग चैट. मिलते हैं रात को. बाय.